every step of the way. Get matched with your coach today.
What is the feed? Well, the feed fuels the world's best athletes.
Hydration, gels, chews, recovery, supplements. You got everything you need.
We make your next workout even better. Whether you're training for the World Championships or hitting your next PR, we are here to fuel your success.
Fuel your workout with the feed.
Shop today to get your free tour bottle. Visit thefeed.com.
Except Eric Lafuma, he's like, I agree, Patrick. On that side. Is this one of your wires?
I can tell that this is an hour and like the last shift is going to be like after Troy and I can get in there and this is
Skizzle Fresh, Skylar Hall on the mic with the Irish lad himself, Paddy O'Leary. Very Bay Area centric commentating crew right now for you guys, bringing you all the action from the hot desert at McDowell Mountain Regional Park. Paddy, how are you doing, my guy?
I'm good. Patty O'Leary, which the subtitles keep predicting me as O'Leary here. I am pretty warm and uncomfortable right now. I'm not going to lie. This is not what us San Francisco guys are used to.
Definitely is not. The only thing that is hotter than the temperatures right now, which is 97 real feel outside, well, 97 legally outside, 100 in the studio. Only thing hotter than that is the race itself. Right now, we have a very, very tight battle on the men's side. David Roche out front came through Javelina headquarters 80 miles into the race with a 18-minute lead on 2, 3, and 4. Jeff Mogavero, Raj Paul Panu, and Dan Green all through. So our top 4 gentlemen out there on their last loop. Meanwhile, on the women's side, Riley Brady out front, 9:56 through Jackass Junction, about 71 miles into the race. And so, listen, if you thought it was crazy before, It's only going to get more insane from here. Patty, you are a person well-versed with elite racing.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever been in a battle like our 2, 3, and 4 men are, separated by a matter of 6 minutes with a golden ticket on the line? What sort of mindset have you been in your personal racing experience like that?
My personal racing experience would be panic at this situation, to be honest. Let's be real for that situation. Especially something so fast. This last 19 miles, what average pace are you predicting they're going to run in this?
Yeah, we're going to bring out the Skizzle prediction model, my Kornacki model from back in the day. So we've known that David Roche has been about 15 minutes up on John Ray's historical course record splits from last year. John ran from headquarters to Jackass on his last loop in about an hour and 29, and then closed it down in about the same speed. So we're talking about a little over 3 hours from basically tape to tape for this last loop. It's just going to be mayhem.
But looking at this situation, they've been running in 95 to 100 degree temperature. And getting into this last lap, have they kept up in their nutrition? Have they kept up in their cooling and their icing? This could go astray for them at this stage, or if they're after preparing well and if they're after maintaining themselves well throughout the day, this is when they could really make some ground. It's kind of all or nothing at this situation. It's exciting to see and exciting for us all to be part of this.
Absolutely, yeah, and a great time to remind the folks that we're also brought to you by GOO today, the official nutrition sponsor of the Javelina 100. So hopefully folks have been topping up on their carbs and electrolytes while they are out there. We would expect, since David came through at about the top of the hour, that he is at or through Coyote Camp pretty much right now. So we'll be looking at the splits coming through on the live tracking. And if you are looking for the live tracking yourself, check out the top of the chat box. It should be pinned up there for your pleasure. We'll be talking a lot about the elites, but we know that there's some, 1,100 other folks out there partying in the desert, much like these folks are partying at the finish line. So find your runner or runners of choice and show them some love as we track them throughout the night and into golden hour tomorrow morning. It's a vibe. This whole thing is a vibe right now.
This is my first time experiencing Javelina Jundred. I'm not known to pronounce things correctly. I can't change at this stage at 36 years of age. What a vibe. What an experience. Just look at this. Look at Jam in the heart of it, filming the avocado dancing around. And we've got Cole Watson in at Jeg quarters now. He was in 10:31, 7 minutes behind Dan Green. He is looking warm.
Definitely looking warm. A child of Sacramento, so knows hot temperatures. The Central Valley is no joke, but he looks like he's at least cognitively there, thinking through what he needs to get through this in one piece.
Looking like Cole has done Western States several times. He's experienced more heat than this down in those canyons. He knows how to manage. He knows how to suffer. He knows how to go into a situation like this, and he knows how to get out of a situation like this. So don't rule him out yet, even if he's looking quite shook right now.
Correct. And his M5, he is not out of this by any stretch. He's still only 13 minutes back, or at least he crossed the mat 13 minutes back from Jeff Mogavero in second. So we can very well see a rise from the dead. I'm thinking through, I covered the Black Canyon when one Eric Sensman, much like a phoenix, rose from the ashes and closed it down for a golden ticket. It is very well possible with the attrition that can happen here. It does not take a lot for your stomach to go sideways on a fifth loop because, as we mentioned, still well over 90 degrees out there, and so no time to take your foot off the gas, but also no time to take your eye off the ball when it comes to nutrition and hydration. It looks like we got some views here of, I believe this is Rattlesnake. Perfect. As we mentioned, the race at the front, very tight on both the men's and women's side. On that women's side, we do have Riley Brady out front with about a 13-minute lead on Hannah Allgood. Third place, Aaron Clark, and fourth place, Corinne Chauvoy, also within 4 minutes of each other back for the last spot on the podium. So folks are still running hard, but there's still 1,100 plus other runners out there between the 100-mile and the 100K, and we are just about 90 minutes away, if my memory serves correctly, from the 31K night run, which is basically a lot of what you're seeing on the screen. A lot of that party vibe, but also just steady stepping forward for a solid 19.5-mile journey through the desert.
I see the umbrella going up. I went for a run this morning, did like 2 or 3 hours out on the trail. The amount of people I've seen carrying umbrellas whilst racing. What is the thought on that strategy?
Well, I mean, sun protection, and if you're like me and refuse to wear bucket hats, as we see Laz really getting it down, making sure he gets that fresh milk, good protein. If you're anti-bucket hat and or actually want real coverage, then yeah, the umbrella might be your preferred move. Also, if it's not a windy day, it's not that heavy, and if it is a windy day, just wait for the tailwind, throw that bad boy open, and let it pull you along.
Just Mary Poppins that.
There it is.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, people looking like they're having a lot less fun at the Rattlesnake aid station. But you know what? Hey, they're vibing. They're still keeping the energy high. Those volunteers are keeping people moving forward. We have to show a lot of love to our volunteers out there. It takes a true village to make this race come together. Largest 100-miler in the United States. And so, we can't do it without the gracious hospitality of all of our volunteers across all the aid stations here at camp, not just on race day and the expo, but in the weeks leading up to it as well. So if you're out there running or somebody, say thanks for
how many
happen.
starters did we have this morning?
That is a great question.
I see we're at there's 720 people still in the race, all the way back to there's several people included here that are still on lap 1, 2, so that may not be. It might have been 720 starters actually. And then currently in the race we have...
You're sitting at what, over 700 still in the race on the 100-mile side. We had about 400 rocking through the 100K. So yeah, 1,100 folks, and we have another several hundred signed up for the 31K tonight. So if you're sitting at home being like, this is me, this is my people, this is the vibe I want to be a part of, listen. Registration is going to open soon for 2025, so book it now and come sweat with us in the desert.
So how many times have you done Javelina?
That's cute. I have DJ'd Javelina 3 times. I've commentated on it 3 times. I have never stepped foot in any of these races.
So I see you inspiring everyone to sign up themselves. When are you going to sign up?
When Jamil lets me not sit behind a microphone. Listen, play to your strengths, guys. Play to your strengths. One of them for me is sweating, which I'm doing right now, and the other one is providing dulcet tones in the style of Wayne Brady, and you'll get that as we hit Air Vibe After Dark on the Javelina 100 commentary and coverage, brought to you by Hoka and The Feed, and a whole host of sponsors, which we will continue to shout out through the night, that are also usually providing some snacks, some goods, and some overall support to us here on the commentary side as well.
So I see David Roach is now through Coyote Camp 5 in 10:35.
Okay. So that is officially, let me make sure
How far do you think he is ahead of the CR?
It's a great question. So he came through headquarters just under 10. Yep, 9:59:45. So to actually go 35 minutes in that section is actually one of the slower splits that we've seen historically. We would see at this point on Loop 5 anywhere between 30 to 33 minutes is kind of your sweet spot. John Ray last year ran that 4-mile section in 33 and a half minutes. We've seen it run as fast as 30 flat from Blake last year, who was just sniping people. So he is technically still ahead of course record, but definitely bled some time. Yeah, he's fifth. 13, let me do mental math. 13 minutes ahead. 13 minutes ahead of course record still. But again, if you're bleeding a minute and a half on course record in one of the easier 4-mile sections, you really got to get through this next 6 and a half miles to Jackass. The final uphill section you have moving well.
Okay, we got eyes on Riley coming through.
Definitely
here.
Riley. Entering Rattlesnake, it appears.
And here in the studio, we have Leah Yingling getting her gear ready to pace Riley for the last section.
Good job, Riley.
Chris Brown looking a little more concerned for his own ability to keep up with Aaron Clark for his pacing section.
All right, so 10:42 at Rattlesnake on loop 4 would be. Well, let me put it this way. It is half an hour faster than Riley came through in 2022. So knocking that out the park. We are in unknown territory. 10:37 was Heather Jackson's split when she came through for that 14:24 finish. So I feel like that's a pretty good range of where we would expect Riley's overall finish to be, as you see in and out very quickly.
That was seamless.
Yeah, I would say 14:24, 14:26 would kind of be the floor for Riley's overall time right now if I were a betting man. But moving like that can definitely make up time because Heather was hemorrhaging the last loop. And if Riley stays strong, they can definitely move into at least second overall, if not a course record here. Course record watch still definitely on. Sub 14 still definitely on. As we see Chris Warden getting ready to tell the story of what's happening. But again, we are still watching here at Rattlesnake as we anticipate F2, Hannah Allgood to be coming around.
Hey, new crew out
I'd
there
say in the next
at
10 or
headquarters.
15.
Good to see you.
But yeah, Chris,
Chris.
I think we have audio on you.
Yeah, we're good, it seems.
Chris, hit
I
us.
think we lost them.
No, we got
We'll
you,
tell
Chris.
us the story when we get an opportunity.
Yeah, he can't hear us. That's fine as long as you at home can. We're good. We'll get the legendary Chris Warden here giving us the view from the ground momentarily. But as I was mentioning, Hannah Allgood currently in second on the women's side. Was about 12 minutes back from Riley.
Is that Aaron Clark?
No, because this is going the opposite direction.
Okay.
Yeah, so you can see the timing mats on the
Outside, on the back
Correct.
side of it.
And then third, fourth, and fifth, Aaron Clark, Corinne Chalvoy, Lauren Peretz
What's up, Andrew? You look good.
would be a further 20 minutes back. But a good battle between the three of them to get that last spot on the podium. So we'll keep eyes on Rattlesnake as well as I'm not sure if we have a camera at Coyote Camp that we will hopefully be seeing some of our lead men come through on soon. As we mentioned, David Roche out front went through Coyote Camp at 10:35. He had a 14, 15-minute lead on Jeff Mogavero and Rajpal Panu, who were sitting in second and third. So basic deduction, we would expect Jeff Mogavero through Coyote Camp here in the next 2 minutes.
I think one thing would be interesting to maybe for us to give a shout out to the women's race in the 100K. I think it's been a pretty fascinating race in the 100K. Out of the top, we have the top 5 overall finishers. 4 of them are women. Pretty impressive running. They didn't quite get as far as Anna's 100K record from last year. But in 5th, we had the Bay Area's finest Sylvie Abel, 4th woman in 9:06. Only a minute ahead of her, Carmen Gaguire, 3rd place, 4th place overall. Then Jordan Brett, 1st place male, 1st place male, 3rd overall, 8:39, 20 minutes ahead. Jane Mouse, 2nd overall, 2nd female, 8:32. And 9 minutes up. Anne Flower, overall champion and female champion in 100K in 8:23. Now we're going to go back to Chris.
As I was saying, guys, it's great to see you in the studio here. I'm out at Rattlesnake Ranch, and our F1 Riley Brady just came through, and they looked fantastic. Spent maybe 60 seconds, and that's actually being on the generous side, at the aid station. Did minimal heat mitigation, refilled the ice pack, or ice buff rather, but did not use any water to do significant heat mitigation. I think that at this point, I don't know if you can tell from the sunshine, but it is kind of getting a little bit longer in the day. I think we're about 30 minutes or so from the sun going.
No.
Okay, see,
we may have
you
lost
start dissing the sun, and it attacks you and fries your equipment. So Chris, he's still out there. He's still alive. I can verify that he didn't disappear. But I believe what he was saying is
in about 30 minutes we're going to see the
sunset?
sun going behind the mountain.
Yeah.
Looking at the temps here, it says on the screen in 93 degrees, which is still pretty damn hot, I'm not going to lie. But it does feel cooler around here.
Yeah, it's definitely dropped since you and I even took these seats.
Yeah.
And I would be surprised if it, let me put it this way. I'd be surprised if the elite folks are still not using topical cooling solutions as they come through Loop 5. Like, there'd be a lot of hubris to not do so. So we got folks out here queuing up behind us, getting ready to get out there and pace.
Oh wow! Look who's over our shoulder. We got the great Scott Jurek right there in the Brooks t-shirt, just walking behind us.
Yeah, your boy is literally right behind us. So for those at home who are unfamiliar, for Javelina, you are allowed to take a pacer out on loops 4 and 5. However, for our more back of the pack folks that are trying to break 30 hours, we will allow them to take a pacer out on loop 3, basically if it's sunset. So really in the next hour or so, if you have a runner out there that you're watching and you're like, I don't want them to be alone on loop 3, they don't have to be if they have a pacer. So that is another thing that makes Javelina super accessible for folks who are running potentially their first ultra, or one that is just the hottest that they have ever run in their whole life.
As I walked through the base camp here this morning and this afternoon, it's amazing just the setup you can have in each of your personal crew stations. Like runners are rolling in, they're sitting. I've seen people with massage tables. They're getting down, getting a massage. The crew is there getting massage while the runners out on the course. Everyone's got their own cooler. Everyone's got their whole lawn chairs. It is a vibe here. It's comfortable here for racers, and
that's definitely David
got
Roche.
some eyes on David Roche,
who also seems to be looking quite comfortable. I mean, that was one of the notable components of a lot of our top runners right now is their camp setups were right here on the edge of the loop that comes through headquarters, but not right by the start finish line. So really optimizing the opportunity as they come inbound towards that start finish line to throw their bottles, yell at their crew, let them know what they need, continue moving through the start finish, and then catching what they need on their way outbound, because it's at least a quarter mile from the gate into headquarters through the start finish line. So if you give your crew 2 to 3 minutes to do what they got to do, you can really minimize your stoppage time, as David has been absolutely crushing as he's come through headquarters with his camp sort of headed up by his wife Megan right behind us.
It's interesting personally, like when I'm doing race, like I love the concept of the looped part of this course where you're actually catching up at runners who are on their 3rd, 4th lap and you're on your 5th. You can kind of feed off their energy.
Absolutely.
I'm guessing Roach would feed off their energy as well. Feed off the energy and positivity to the people around him.
Yeah, that does kind of seem his vibe, is to be, one with the community and be able to just like, David Roche is basically one of those signs you see at the marathon. It says like high five for power boost. Yeah. Like that's basically him in human form. Yeah. So I imagine that the loop format here is to his benefit as he, I'm not going to say he's hobbling, but looks a little bit more pressed than he did early on, which makes sense because the man is nearly 90 miles in to a 100-mile race in plus degree temperatures.
Yeah, and he's definitely making the most of his pacer here now. His pace were 5 steps ahead of him there, just kind of getting dragged up what looks like a slight hill.
Correct. Yeah, that Coyote Camp to Jackass section is the most overall gain on the course. So really, once he gets to Jackass, when the volunteers tell him it's all downhill from here, it will pretty much be true. But you do have to get through this section without bleeding more time, because as we mentioned, he gave back about 2 minutes on John Ray's course record just in the 4 miles from headquarters out to the last check-in at Coyote Camp. As we see the ever-important lube being applied, because chafing when it is this hot and sweaty out is very real. Shout out to Squirrel's Nut Butter, a proud Arizona company showing love to a lot of our runners out here. Ran into Thornley at the expo yesterday, and he gave me a race button it's got to be the funniest thing. I don't even know if I can say it on air without getting canceled, but S&B killing the branding game. So if you need your anti-chafe or for your toes, for your cycling needs, they have chamois cream, anything where you need to be frictionless, Squirrel's Nut Butter will get you where you need to go.
What is the most uncomfortable costume you've seen so far in your experience of Javelina Jundred?
Anytime you have cheeks touching cheeks, anytime you got cheeks touching cheeks, that's uncomfortable. I mean, even on a quote unquote cool year for Javelina, we're still talking mid 80s, right? And that's just a lot of sweat in a very we're talking about frictionless. That is a friction-filled zone. So yeah, your Borat costumes, any of those, just seem like doing way too much.
Like, I saw people in complete one-piece suits, like over the head, toe to head, just one piece of like, it looked extremely uncomfortable. I wasn't knowing what the person was doing out there wearing that, but they looked great.
Speaking of looking great, looks like we have Hannah Allgood here at Rattlesnake, our F2. 10:54 on the clock here, so that's about 12 minutes back of Riley Brady, our F1, as we sit. And as we were just talking about, topical cooling strategies not going out the window yet. So Hannah is got the sponge, getting ice down the arm sleeves, getting the fresh bottles from Debo. You'll love to see. I'm not sure Debo's taking care of himself with the topical cooling strategies, but like, hey man, you do you.
And of a scale of one to sweat, he is a sweater. So let's see if he makes it back with her.
You know, that could be part of the mental coaching that he's employing. Trying to give it back to his coach, Hannah, is just like, if she drops me, that might be the mental boost that she needs, that she is absolutely crushing this. So Debo maybe taking one for the team. Gotta have that love.
So 11 and a half minutes back from Riley. Do you think Hannah can do it?
Again, I don't want to bet against anyone, but Riley looked really good. Hannah looked really good. And this is where the golden ticket sort of becomes this like interesting like sports psychological case study, right? Because, you know, from typical psychology, we know that first place is the happiest, third place is pretty stoked, and then second place is usually the least happy on the podium, because they didn't just make it and have that like woof moment, but they also like didn't get the gold. With the golden ticket, I would imagine it's a similar situation. You're like, all right, I didn't win, but at least I have that golden ticket. So that's that. When you were just playing defense for the golden ticket, I think that can play to your benefit if you're feeling good. If you're feeling stressed and you're like, I'm bleeding ground, they're catching me, that it can have the opposite effect. Because normally second, you're just like, I'm not going to win. I have nothing to lose. I can go for broke. With the golden ticket, you know, it could play mind games with you. So how mentally resilient are you?
I expect we'll see Aaron Clark back to Jackass Junction, Aaron Clark in third, Corinne in fourth, and Lauren in fifth, with 16 minutes between the three of them. but it's just there's no men in between them there, so they're all going to see each other. That's the unique thing about this course. You can see for miles ahead of you and miles behind you, so you're going to be able to see who's ahead, who's behind. Now as the sun starts to go down, there's going to be headlamps ahead and behind you, so you're going to be aware of who you're racing with. With that women's race, it's intriguing because it's just women in that group, so they're going to be aware who they're chasing down.
Yeah, you're going to be overlapping with some of the 100K folks as they get ready to head out on Loop 5.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
But you can see a noticeable difference with both bounce and how fast lights are moving. It really gives you a good gauge of speed. Because otherwise, like if you're just out and about, once it's dark, that depth perception gets difficult. But if you're like, that light is moving significantly faster, you can be like, that's my target. That's where I need to get to.
Yeah. And then in about an hour and a half, we're going to have the start of the 31K. So that'll add a little bit of chaos to the final lap.
Absolutely. Chaos is a good way to put it, because that is a party, and I'm going to leave it at that. But let's level set right here. As we are almost to the top of the hour, it's about to be 5 p.m. local time here in Fountain Hills, Arizona, for the 2024 edition of the Javelina Jundred, presented by Hoka and The Feed. We are about 87 miles in to the men's race right now. We are about 79 miles into the women's race, as we are 11 hours and counting.
I am just obsessed with the views of this Jeg quarters here. Everyone camping here, just the energy. Look down on this. People at home, sign up, come along, volunteer, crew, race one of the races next year. I regret waiting the full length of my ultra running career to come experience this. It's a joy to be here now.
Absolutely. Yeah, you can see the entire tent city built in the middle. Folks were here yesterday for the expo. There was a film screening last night, and then woke up early to the cheers as we sent off our 100 milers. First wave at 6, second wave at 6:30, and then our 100K athletes took off at 7 a.m. So as I mentioned, 11 hours into the 100-mile race, 10 hours into the 100K, and we are just another hour or so away from that 31K taking off. We got Liam, A Station Fireball, in the chat talking about Raj coming through at Coyote. Took off another minute from
like
one David
21-minute gap between David and Raj Paul now.
Correct, and Raj is now 3 minutes ahead of Dan Green. Again, Coyote Camp, and also true for Rattlesnake Ranch, not the greatest, most reliable aid station tracking historically, but hey, we'll take what we can get, which is Raj Paul. I feel like Jeff is probably definitely not pinged.
Yeah, because he left Jeg quarters looking so much better than Raj Paul, I feel.
Correct. But again, hey, if you end up getting sick on the side of a trail, you can also get back time pretty quick.
Yeah. Is Raj going without pacer for the final lap?
That is a great question.
When he ran past here, unless his crew station is further towards the exit point, he was solo when I saw him.
He took so long to get through this last section of the hook. I feel like his his crew tent might be a little bit closer to that start-finish line, as we see the pan sort of looking out that way. But
so he's likely solo then out there at the moment.
Yeah, when I talked to him a couple weeks ago, he was gracious enough to come out to our home stomping grounds.
Yeah.
He was at a San Francisco Running Company event sponsored by Javelina and Aravaipa, as well as Hoka. And I shared the entire run with him, and we talked a little bit about if he had his crew dialed in and whatnot. He didn't mention any pacers, though. And I think a lot of his training's done solo anyway. He doesn't really have like a good training group that he trains with. So this might actually be his preferred method.
Is he still teaching?
He is. Yeah.
So we got a teacher combining with the professional running career. Impressive balance. I just want us to look at the back left corner here and see the lady in the chair. That is a vibe right there. Just your soft flask against the forehead. Oh, I've been there.
Listen, we would kill to have that kind of reclined seat on an airplane.
Big
So
time.
you live your first class life over there.
Making eye contact with the camera, is that Yassine?
It is.
It is. I've seen him twice here today, and he's enjoying himself. He's feeling the heat, but he's enjoying it out there. He seems to be just chowing down some aid station food. Last time I checked, Yassine was sitting just inside the top 30 overall.
Yeah, representing. I always mispronounce this, so listen. I'm acknowledging before I say it. I'm gonna screw it up, so don't come at me. But I think it's Y East. That whole crew, yeah, representing.
Yassine is sitting currently 25th overall, and we're from the Bay Area, so we're going to give a Bay Area shout out to Elon Lieber, who's in 23rd, just 10 minutes ahead of him. And 3 spots behind him, Paul Yestergunas from Marin County, who is 15 minutes behind him.
Listen, I'm not saying that the Bay Area is the best training ground for Javelina, but it seems to be cranking out some decent results thus far. No bias whatsoever.
Personally, as I've spent the summer in San Francisco in 60 degrees, not sure the city is the optimal training ground as I sit here sitting in a pool of my own sweat. Another Bay Area person, we got Anna. She's coming in, Anna Cassius, now loading. She is F6 at the moment. She left Jackass 22 minutes ago, according to our reporter in the field, Katie Asmuth.
Yeah, meanwhile...
Sorry, she left 22 minutes after Lauren Peretz, F5, so there's a bit of a gap. She'll have a lot of chasing to do to break up into that top 5.
Yeah, that would have been about 5 minutes ago that Anna left Jackass Junction. So we would anticipate about 45 to 50 minutes until we catch her here at Rattlesnake.
I see an update from Coyote Camp. Dan is 2.5 minutes back. Oh! Okay, we have the finalists of our costume contest up on the stage here. We can hear the cheer over our shoulders in the background.
Looks like we got some voting currently occurring. We've got, I'm trying to see what we got up there.
Well, I see Laz.
Got Laz.
Lazarus Lake of Barkley infamy.
For sure. We got a Forrest Gump.
Forrest Gump on the right-hand side. Laz in the center. Is that a Wonder Woman on the left? Maybe, no.
We got an Evan Almighty. Maybe.
I've not seen that movie.
Or Bruce, whatever. I mean, same.
I'm guessing second from the right in the blue shirt is a presenter because they're carrying a check. Is that a costume? I'm not sure.
I mean, it could be both. Ed McMahon? I'm just making things up at this point. Listen, we're just wild conjecture, which is kind of the MO for a Javelina costume contest. Yeah, throughout the day, actually, I guess throughout the race itself, there are awards given out by Jubilee, the race director, for best costume. There's one for best ass. There's some other ones that are thrown in there. We were talking about the DFL. Yeah, the best dunk.
Can we see what this poster says? There are no mistakes. Did not get the second line of that.
So tomorrow at the award ceremony, I think it's around noon local. Just happy accidents. Yeah. Oh, Bob Ross. Got it. Boom. I got there.
Oh, the artist.
It's a Bob Ross.
Well, feel free to drop into the chat with your favorite costume you've seen throughout the live stream today. We'd love to hear what you guys think. V Vega reckons we should give it to Laz. Or maybe it got to Laz. Laz is signing something.
Sounds like we're about to get the secret instructions on how to get into Barkley. So get excited. yeah, definitely want to hear some costume ideas. What are people bringing to the table this year? 2024 has not been short of any amount of random fodder you can pull from. So,
Yes.
so what are y'all bringing to? I might have something in the corner over there that I might slip into when it's a little bit more comfortable.
Yeah. Brace yourselves, people. Brace yourselves.
All right. So meanwhile, we do have a race going on. It's not the only competition being the costume competition. We've got, as we mentioned, David Roche out front had a 21-minute lead on Rajpal Panu, which pinged as second place, but we think that there's a Jeff McGavro
Yeah, we'd expect.
in there.
So David did that last split in 35 minutes from Jet Quarters to Cody Camp. We would have expected to see Jeff if he was on a similar pace to David, and honestly, Jeff was looking pretty good. We would expect to see him 10 minutes ago there. So I'm guessing he made it through, and it just didn't ping. Here's hoping, because Jeff was looking strong.
Yeah, so for context, we're, 11 hours and 8 minutes into the race. Jean Ray, last year, when he set the course record, hit Jackass Junction in 11:43. So David has been trending about 10 to 15 minutes ahead of that, doing the basic math. 11:28 to 11:30 would be David's anticipated entrance into Jackass Junction, so about 20 minutes from now.
So is this the 100K podium right here?
It does appear to be.
Let me just pop back. This might be the second overall. No, this is the second male. We've got some update.
Oh, this
Wait a
feels-
minute. So the 100K finishers have changed. It seems who we thought was F3 has disappeared, and now Sylvie Abel, Bay Area, is now in the F3 spot. So there was some confusion there with the podium for that, but maybe Sylvie was third overall. Or sorry, third female and fourth overall, and then that might be Joseph Roldan.
No, that's Brandon Doogie.
Okay, he was third. Yeah.
It was the third male, sixth overall.
Sixth overall.
Yeah, so Joseph Roldan came through about 17 minutes ago, fifth overall, second male. And so this should round out both your male and female podium. And the fun thing about the 100K is this happens every year, where it's basically genders against each other for like who's going to actually get like cross-country scoring, who would win. So this year, the women took first, second, fourth. The men have taken third, fifth, and sixth. And as it stands, seventh place is currently F4. So cross-country scoring rules, the women are about to take the W here in the 100K, not just individually, but as a team. Meanwhile, eyes on Rattlesnake Ranch out here as we are anticipating the race for the podium on the women's side to be taking shape here momentarily.
Oh my God, looking out there. Okay, we got Adam Peterman pacing Aaron Clark.
There it is. Aaron went through Jackass Junction in 10:22, so about 49 minutes to get from Jackass to Rattlesnake.
We might be expecting to see Corinne at the last fit. She was 4 minutes behind in fourth place. So that's Corinne Shalboy. Then a good gap, 13 minutes back to Lauren Peretz in fifth, and then another 28 minutes back to Anna Luden.
So as we watch Aaron Clark, F3 in Rattlesnake Ranch, almost 77 miles into the race. Worth noting that she is currently on the splits that Riley ran in 2022, when Riley ended up finishing in 14:45. So to be
Aaron is looking calm here. Calm, collected. Got some ice. Still taking ice. So
That
we're
is-
here at 5 o'clock in the evening. It is still in the 90s. It does feel
I
substantially
will say
cooler,
that
though.
ice, great for the guns. Looking
Yes.
real Hulk arm swole right now. Love
Yeah.
that. Ice will make you strong. It is the wise thing to do. And as Aaron Clark, F3, leaves Rattlesnake Ranch, only 3? No, that can't be right. Yeah, I think we had about a 3-minute gap to Corinne Chalvoy, who is sitting in 4th place. So any moment now, given the minute or so stoppage time. Is that Celia hanging out?
Who's Celia Santi?
Yeah.
Well, formerly Santi.
I know that dance from anywhere. But yeah, Corinne Chalvoy, the Air Viper Racing Team member from Colorado Springs, should be rolling in here literally any moment, and so we'll keep an eye out for her.
Okay, and I think we're getting confirmation on the 100K that, in fact, what we just called out, Sylvie Abel in 3rd overall, or 3rd female, not 4th female, was accurate. So that is the podium.
And we got Riley Brady swinging past us. You probably heard the screams out back into headquarters. About to go touch that start-finish line for the penultimate time. 80 miles into the 2024 Javelina 100, presented by Hoka and The Feed. As we get our runner cam up here in headquarters, we'll try to bring that to you. Meanwhile, eyes still on Rattlesnake Ranch as we are looking for Corinne Chalvoy F4. And if I'm correct, fun fact on the Corinne Chalvoy watch is I believe she's also the first Masters runner overall.
Okay.
So
What age is Corinne?
over 40, and that's as much as I'm going to say.
We are both creepily, perilously close to that Masters age group as well.
Hey, listen, man. We don't need to talk about us right now.
Yeah, so we must have missed Jeff Magavero. Still no sign of him coming into Coyote camp. Do you think we're in a similar situation with Cole Watson?
I would assume so. Yeah, I think, like, in my historical spreadsheet over the years of commentating this race, and Aid Station Fireball probably in the chat will support me on this, Coyote camp is the second least reliable timing mat. Rattlesnake is lucky if you get it. So we got Riley coming back through headquarters one last time. The setup. Very wet, staying cool. Reloading the bottles.
And we can see ready to go with Riley. We have the pacer, who's just behind the table here. We got Leah ready to go. So Riley's in good hands. But in fairness, Riley has all the experience at this race. So
Correct. Third time may be the charm here as Riley Brady heads out.
and you're gonna
19 and a half more miles to go to glory.
we're gonna see them running past us in a moment, I think. Shout out to our drone operators with this beautiful coverage coming over the jet quarters here. And then I got a message from Chris Brown. He got word from crew that Jeff went through Coyote in second place.
There it is.
So David Roach, Jeff somewhere in the middle, and then Raj.
And there Riley goes, looking smooth. I don't see any hitch in that giddy up.
Yeah. And still maintaining, putting on the ice bandana around their necks. So It's still hot. Keep maintaining the cooling strategy.
So the prediction model now has Riley finishing somewhere between 14:11 and 14:24. So again, still right on those Heather Jackson second best time splits. No real need from a competition standpoint to go full send for that Camille Herron course record. But hey, do what feels good. Who am I to tell you how to run your race?
With your own experience at this race, we had a great comment from Kyle in the thread. To put significance of the CR in perspective, who are some of the top men's runners who've run Javelina? Who is David beating besides the field?
That is a great question. So let's...
Whoa, yeah, looking at the top 10 times. Dakota Jones in second place.
Yeah, so John Ray last year, Dakota Jones from 2022 ran, I'm just going to scroll over, 12:58. Blake Slatengren last year with the crazy back half of his race, Mr. Consistent, his third fastest time, followed by Ryan Montgomery. And so those are the four individuals who've ever broken 13 here. Then you got Pat Reagan, was just over 13 twice. Ran 13:01 and 13:11. John Ray in 2022 ran 13:05. Dan Green, currently sitting M4, has run 13:18 here. And then Arlen Glick, 13:25. So those are your kind of like top 10 overall times. You got a Tollefson, 13:28. But yeah, we're talking 10 people ever. 10 people ever have broken 13:30 on the men's side at this race.
So I'm looking at the top 10 men and top 10 women's times. 2023 was such a year.
Correct.
What, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 of the top men's times came from last year. 1, 2, 3 of the women's times came from last year. Was last year a cool year, or is just runners are better prepared?
Both. Yeah, I think that it was not particularly warm compared to 2016, 2018. But you also have science making things more accessible, whether that's nutrition and hydration, just like understanding how to fuel, whether that is the fun shoe conversation, whether it's plates or not plates, road shoes versus trail shoes. Listen, both road shoes and trail shoes are just faster now. And so if you have the ability to run over technical terrain, quote unquote technical terrain being the rockiness that we saw David Roche running probably about 10 minutes, 15 minutes ago at this point, you can roll on this. I mean, we're blessed with California carpet. This race is a lot of very similar underfoot. So yeah, last year was just a banger of a year. The fact that it's now a golden ticket race that people know is like the only 100-mile golden ticket race you can use. If you're a 100-mile specialist like an Arlen, you seek this out. If you didn't blow your legs out at a UTMB, I was going to say at a Leadville, but David's just kind of throwing that out the window for me. But if you haven't done a late summer race, like you've had a whole amount of time from even Western or Canyons to do a massive training cycle, get here, run well, and then have a full, what are we at, 9 months, 10 months until Western. So yeah, people are targeting this race. They're getting better at doing it, and we are getting more and more depth in this 100-mile race.
But then we look at our top two men here, and they both ran 100 milers, either a high elevation 100 miler or a high altitude 100 miler. What? When was Leadville? 7 weeks ago?
Yeah.
When was UTMB? 6 weeks ago? David and Jeff. It's frankly quite insulting that they can do this.
I'm gonna be real with you. I'm just like sitting here thinking about my fantasy picks and just recognizing that I'm gonna be just putting up that "I'm sorry I was unfamiliar with your game" meme for like a lot of people, because I was like, I love to be proved wrong. My wife is fully aware of that, but it's just ridiculous to run not even just like run through a UTMB or run through a Leadville, but to like run them hard and run them well, and then turn around and do this. It's insane, absolutely insane. Is that Corinne? No. Who are we looking at?
It would make sense, but she would have dropped a good bit back from Erin. She was 6 minutes behind.
So that's got to be Lauren. It's kind
Is
of
this Rattlesnake?
Yeah, we're still at
Oh yeah,
Rattlesnake Ranch.
updated a Rattlesnake, 6 minutes behind.
Yep, so that's Lauren.
5 minutes, 10 seconds behind Erin Clark. Previously was 4 minutes, so lost 2 minutes on Erin in the last section. But looks in control. Seems to be going pacerless. Fill the ice bandana, put it over, sponging herself. Yeah. Okay, there's a pacer potentially. No, that might be a runner.
Yeah, so
I think that's just a runner.
Lauren Peretz, F5, Aerovipa Racing Team member, has run this race very well in the past, so no stranger to making it happen. In 2022, Lauren ran 16:19
That's Lauren. Okay.
for an 8th place finish. So looking to better that for sure, both in time and place.
Okay, so it's Erin 5 minutes to Corinne, 5 minutes to Lauren.
And so from this aid station, Rattlesnake Ranch, that we're watching, you got about 4 miles until you're back here at headquarters. So all downhill, all pretty runnable. So when folks get out of this aid station, they can cruise for about half an hour to 40 minutes, get back to headquarters, regroup, get a new pacer or get a pacer for the first time, and get ready to send it for the last 19 and a half.
I would love to know the statistic of how much ice was used for Javelina and how that compares to the ice used at Western States.
Great question. We can ask.
Do you not have that on your Excel file?
I don't. I know that we historically have gotten about 20,000 pounds of ice for Javelina. I was here in the 2016 year when the ice ran a little low and folks had to run out and just buy out Maricopa County of ice. So Jubilee and Jamil took it upon themselves, with runner safety being obviously the paramount concern, to make sure they have massive amounts of ice here every year. So 20,000 pounds, what that is compared to Western, we'll have to ask Thornley Bra tomorrow, or maybe tonight if he's out here actually handing out the golden tickets. So details forthcoming on ice consumption. But this is also a significantly larger race, right? We're talking, we said, 1,100 runners between the 100-mile and the 100K out there today versus the, couple hundred that Western allows. So I would assume more ice. But we'll get the facts, because that's the crack journalism we do here. So I'm doing some back of the napkin math over here, so apologies for the
It looks like
silence.
Yes, it looks like Lauren is after making time in that last section. Lauren made it from Jag Quarters to Rattlesnake in 42 minutes, I think. It took Corinne, oh my god, math, 36 plus 16, 46, 52. My math might be off there, but did she make 10 minutes on her in that section? Potentially? The energy is starting to pick up here in Jag Quarters. We can hear the music, I think, gearing up, ready for the 31K to start at 6:30.
I believe it's a 6 o'clock start for the 31K. We've also got a performance happening over by the start-finish line here in about 5 minutes. So getting the vibes spiked again. Just because the sun's going down doesn't mean that the energy is. As we were here getting ready to rock, another couple hundred folks through the desert. Meanwhile, we're eyes here at Rattlesnake Ranch. We have our first 5 women through. On the women's side, we have just level setting Riley Brady out front. Has already also cleared headquarters and is out on their 5th loop. Meanwhile, F2 Hannah Allgood has about a 16-minute lead on F3 Erin Clark. Corinne Chauvoy is another 6 minutes back of her, and in 5th place, Lauren Peretz just left Rattlesnake Ranch a few minutes ago in 11:21. So Anna Loudon should be the next 100-miler that we see come through, sitting in F6. And a former 11th place finisher at Western. So that's the women's race in a nutshell. Men's race in a nutshell. David Rose should be approaching Jackass Junction for the final time here, literally any moment, followed by Jeff McGavero in second, Raj Paul Panu in third, and Dan Green in fourth. We think that Cole Watson and Blake Slattengren are hot in tow.
And we're expecting David Roach to Jackass Junction 5, estimated in about 40 seconds, according to the tracker. So, lap 5, maybe not going as fast.
But we talked about this. David had bled a minute and a half to John Ray's course record just in the 4 miles to Coyote Camp. So, if you scale that out over 6.5 uphill miles from Coyote Camp to Jackass Junction, that could bleed.
It'll be interesting to see how close David was to his own predictions, because what was it at Leadville? He was only 2 minutes off his own predicted time. So it'll be interesting to see if he holds it for this.
So John Ray 11:43.31 at Jackass Junction. So realistically, even slowing down, David's got a comfortable buffer to stay on course record pace. Not that I think that that's his A goal. I think his A goal is just to go and win the damn thing. But it's important to know. But that being said, as we were talking about those top 10 times historically, Blake Slattengren came through Jackass Junction in 11:56 and closed like a bat out of hell to still break 13. So our men that are sitting second, third, fourth, fifth can still certainly slide into the rare air of breaking 13 at Javelina, becoming...
So an update in the comment thread, David was 30 seconds off his spreadsheet prediction.
Well, there you go. And this looks like we have...
Hannah?
That looks like Hannah.
Should be running right behind us here. Hannah back to Jed quarters.
Yeah, that was pretty early on in the loop.
Well,
So
she's updated on the tracker through an 11:28, and we can hear some cheering behind us, and I'm guessing that is the posse chasing Hannah through Jed quarters here.
Yeah.
Which aid station are our eyes on here?
That's Rattlesnake.
That's Rattlesnake.
So
What a spread. We got some chicken salad.
Yeah.
Do not think I would like to eat that in 95-degree temperature. We got vegan chicken salad.
Don't worry. Oh, that volunteer was waiting for the shuttle when I arrived here earlier. So shout out to Lil Bo Peep. Didn't catch her name, but thanks for being out here.
Then we've got the little kiddie pool, in case you need a little dip.
Which, again, you still do. The sun is getting close to setting here. Sunset here is 5:41 with dusk at 6:07 according to my watch. So we are 30 minutes away from approaching the much preferred cooler temps, hopefully.
Why haven't we seen Hannah run behind us yet? Perhaps she went to her crew first before doing the turnaround?
Or people just weren't hype beasting enough.
Yeah. She's snuck
Somebody
in
called
there.
Debo. I want a crack recap from Debo. So if somebody out there happens to have eyes on one Dylan Bowman, tell him to come hang out with us on the couch momentarily.
Oh, they're feeling the heat in Rattlesnake.
All right, so we are now on bleed watch for David Roche. He has now given back more time to John Ray's course record. The question is, how much time has he given up?
What up, Playboy?
One, Stephen Crawford saying, hey, love that. We just had Eric Maya on screen representing Sonora, California. So shout out. I believe he was top 10 here last year, potentially. Correct. Yes, last year, Eric was 8th male, 11th overall. So good to see him back out here for more.
I think one athlete we haven't been talking about at all is our often producer here at Mountain Outpost, Zach Marion. If we want an update for Zach, he said he was just out there for an adventure today. He is through Coyote Camp on lap 3 at 4:09. So that was an hour and 20 ago. He has not updated at Jackass Junction yet.
He said party vibe, party
Yeah.
pace, so I respect it.
Yeah.
Ariane Whitaker, we just saw taking the crazy sponge bath. Yeah, also party vibes, for sure. Big energy.
That's Justin Grunwald just running behind us with Chris Myers as his pacer.
There it is, y'all.
So that's Justin, 11th male, 13th overall, just through Javelina. And I'm thinking we missed just running behind us on it, all good. Still holding on to second place.
This is what we get for watching the action instead of turning around and watching the party behind us. But as you see, Justin cruising along through the loop, about to run himself right into a little drag show. You're also seeing the great tent set up by a lot of our proud sponsors, including CTS, Carmichael Training Solutions, Goo Energy, Rabbit, Squirrel's Nut Butter, and Hoka, one of our presenting sponsors for the feed, as well as the feed, who are set up just behind us, bringing you all this coverage of the 2024 Javelina Jundred, put on by AeroViper Running. If you are new to the game and trying to find out what the hell am I watching, it's a party. And you can be a part of it. Make sure you head over to airviperrunning.com. Find out how you can sign up next year for Javelina or any of the other fine offerings throughout the year that the great team at AirViper put on.
I'm getting so nervously excited to see this 31K. I'm not going to lie, it's been talked up so much. The energy of this, the costumes of this, the vibes, and they're coming in into the darkness and the DJ going in the background.
Well,
Ooh.
here's what you gotta.
Ooh, shivers.
Here's what you have to know, and this is your first time here, so I'll explain it. So Jackass Junction, not just one of the more reliable timing mats on course. It was the original party. So before headquarters became what it is, Jackass Junction was the party. It was where runners who were having a rough day might find themselves, instead of taking a 10-minute sit down, take an hour or two sit down and vibe out. And so what Jubilee and the team did was take the vibe of Jackass Junction and make it an entire loop party.
I love it.
So that's what the 31K is about. If you want to just vibe out and aren't really excited about the prospect of running 19 miles, that's cool. Volunteer at Jackass Junction. If you're like, I want to party but also feel like I accomplished my run for the day, the 31K is for you. And again, super soft cutoffs, right? You start at 6 p.m. You got until like 11 a.m. tomorrow. So you get out there, you party a little too hard, take a disco nap.
Can we just look at the TV here and look at that disco ball?
The vibes are vibing, my friends.
Disco balls and saguaro cacti. This is a view. So I get out for a little jaunt on the course yesterday and got like halfway up that mountain behind, and the toastiness just killed this poor Irish man from San Francisco. Had to turn back a little bit early.
And there it is, Jackass Junction. We have a David Roche ping, finally 11:35.02.
So it's a gap of 21 minutes back to Raj, back at Coyote Camp. I'm going to guess Jeff is about, what do you think, 14, 15 minutes back?
Honestly, I would assume less, because I think that Jeff is closing.
Okay.
I think that Jeff is closing. So as we mentioned, John Ray 11:43 through 91 miles that last time through Jackass Junction. So David is still about 12 minutes up on it, 11 and a half minutes up on it. So holding it together, I guess is what I'm going to say here. Bleeding a little bit more time to John Ray in the course record, but it is all downhill from here. So historically, John ran from Jackass to the finish in 59 and a half minutes. He is the only person to do so in under an hour. Most folks take between 62 and 66 minutes to run this last 9-mile section. So that puts us on anywhere between 12:35 and 12:40 watch for David Roche.
My.
But again, if he keeps bleeding time, if you can't run the downhill section well, and as somebody like a Jeff is chasing you down, you're running out of real estate to do it. So first place is probably feeling pretty secure in David's mind, but this is a section you'd rather like to have legs for than not.
Yeah. Ancient Runner in the comments. That's what we believe. We believe that Jeff is in second place. He did not update a Coyote, but
most people don't.
We're expecting to see him at Jackass in the near future. Just to keep reminiscing on your comments about the parties at Jackass Junction. Chris Butcher here remembers partying at Jackass Junction, the disco, a fire pit burning in the middle, a full bar and a DJ. It was hard to leave and keep on running. Vic, no, we didn't see her leave yet, but I think we may have missed her going by. She might have went before we'd realized she came in.
Yeah, so Liam, 8 Station Fireball, correcting my mental math. I had John on the Jackass out split at 11:43. He went in at 11:42. I did not run through Jackass Junction today, so I can't tell you which side of the aid station the mat is on. Either way, we're talking 7 or 8 minutes up on John's course record pace, not 12, because math is hard.
Here at Jet Quarters, is it at the turnaround that it
Correct.
updates?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, so we saw it in the overhead cam, and we might see it here relatively soon as Scott Jurek is hanging out with Hella Sidibe.
Okay.
Two great Instagram influencers, one for real, one via meme, who may or may not be behind it, running through headquarters. But yeah, we'll probably get a view of it soon, or at least from the overhead shot where that disco ball was. Basically, the runners will head through the Met and then make a hard left turn and go. It basically is a D that they're running through. So they'll go through the Met and then make the curve of the D and head right back out without crossing the Met a second time.
Wouldn't that be the greatest plot twist if Scott Jurek actually ran the your boy Scott Jurek Instagram account? I kind of want to believe that. Our own Mount House own Zach Marion had said he was going to run with Hella for the day, but it seems that Hella may have dropped our boy Zach.
Definitely. Yeah, you know.
In fairness, Zach has been messaging us on the WhatsApp thread, directing and producing from the 100-mile course, so it's very impressive multitasking. He may have ran a bit faster if he was focused on the running itself.
Listen, you can run all the sweet treadmill workouts you want. Oh, we got David Roche on the screen. Basically, the punchline to that was that Zach Marion is a treadmill all-star for a certain brand of treadmill. You can go watch his videos and run along with him. But speaking of run along with him, you're getting that first person running along with view with David Roche right here as he is out of Jackass Junction making his way towards Rattlesnake Ranch. Shout out to our bike cams for getting out there and doing the work. His stride has not changed a lot since we saw him here at headquarters.
But he feels like I'm getting 7:30 vibes from his pace right now. What pace would he need to run to beat the course record?
Wow, Patty.
Look, I saw your Excel sheet. There was a lot of formulas there. But he is looking comfortable. Oh my god, it must be beautiful out on the course right now with this kind of golden hour. See that little bit of pink in the distance in the sky. The long shadow on the saguaro.
Got you. Okay, David would need to... I hate how just like off the top of your head you kind of got this right. From Jackass Junction to the finish, David would need to average basically 7:33 pace.
Okay.
To tie, I guess technically be 10 seconds under John Ray's course record.
Yeah.
But you're getting a great sense of how this course layout plays. It's not just all smooth and buttery, but if you can get into those little tracks, you can have a pretty solid underfoot experience and keep moving forward well. And we mentioned the second half of the loop is the downhill half, so a lot of sticking that belly button forward and just trying to let gravity do the work for you here.
So he's in good hands with Mark Atkinson, himself a very, very good runner. He had some good results at Mammoth Trail Fest this year. Raced against him. He was just outside the top 30 in the final race of the Golden Trail Series, so he can run. And he beat me by about 15 spots at Chuckanut back in the spring.
Hey, listen, man, you just plead the fifth. And you can see off in the distance, the sun is setting. So we're getting that nice red hue taking over McDowell Mountain Regional Park. And now you're getting a sense of the origin of that Arizona state flag.
So I was out there running on the course today, and I was kind of oh, one moment.
Yes.
Get up here.
The answer is obviously yes.
We are unsure if it is the real Dylan Bowman who just walked into the studio, because I've seen about 3 different people dressed as Dylan Bowman. We have a guest speaker here in the studio today. Shooting in from Jeg Quarters. We have a pacer. We have who we believe to be the real Can the real Dylan Bowman
Yeah.
please sit down?
Yes. Yeah, I don't want to self-nominate myself as the pacer of the day, but anyway, we just had an amazing lap. So
She did leave like 15 minutes ago. Are you just getting here now?
yes, she
dropped you
left
that
probably
bad?
about 15 minutes ago. Just saw Aaron Clark coming in third place.
Yeah.
Riley, we didn't get a glimpse of Riley out on the lap, but good competition, man. And yeah, it was great to experience the full loop. I'd never done the full loop out here, and honestly, it's a little bit tougher than I expected.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Walk us through that. Is it the technicality of it? Is it just like the heat and attrition? Like what
Yeah.
was surprising to you about the
So
course?
the first half of our lap was very hot still. So the sun was starting to come down on the second half when it was an obvious welcome respite. But the first 4 miles are pretty simple up to Coyote. And then that 6 mile stretch from Coyote to Jackass is a grind. Like, it's a legit grind. Hannah ran every single step. We barely talked. No complaints whatsoever. Just eyes ahead, eye of the tiger. And yeah, no sign of weakness. Obviously, she's tired or whatever, but she's very much still in the fight for sure. So, and I want to remind our viewing audience here, Hannah had the biggest performance of her career in July at the Eiger by UTMB race. And she was like 30 plus minutes back at about this time in the race, caught and passed the leader with 2 or 3 miles to go. So she fights to the finish, no doubt about it. So I wouldn't want to have Hannah behind me. But Riley seems to be having an incredible day too. So big shout out to Riley.
Absolutely.
Just behind us here, Aaron Clark just passed, and what? She is 19 minutes back from Hannah. So Hannah's looking
And
good
she
into
left.
this final lap.
Yeah. So yeah.
In that last half lap, how much cooler do you feel it is? Like, are the runners going to be feeling stronger now as the temperatures drop a little bit?
Yeah, so subjectively, I started the lap like fully iced down, got myself super wet at Coyote, did the same at Jackass, and then didn't for the second half of the loop. So, and I actually didn't even fill up a water bottle at Rattlesnake myself. So, like, honestly, I felt pretty fine in the second half of the loop. But I mean, Hannah was like full on cooling, dousing, ice in the armbands, ice in the bucket hat, ice around her neck, fully soaking wet. So
Is she going to keep doing that for this lap, or is she going to be trying to get through those aid stations as quick as she can?
we talked about it, and yeah, she determined that she would do the same thing at this aid station. So instead of changing her shirt and leaving dry now because it's a more civilized temperature, she opted to fully soak down again.
Yeah.
So we'll see what she does.
12 hours in now, what was
Yeah.
her fueling strategy there for this last lap?
Honestly, I tried to talk to her about it, but I could tell she didn't really want to.
Okay.
She doesn't really like to talk, it doesn't seem like, out there, which is fine because, as we all know, I talk way too much. So it was a welcome 3-hour respite from having to talk so much. But I tried to gas her up here and there, and, maybe twice kind of reminded her to, are you taking care of yourself?
Yeah.
And clearly she was. I mean, there was no signs of weakness. There was no, noticeable change in stride or reduction of pace. So she was dialed, man. She's a pro.
We have the eyes in the aid station now on Anna Cassius Luden and David Lamb, so 2 Bay Area people running through here now. She is leaving the aid station. She was just chowing down on a gel just there, and she's moving on out in 6th place in the women's race. Seems to be dropping David Lamb, which was expected.
Hey, catch me up. What's happening with Roche in the men's race?
Great. So we can certainly level set for you and for the viewers at home. So David Roche is through Jackass Junction, went through an 11:35. So we got eyes on him here as he approaches Rattlesnake. We would expect him to be basically about halfway between Jackass Junction and Rattlesnake right now. You saw the L on the ground that he just passed. So
he's under course record pace for sure.
Still, yeah, he's about 7 minutes under. He's 12 miles
Damn.
into this loop. So
What was the most ahead of the course record?
hold on, wait. Sorry. I'm trying to do some math because he just passed 12 miles in the loop.
So he's got 7 plus to go
Correct.
with 50 minutes
But as a marker, that means he's 93 miles in, and that took him.
So he's probably right on course record pace.
That took him 17 minutes to go 2 miles.
Oh,
Assuming that mile marker is indeed exactly at 12, which, we're playing fuzzy math, but 3. I mean, yeah, that's where we're at. He basically needs to average 7:30 pace from Jackass Junction to the finish to be under course record. Is where we're working with here.
That's obviously within the realms of possibilities, but that's an uncomfortable position to be in, to be on the gas pedal here these last 7 miles. But man, incredible! I was just talking to somebody, Mike McMonigal, actually, over at the turnaround, and we're just like, dang man, no sophomore slump for David Roche out to Leadville. So if he were able to tag both those course records in his first 200-mile races, that'd be ridiculous, especially as a storyline going into next year's Western States, assuming he would accept his golden ticket, which I am assuming he would.
we could see on the screen he was just after passing a guy in a swap t-shirt, so he's going to be getting some energy from his own athletes out there. I saw a lot of them out there today.
Same, yeah.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, just about a minute ago, Dan Green pinged through Jackass Junction, 11:52 elapsed on the clock. So,
no Jeff.
Still no Jeff. Still no Raj. So Dan could have just made a pass on 2 individuals. And reminder, Jackass Junction is historically the most reliable of the aid station timing mats. So
we were believing Jeff Magavero was in second at Coyote Camp, but he didn't update there. They still have him at Javelina. His last thing was Javelina Quarters. But maybe he has slowed down a lot. Maybe he's even... Who knows?
I'll send a text to Katie Asmith, see if we can get some intel.
But meanwhile, even 11:52 at Jackass Junction would still be the third, historically, taking David Roche out of this, he would have been the third fastest split to Jackass Junction in history. That was Patrick Reagan's 2017 run.
The game has just changed so dramatically, man.
Yes.
I mean, it felt to me like this was not course record style conditions out here today, but I mean, isn't Riley around Camille's course record pace?
No.
Behind it now, tracking pretty much with Heather Jackson's 14:24.
So it's still historically fast.
We just got an update from Jeff and Dan just passed through Jackass. Dan is 2 minutes behind, so Jeff is...
And there it is.
Updated here. They went through Jackass Junction 10 seconds
together.
apart.
Functionally together.
We have got a race for that last golden ticket.
Wow.
Oh
Absolutely.
My. 10 seconds apart at Jackass Junction, lap 5.
9 miles to decide.
So it's Dan and Raj?
Dan Green, second place. Jeff Magavero, third place.
And no Raj?
yet.
No Raj as of yet.
Wow.
Which, based on how Raj was looking as he exited headquarters, would make a bit of sense, but
he had a bit of a stare.
Wow.
But you were talking about like the depth. Last year we did the math. There was like 7 of the top 20, top 10 men, top 10 women's fastest times were last year. How many are we going to get this year?
Yeah.
4?
Yes. if this holds, yes, we will certainly have more as we see Riley Brady here on screen through Coyote Camp. And as Debo was talking about, it's surprisingly grindy to get from Coyote Camp up to Jackass.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a perfect example of what I was trying to articulate earlier. Just you look at the course profile and you look at the finishing times and you feel like it's totally flat.
Yeah.
But it definitely is some grindy miles in there, especially between Coyote and Jackass.
Yeah, what is it, like 200 or 300 feet a mile? I think like I went and did 10 miles or 8 miles out today, and I'm like, wait, when did I get 2,500 feet?
Really? Wow.
It's wild. It just creeps up on you.
All right, boys, I'm going to let you call in our champions here. Thanks for letting me gas up my coach, Hannah Allgood. Big shout out to Hannah. Big shout out to Riley and everybody else out there on the race course.
Absolutely.
Nice work, Debo.
Hope you guys have a great call.
Great work not getting dropped. We're proud.
Every day make us proud. Dylan Bowman, everybody.
So we look over our shoulders here, and the sunset is looking primo today. The runners are out for a treat. And we're getting pretty close. Are we 3 minutes away from the 31K start?
Indeed, I can hear the music bumping. I'm pretty sure that is Jubilee getting ready to send off the 31K. We've got people starting to line the fence behind us to show some love. The downside of the night run is that drones can't really fly at night, not super safe. So we won't get a ton of footage once they are out on course, but we're hoping to get a little bit of action, hopefully, still as they take off. Do I see a Chapel Roan sign? That's hilarious.
I'm just looking at the overall top results here. I'm intrigued to see if Riley can break into the top 5. 7 minutes behind Grant, Hoteling at Coyote Camp 5. So what, 15 miles of racing left, or 14, 13 miles of racing left? Can Riley do it? Can Riley go top 5?
Yes. I think that's wholly within reason. And, this kind of gets into the psychology we were talking about earlier. What's Grant's why? What's his motivation?
Yeah.
So that'll come into play. And then also, what's happening with Raj? And is he going to hike it in? Are we just missing some pings? So there's a world where that also comes into play. Oh, the beautiful overhead shot, as I was mentioning.
Oh my.
The 31K is building here at the start-finish line. We still have runners coming through, getting ready to head back out on a 3rd, 4th, maybe even 5th lap. You see them. They cross that start-finish line, hook through the D, and right back out. And if you're coming through here, you might want to start moving quickly because you're about to have a couple hundred of your closest friends in costume chasing you down, which could be a dream, could be a nightmare. You be the judge.
Okay, so the avocado looks like a very uncomfortable 30K racing costume.
Honestly, it reminds me of like having a large, like a Cadillac rental car where you're not really sure the front end, and all of a sudden you're just like bumping into stuff because you're just a little bit further out than you thought you were.
Yeah.
Also, just the bathroom would be the worst.
Update from the men's race at Jackass. Rajas True in 4th place, 5 minutes behind Jeff. Well, behind Jeff and Dan, and 22 minutes behind David Roach. So that's the top 4 through Jackass Junction into the last section.
Indeed. And so we also have our top 5 women have now all cleared Javelina headquarters. So this party that you see building right now and taking off, there it is. The Jackass 31K night run is off, and they're going to be chasing down the likes of Aaron Clark in 3rd, Corinne Chavoy in 4th, and Lauren Puretz in 5th.
Did I just see a fire dancer on a unicycle?
Yep. Yeah, man.
Seems sensible.
Well, listen. Having spent, a childhood in America and then some time at Hard Rock, I'm reminded by Smokey the Bear that only you can prevent forest fires. So leave the fire dancing, fire breathing, and unicycling to the professionals at home. Please and thank you. Don't do that. We are about to get bombarded with noise as
they're passing us in 3, 2, 1.
We got people who are definitely racing this for real, like just dressed as runners with packs. And then we have some wild costumes. We've got skirts with lights on them. We've got
no sign of an avocado yet.
Safety vest. We got cows.
Honestly, in terms of the frequency of costume, I think it's cows. I've seen the most cows out there today crewing and racing.
Well, it's been a big year for milk.
Big milk year.
Yeah, we're just going to chalk it up to that, I suppose. Balloons. We got Purple Star balloons. Love that. Wondering if those folks might be with our one of our runners for a cause. Okay, that's a trip. We got a butterfly where the wings are actually flapping.
Oh, I love it.
See, but the big thing to notice here with all of these light up costumes is that everybody's going out with a headlamp because it is that time. It also means if you are a runner in the 100-miler and you're coming through at this moment, even if you're coming through for Loop 3, you can now snag a pacer.
So I'm just looking at the start list for the 31K. We got some big names in this race.
Yeah.
Helena Faulkner, talking to her earlier today. She's out there doing it. We got Katie Asmith, our field reporter from today. After 9 or 10 hours of reporting, straight into a 31K. Ryan Montgomery, I was talking to him earlier today, and the MBA program is hitting him, so he decided to bop down to the 31K.
Hey, wise decision. All right, not gonna fault you for having some self-preservation instincts. So you got eyes here on the finish line. The party is still going. We've got, I believe, a second wave of 31Ks might be going out of here relatively soon. But we still have the 100-miler and 100K runners coming in. And then you got crews who are just vibing. They're like, all right, I just sent my runner out. I will see you in 5 hours. Let me be a part of this party. We got a DJ pumping on the stage. We got folks dancing. I'm serious. Like, it is a full vibe the entire night. This ridiculousness will ensue as nightfall has now overtaken McDowell Mountain Regional Park just after 6 p.m. here locally, 12 hours into the Javelina 100, brought to you by Hoka and The Feed, as well as a whole host of our other sponsors bringing this race to you: CTS Coaching Solutions, Squirrels Nut Butter, Goo Energy Labs, Halo. And even though the sun is down, we got just that sweet, sweet sunblock that has been getting our runners through.
I'm loving the fire dancers in the background here. So I'm looking at our women's top 5 here, and just sitting outside of it is our good friend from the Bay Area, Anna Luden. However, she has only 2 spots behind her another Bay Area person, Elan Lieber. So when they catch up, and with the energy of their pacers, including David Lamb, I'm excited to see if they can pick Anna up and get her chasing down the top 5.
Well, Anna, not a stranger to beta breakers with the Impalas running in a centipede. So, they could definitely work together.
Yeah.
And
not a stranger to running with thousands of people in costume chasing them down.
Correct.
From side race beta breakers.
I'm not saying that we should put a team together for next year, but my people will call your people, Patty. All right, so let's level set the race up front. On the men's side, David Roche out front has cleared Jackass Junction about 30 minutes ago. He has a 18-minute lead on Dan Green in second place, who left with Jeff Magavero. We're going to mess that up the whole time. It's fine. But the two of them, second and third, separated by just mere seconds with 9 miles to go, trying to secure that second and final golden ticket. Meanwhile, Rajpal Panu, the man with the flowing locks, 5 minutes behind them out of Jackass Junction in 11:57 as your 4th overall male. And we should have Grant Hodling coming into Jackass Junction momentarily. Meanwhile, on the women's side, Riley Brady out front in first, 11:52 through Coyote Camp. So 16 miles to go for Riley. Meanwhile, Hannah Allgood was behind them by a solid 21 minutes, I believe is what we had chalked that to. And then another 21 back to F3 Aaron Clark. Corinne Chavoy chasing her down in 4th place, and then Lauren Peretz in 5th. So all of our top 5 women are on their final loop, less than 19 miles until they call it a day. Meanwhile, our top 4 men have less than 9 to go. David Roche approaching the final aid station of the race, Rattlesnake Ranch. From there, he will have 4 miles to the finish. If his pace holds up, he should be into Rattlesnake Ranch in literally 2.5 minutes. However, if he continues to bleed time on the course record, that could be 4 minutes, 5 minutes, 6 minutes from now that he enters Rattlesnake Ranch, and then it is him versus the clock, given he has that 17-minute lead over Dan and Jeff chasing. But Dan and Jeff, in an actual heated battle for that golden ticket, they start pushing each other. Iron sharpens iron.
Yeah.
This gap to David could close reasonably as well.
Okay, we have cut over to the live view of the fire dancers. There was some comments in the threads earlier about where's Wally. I found him just behind the fire dancers there. Do I win a prize for that? Thinking back on that race for 2nd place, we are very fortunate to be able to witness the tightness of this battle for the golden ticket. 10 seconds apart. 10 miles to go. Oof. Our hearts aren't ready for this. Oh my god, seeing them swing this around makes me so nervous. Okay, we've got a lot of support for Dan Green. He seems to be one of the crowd favorites in the comment thread here. And he is in for a battle and a half. But let's not discount Raj. Jeff and Dan battling out for 2nd place. Barrage Paul Panu. Only 5 minutes back. And arguably he may be one of the best true runners in the field today. All downhill from here. Okay, my nerves have been somewhat abated by them transitioning from the fire dance to the lights. Nope, back to the fire dance. Oh! How does one even start fire dancing? So with just 2 golden tickets up for grabs, this is going to be a battle for 2nd place between Dan and Jeff. However, potentially if David doesn't accept his golden ticket, it could bump down. So, for example, in the women's race, we have Hannah, might have a 10-15 minute gap in Aaron Clark. But Aaron should still be pushing, trying to hold off Corinne, because, say for example, if Riley or Hannah doesn't take the golden ticket, it bumps down. So 3rd, 4th, 5th, they've all, over the years in these golden ticket races, we've seen someone in 3rd, 4th, or 5th position getting a golden ticket. So top 2 isn't the only thing that matters.
Correct. It's not the only thing that matters. And we have a special guest here in the studio talking about some things that are larger than just running, because running isn't the only thing that matters, but it might help us sort of bring awareness to some important work. So we're joined by Haley with MS Run the US. How are you doing?
How am I doing?
How are you doing? Like,
I'm doing great.
Is this your first Javelina?
This is my first Javelina. Yeah, it's super
prepared?
fun. Sorry.
Were you prepared?
You know, the athlete that I'm here with did try to prepare me, but it is definitely more than I was expecting in a great way. It's just super fun. The athletes are amazing, and the environment is amazing. It is literally a party in the desert while we're running 100 miles. No big deal.
No big deal. No big deal. But you're out here for a big deal, for a very important cause, MS Run the US.
Yeah.
Give us a little insight as to what brought you out here, what the cause is, and what you guys are doing.
Sure. So MS Run the US, our main event is a ultra relay across the United States. We start in Los Angeles every March, and we finish in New York City each August. And our runners for that do 160 miles in about a week. They're doing about a marathon a day for that and raising $10,000 for multiple sclerosis. We raise awareness, and we contribute to some financial aid for people that are affected by the disease, as well as a lot of nutrition and mobility research. But today I'm out at Javelina because our athlete Megan Guler, she is running the 100-miler. And so we're out here to, again, support her, but also to create awareness for MS.
How's the race going for Megan?
She's doing really well. She's in her 4th lap right now. The last time that I got an update, she was 16th, maybe? Yeah. So she's doing pretty good. Yeah. Last year she was here as well, and she finished in about 20 hours, so she's just trying to beat that.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
It's a great goal.
Yeah.
I mean,
Super
so
fun.
Patty here is a researcher by trade, so cares about health. I'm a public health official, so in the non-running space, these are things that we care about. Why do we need to still bring attention to MS? It feels like this is a thing that has been around for quite some time, but like, are we still searching for a cure? Is like what's the what's the real call to action right now? Like, why do we still have to have eyes on this?
Yeah, I think there has been a lot of progress with MS. Like, it's no longer necessarily a disease that people hear about and they're like, oh, I'm going to be in a wheelchair next year. You know, like, I think there's a lot more hope surrounding it, and that's definitely something that MS Run the US wants to shed light on and bring to the forefront. But there is no cure still. That is still something that we're working towards. Of course, there's a lot of development in pharmaceuticals, as well as managing the disease with nutrition, and that's something that we're really passionate about. So the call to action on it really is just to continue to spread awareness. I think there's a lot of folks that are affected by MS, but they don't have a lot of community around it, and they're nervous to talk about it because it is a illness that can be really invisible, and it looks different person to person.
So then the fundraising that you do with MS Run the US, does that primarily go towards research centers, academic research centers, or more for patient support?
Yeah, so we collaborate with the MS Society, which is a much larger organization. The thing that we do with them is coordinate financial aid recipients. So for people that might need a little extra assistance to get like a wheelchair or have a ramp built into their house so that they are more autonomous and independent, it really amplifies their quality of life. And then research-wise, we support 2 doctors. We work with Dr. Terry Walls, who is a little bit of a mover and shaker in the MS space and deeply believes in nutrition as a way to minimize and even improve MS symptoms. And then we also work with Dr. Sosnov. He's out of the University of Kansas, and he does mobility research. A lot of, this is kind of cool. He's working with a little bit of technology and wearables to sort of track movement patterns and see how we can improve falls or any other kinds of mobility issues that might be going on.
How can people find more about the work for those 2 research groups and the work you do?
Yeah, definitely. They can visit our website, msruntheus.org. That's probably the best way to get more information. But of course, we are at msruntheus on basically every social media platform as well. And so you can follow along with our relay. And Megan, who's out here, will have some social media go out on that. And we've got really great videos even on YouTube if you want to check out what our relay looks like.
Excellent.
Yeah.
And do we already have details on next year's relay, and like how can people get involved to support? Do you need volunteers on the ground?
Yeah.
Are you looking for folks to come run? Like what? How can folks help? We have
Definitely.
an active YouTube chat, so let's put them to work.
Perfect. Yeah, let's make them aware. So if you're a runner, we just brought on our 2025 team. There's 19 people that are taking us from LA to New York next year. But we have a run challenge in March called the Hometown Challenge. It's 160 miles in 6 weeks, which for maybe most of this audience is very attainable. So there's that going on. And we have some other events that happen as well through the year too. New York City is a big finish line, so we always invite people out to that as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then relay applications for 2026 will actually open at the end of May. So just follow along and sign up for our emails to get more details on all of that as it comes out.
Excellent.
Yeah.
How much money do you think you guys are going to raise, like every year for the
Sure.
organization?
So we raise a little over $300,000 right now. Our goal is to get to $500,000 in the next year.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
So everyone listening on YouTube, let's help support them get to that 500K goal.
Yeah.
Going to great research, great
Yeah.
academic centers, but also great personal support for patients.
Yeah.
Thanks
yeah.
for doing all the work you do.
Yeah. Thank you guys. Thanks for having me.
Yeah.
Appreciate you. And we'll be sure to continue to shout out Megan as she makes her final 2 loops through the desert. Absolutely. We will make sure that you know when she's coming so you can support her. Awesome. So that's msruntheus.org. Make sure to show them some love. Speaking of showing some folks some love, right now on screen we have Riley Brady being paced out by Aaliyah Yingling as they approach, it should be Jackass Junction at this point. Meanwhile, just 2.5 minutes ago, we saw David Roche blow through Rattlesnake Ranch about 12:16 on the clock. There's probably an official ping by this point that is posted. There it is, 12:15:46.
Oh my, and
So-
we also got a WhatsApp update from our eyes at Rattlesnake Ranch. David did not stop at the aid station. He is 2 minutes ahead of Ree 2023. And a quote from him and his pacer, "We're going for it."
Okay. So, for context, when he started this loop, 20 miles to go, he was about 13 minutes ahead. At Coyote Camp, he had bled 5 minutes. At Jackass, he was 7 minutes ahead. Now he's 2. So he has to put his foot down from Rattlesnake Ranch for the last 4 miles to the finish, 3.8 if you want to be finicky about it, to the finish. Now, that being said, how fast did John run this 3.7 mile section? John Ray ran it in 25 minutes and 25 seconds. So that is the clock.
What pace is that? So we expect that we'll probably get an update from the Dan versus Jeff versus potentially Raj situation in about 14 minutes. Let's see if they made up some time on David, and let's see how that battle for the second golden ticket spot is going. But remember, 3rd, 4th, 5th, depending on if the first 2 take the golden ticket spots, they're valuable spots to have.
Indeed.
Now we've got eyes on Riley and their pacer Leah Yingling.
To answer your question, 6:52 pace is what David needs to run. Or at least that's what John ran. Yeah, it's going to be
How was the terrain for the last 4 miles?
runnable.
Runnable?
If you have the
Rollers
legs,
or just strictly downhill?
should be pretty smooth, all things considered.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not Escondido, which is what they run the first loop being the longest, and then 4 identical loops after that. Escondido is a nightmare, but the trail that they're on now is pretty buffed out. Yeah, as you get closer to headquarters, those are usually the nicer trails because they tend to be the more utilized on a regular basis. So.
And we have an update from Coyote Camp 5. Hannah's through 18 minutes behind Riley.
All right,
so Riley's putting time on Hannah. Riley is 4 minutes further ahead than Hannah at Coyote Camp.
Yeah, they were 14 minutes apart when they left headquarters.
Now they're like 18, I think. So this Dan versus Jeff situation is intriguing.
It's gonna be lit. So this is where. So we were talking about the headlamp situation earlier.
Yeah.
This is where it's gonna come into play because historically, i.e., last year, we had the great battle between Blake Slatengren and Ryan Montgomery for second and third. One of them had their headlamp off. Tactically had the headlamp off. So that
tactical yet off, maybe treacherous.
Listen, you got to risk it for the biscuit. There are only 2 golden tickets, and you just got. At this point, it's your 5th time through that section. Well, 4th time through that section. You hope that you know it pretty well at that point. So we may end up hearing a tale of one or both of these gentlemen fighting for that second and final golden ticket, going 0 dark 30.
And the party is starting to kick off behind us at the start-finish line.
Yep, we have a second wave of the 31K getting ready to rock out. Meanwhile, the party's also going on around the loops. I believe this is Jackass.
And the party is happening, and that guy in the front right's hamstring. He was getting that stretch on there.
So we were talking earlier that this aid station.
One moment. Buckley, that bearded man, is our friend Buckley from North Lake Tahoe. A great human. Great to see him out there. I'm guessing maybe on lap 3 right now.
So this aid station and the debauchery that occurs there was the spirit animal that has become the Jackass 31K night runs. And so the vibes that you see take off behind us momentarily and that you saw take off about 23 minutes ago are epitomized at this aid station as it continues into the night. There's music, there's dancing, there's consumption. It's a good time. We just saw Aaron Jaskowicz from Philly trying to get her bottle refilled and saying hey to the folks at home. So we got the rhythmic dancers throwing down. They are in bibs. Like, they're actually running. Those aren't just performers. Those are people who are like actually getting ready to run, which I wholly respect. It is a whole scene happening out there. And that DJ is going to be still pumping at the finish line all night, as is this live feed. So throughout the night, if you're trying to follow your runners, one, make sure you hit that link at the top of the chat. That's the runner tracker. You can type in a name or a bib number, find who you're looking to find, and keep tabs on where they are at along the race route. And then stay locked into the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel. Because when the elite runners are through, that doesn't mean that the party stops on YouTube. Oh no. Patty and I are here well past midnight, and then we got a whole host of fun fanatics coming in throughout the night, into the early morning, and then all the way to golden hour in that sweet 11 to 12 local time bucket. So
I'm staying up 4 hours past my bedtime tonight.
I feel really bad for you.
That's just till we finish it.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Yeah, buddy. It is what Javelina calls for. It brings out the best in all of us, including Tony with a Sony. Shout out getting that camera held high. The man is having his honeymoon filming Jubilee. So hope Sammy doesn't feel some type of way around that. Jubilee's costume, a little uncomfortably close to a Dallas Cowboys outfit for me, but as an overall motif, I'm here for it and I support it.
These are eyes on Riley. So we got Riley with Leah in support. And then looking at the clock, 16 minutes off the men's CR. David Roach with Alex King in support. Can they do it?
Real Bob the Builder energy you just brought to that call, and I love it. We got Hello Kitty. We've got there's probably an actual name for that costume. Is that a Chucky doll that's about to be beheaded? There's a lot happening. Sometimes we just gotta embrace it. Oh, we got kids. All right.
Oh.
Flap those wings. Flap those wings. Flap those wings.
God, looking to Coyote Camp. No sign of Cole Watson yet. Sixth male. He was looking pretty shook through the last transition point here in Jag quarters. Hopefully it's just a missed pin.
Yeah, I wouldn't put too much faith in the Coyote Camp one.
Okay.
That timing, Matt, not ideal, but for how far back he was to Raj at headquarters. Cole went through headquarters at 10:31. Grant went through headquarters at 11:08.
Okay, wave 2 of the 31K about to take off. And then we just got an update from our people on the ground at Rattlesnake. Mugavero's through 60 seconds ago.
Perfect.
And no, they have not mentioned
Dan Green. So that's.
But let's see.
So Jeff is 13 minutes back of David with 3.7 miles to go.
That was like he made up 3 minutes there.
No. Well,
I'm not much of a man for the maths.
well, they were 17 minutes apart before.
So he's made 4 minutes.
Yeah. So he made up 4 minutes, but again, seems to be running out of real estate.
Yeah.
Speaking of running out, we have wave 2 of the Jackass 31K running out the start line, being led out by the beautiful flapping wings.
And then an update from our person on the ground at Rattlesnake. Dan Green, third place, 90 seconds back from Jeff. So they have both made up time at Rattlesnake on David Roach, but Jeff, 90 seconds up.
But Jeff gapped him by another 80 seconds in that section. So David Roach, barring catastrophe, should have first place and the first golden ticket wrapped up. His eyes are set on trying to break that course record, meaning he has another 13 or so minutes to finish out his run around Western States. Meanwhile, That race for the second golden ticket, 90 seconds, 3.7 miles. That's not a lot of time. That is what a function of a quarter mile apart at best.
We've got some good energy going behind us with the wave 2 of the 31K. If you are looking at the live tracker, Jeff Mugavero is through Rattlesnake, 90 seconds up on Dan Green. It just has not updated on the tracker. So we are David Roach, number 1, Jeff Mugavero, M2, Dan Green, M3. And then also the Coyote Camp, that seems to be pretty inconsistent, so who knows what the story with Cole and Blake is. Jackass Junction is our, that's the one we're looking out for, the trustworthy Matt.
And you see the 31K weaving their way to the last 100 or so meters of headquarters, and we'll head out the Hoka beacons and to the left, and then our eyes will stay focused on those Hoka beacons and out to the right as we eagerly await David Roche coming into the finish.
We have 11 minutes left till the course record.
No pressure, David.
And then update from our boy Chris in the field. Jeff went around the timing mat to avoid a runner who had dropped their light, so he didn't want to knock someone over. That's why he didn't register.
That seems legitimate. We'll allow it.
And very considerate of him.
Just kick the light up.
See, I come from
move.
Dipsy is my race. If someone gets in your way, what happens at the Dipsy stays in the Dipsy.
Great shot as the 31K clears out. That little girl still taking flight in those wings, as well as the rest of our field. A couple hundred more individuals joining the party in the desert, joining their 1,100 compatriots who've been out throughout the heat of the day. If you're just joining in, record high temperatures here for the Javelina Jundred. We clocked in at 4 o'clock to the desk, and it was still 97 degrees out there, which was, I believe, already 3 degrees warmer than the record that we'd seen historically back in 2016, putting those 20,000 pounds of ice to good use. And we've got battles on both sides of the coin of this 100-mile race. In first place, David Roche on the men's side should be here into the finish line in the next anywhere between 8 and 15 minutes as he dances with course record. Meanwhile, in second place, we have a hot battle for the last ticket into Western States between Dan Green and Jeff Mugavero. Jeff in second, 90 seconds up on Dan Green. Those gentlemen left Rattlesnake Ranch just 4 or so minutes ago on their final 3.7 mile grind here to the finish.
If Raj is holding pace with what they ran over the up to Rattlesnake, we would expect him to come through in the next 60 seconds at Rattlesnake Ranch in 4th place. Updates further back from that, Grant hasn't updated the Coyote Camp, so we expect to come into Jackass potentially in 5th place. Cole Watson has dropped. I just got a message from one of my friends, so it seems that Cole is out.
All right, we'll see if that pops up officially on the timing mat. And as we work to find out the details on that, we're going to work to find out a bit about who's brought us this wonderful 2024 Javelina Jundred coverage. We'll see you guys on the other side.
Hey, good morning. Let's go.
You have big goals you want to accomplish. We'll be there with you every step of the way. When the trail gets tough, we'll help you push through. When doubt creeps in, we'll keep you moving forward. Because your journey is our passion, and together, we can accomplish more than you thought possible. CTS. Inspiring, educating, and guiding runners of all abilities. Every step of the way. Get matched with your coach today.
What is the feed? Well, the feed fuels the world's best athletes.
Hydration, gels, chews, recovery, supplements. We got everything you need.
We make your next workout even better. Whether you're training for the World Championships or hitting your next PR, we are here to fuel your success.
Fuel your workout with feed.
Shop today to get your free tour bottle. Visit thefeed.com.
You have big goals you want to accomplish. We'll be there with you every step of the way. When the trail gets tough, we'll help you push through. When doubt creeps in, we'll keep you moving forward. Because your journey is our passion, and together, we can accomplish more than you thought possible. CTS. Inspiring, educating, and guiding runners of all abilities. Every step of the way. Get matched with your coach today.
What is the feed? Well, the feed fuels the world's best athletes.
Hydration, gels, chews, recovery, supplements. We got everything you need.
We make your next workout even better. Whether you're training for the World Championships or hitting your next PR, we are here to fuel your success.
Fuel your workout with feed.
Shop today to get your free tour bottle. Visit thefeed.com.
And we are back at the 2024 Javelina Jundred, presented by Hoka and The Feed. We got eyes here on Jackass Junction, the party on the far side of the loop, as we are watching runners come through. 100K and 100 milers have been grinding throughout the day. Record temperatures in Phoenix, topping out at 97 when Mr. Patty O'Leary and I sat at the desk. Skylar Hall on the call with you, alongside the Irish lad, as we eagerly await David Roche, your M1, to enter the finish line area for his final time. He is dancing with John Ray's course record from 2023.
4 minutes.
Last year, John Ray, 12:43:10. So we've got less than 3 minutes to go for David Roche to come through the finish line if he anticipates to beat that. But the cheers from out behind me at the finish line make it sound like we might have eyes on a headlamp dancing through the desert towards the final beacon.
There is some energy happening behind us.
Meanwhile, behind David, we have Jeff McGavero and Dan Green locked in a battle for second place. Love you too, Tony. 90 seconds apart between second and third place. Reminder, this is a Western States Golden Ticket race. Top two, get that ticket. 90 seconds with 3.7 miles to go. Separate who is going to take home that second ticket. So a lot on the line. Course record watch, Golden Ticket watch. It is crazy on the men's side. Meanwhile, on the women's side, F1 Riley Brady out front has about a 14-minute lead on Hannah Allgood in second place. And then a tight battle for third between Erin Clark, Corinne Chauvoy, and Lauren Peretz. So that's your top 5 on the women's side as they are approaching, our leaders on the women's side, approaching the should be halfway point of the loop, that Jackass Junction that you're seeing right now. It is way more inviting than it seems. I swear, the current character on screen isn't doing it justice. This party in the desert.
So we are sitting probably 100 meters, 50 meters from the finish line. For the people who are panicking that we don't see the finish line, don't worry. He is not there yet.
Also, the crazy thing about nighttime is drones are a little difficult. So we are going to be relying a lot on our folks on foot. So shout out to all of our volunteers, the ones helping you bring the live stream to life, as well as those in the aid stations like you see here.
Okay, we've got an update from Rattlesnake. Raj is through Rattlesnake. Not updated on the tracker, but he is through in 4th place.
We got 13. And so it looks like the course record may have slipped away from David Roche as he enters into headquarters right here. Got about a quarter mile to go. His wife, Megan.
His pacer, Alex.
Course record might be out the window, but the win is not. Enjoy the journey. A man who had not run a 100-mile race until, 7 or 8 weeks ago, is now about to chalk his second win at the distance. David Roche.
Of all
Huzzah,
days,
friends.
On a 100-degree day, he does a performance like that. That is a Hall of Fame performance we have right here. Okay, we're expecting to see him pass by us in the next 30 seconds. He is probably about 60 seconds away from the finish line. We can hear the energy. We can hear every tent just activate as he comes. And here he comes past us. David Roche. Let's go, David. Okay, he's got about 100 meters to go.
The vibe is high, and he is holding on. David Roche, ladies and gentlemen, representing Colorado. But don't forget, he spent a lot of time in the Bay Area, so we're going to claim him for a little bit.
So we will get an update on his final split or his final finish time in the next couple of seconds.
Listen, this is what we know. He might not have got the course record, but this man is about to run the second fastest time in Javelina Jundred history, coming through with the big kick to the finish.
Kick right there.
Last one, best one. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for David Roche, your 2024 Javelina Jundred men's champion and golden ticket recipient. 12:45:06 unofficially on the clock. Huzzah, friend.
What a performance. 100 degrees Fahrenheit today. His second 100-miler. Another Hall of Fame performance by David Roche. Only 7 weeks apart. Well done, buddy. A great performance. Well deserved this win. And can we also give a shout out to Megan, who dropped a pretty impressive pace there the last half mile. Heavily pregnant.
Not skipping speed work.
So we're
there we go. You love to see it. For the children. Listen, it takes a village. We've talked about it all day. A runner to put together a performance on this course, whether it is David up front or the folks that are going to finish just in the golden hour, it doesn't happen with just the runner alone. There are so many people that help bring them to the start line, let alone the finish, and you see that playing out right here. So much love and appreciation flowing from David out to his crew, his family, his friends. Shout out to everyone involved helping all of our 1,100 plus 100K and 100-mile athletes get around here. And a special shout out to David Roshan and family and friends and the whole SWAP team, whether they're out here running, whether they're an athlete, or they just are a bit fanatical for the podcast.
So David's right arm seems to have a good bit of blood on it, so he either had a brush with a cactus or with a rock out there. So we're going to have him in speaking with us sometime in the near future. So we're excited to see how his journey was out there.
Blood, sweat, and tears. You love it. You love it. And so while David gets his much-deserved congratulations, our eyes will continue to watch that same final loop that he just ran, because second and third place should be approaching relatively soon. We've got Jeff McGavero versus Dan Green, 90 seconds apart with just 3.5 miles to go.
So we are at 12:47 clock time right now. Jeff went through Rattlesnake with how many miles? 4 miles to go?
3.5, 3.7.
3.5. He went through that in 12:28. Dan Green, 12:30. Raj, 12:42.
And this is a section of the course that is historically run in about 25 to 26 minutes for your sort of fast finishing individuals. So
poor David's only finished the race about 3 minutes, and we already have a race director from Western States questioning him about whether he's going to take the ticket or not.
No pressure. No pressure.
Take your time.
So reminder for folks at home on this men's race, only 4 men ever before today had gone under 13 hours. We're in a world where we've just added 1 and we may add 2 more. So
we estimate they should be coming through just before 7 p.m. perhaps, if they're running well.
Correct. So we got our bike cams out there trying to find individuals, Jeff and Dan specifically, to make this happen. But we talk about it. This could be a 0 dark 30 situation. Look for some individuals run without headlamps. They might be the ones who are battling it out there. Meanwhile, we do still have a fantastic race on the women's side.
Oh, we just had some updates actually at Jackass Junction. Blake and Caleb are through, so the top 7 are through Jackass Junction. We were anticipating that Riley was going to be after breaking into the top 6, but Riley is now 8th overall, F1, still at Coyote Camp. Not through Jackass yet.
I'm looking at the historical split data from anywhere from 55 minutes to an hour from Coyote Camp to Jackass Junction. So Riley having gone through an 11:52. Yeah, really any moment now we would expect Riley Brady, our F1, to come through Jackass Junction. They've got the lead over Hannah Allgood. F2 had a 14-minute gap there. So Riley outpacing, just trying not to bleed more time. Meanwhile, F3, F4, and F5 in a tight battle. That's Aaron Clark, Corinne Chavoy, and Lauren Peretz were only separated by 7 minutes to get that final podium spot. But Riley Brady and Hannah Allgood sitting in the golden ticket seats, trying to hold on.
So as we watch the TV here, can anyone predict what Craig was just asking David there? Can we get an exact quote from the people, please? David, it's not that hot. What you did today is much worse. How about that?
Well, to his credit, there's a lot more water available to dunk your body in at Western than there is here. And I would say infinitely more trees over the course of the race. So yeah, maybe that will be a trend that we see in.
Okay, so we see them lining up
8
for the
months'
group
time.
photo. All the credit to David's crew. It's the crew, it's the pacers, it's the partners, it's the parents. They're all there with him. And little Leo as well. Who seemed to be devastatedly crying that David didn't get the CR. Okay, I think we're expecting the next 8 minutes. We would expect to hear second and third, the cheers erupting into the distance as they approach the finish line.
See, here's the thing. If you thought David had a nice kick, we are going to see one here in headquarters. It is going to be a 2-up race for the last 400. So while you see David getting taken care of, trying to make sure he has all the things he needs, drug testing also present, I'm pretty sure. So love to see that. If you want to make sure that you have everything you need, whether you are a runner, a crew, a pacer, or just a huge fan of what Javelina is doing for the world, you can hop on and get a 2024 Javelina Jundred tee on the website shop.mountainoutpost.com. Once again, head on over to shop.mountainoutpost.com. Show your love for Javelina.
We got some Jeff McGavro fans
The same. I can't
running
even.
behind us.
And here's the thing. It is hype. We're hearing cheers in the distance. It's time. We are on Jeff v. Dan. Jeff, Dan, then Jeff. Which order will they come in? Will they come in holding hands? My money's on not the last one. But love to hear you guys in the chat. What do you think is going to happen? How do you think it's going to play out?
So it's intriguing. The battle for second place is intriguing on the men's side. In the women's side, second and third coming out of Javelina headquarters on the end of lap 4 look to be a decent gap.
It
Remember,
is
third,
loud.
fourth, that is an important battle. Whoa!
There it
Wait
is.
a minute.
There it is.
Jeff Magavero, second place. Where did he come from?
It seems like hell based on his costume that we've seen all day, but he rose out and made it happen, ladies and gentlemen. 12:54.44 unofficially to just blitz the last section of the course and secure. Oh, man.
How many minutes did he make back on David in that last section? His estimated split from Jackass to the finish was 7:02 pace. My. We didn't get an update because of him dodging the headlamp dropper at Rattlesnake Ranch, but I am so intrigued to see how quick he did that last 3.7 miles. So impressive.
If we just talk about his split from Jackass to the finish, that is crazy.
Yeah.
He split, what? Is that an hour and 2 minutes for the last 9 miles of the race? Which, I mean, you gotta be pretty. That's like a 5th or 6th fastest final half a lap split in history. So the other people who did time similar to that were all slower than 13 hours. So
we're intrigued to see. Dan was 90 seconds back at the last aid station. We have not seen or heard him pass behind us here 60 seconds from the finish.
Also, again, to put it in context, Jeff McGavro, second place here at the 2024 Javelina Jundred, securing that second golden ticket spot, already being hassled.
Craig, give him a second, please.
Already being jockeyed for it. But, hey, Jeff, you can't be too upset with the second place because he just ran what is now he's ran just the fourth fastest time in race history. Excuse me, third fastest time in race history, beating Dakota Jones's previous course record from 2022. So, Dan Green finishes out. He could be the fourth fastest ever. Man.
Okay, Dan Green, where are you? Can we get a third man under 13 hours? We're going to be tight. 3 minutes to go. And I think retrospectively, the Jeff Magavero fan who shouted at us when he ran past was probably none other than Jeff, his pacer. Jeff, cold. A lot of Jeffs going on here today.
Look at Craig's like, yo, let me get your details. Meanwhile,
Dan Green.
DG coming through 12:58.07 unofficially for what will now be the fifth fastest time in race history. Certainly the fastest third place.
And Raj is going to break into this top 10 as well.
Actually,
we're going to have 4 new times at the top 10 on the men's side.
Yeah. Actually, I think that tied Ryan Montgomery's fastest third place. Listen, silly. This whole men's race has just been silly.
On a 100-degree day. Sorry, I keep saying 100 degrees. Fahrenheit, sensible units, 38-degree day.
Wow. Okay. No
Sorry,
need.
the Irishman.
Yep. Way to bring that out. Getting love. Hell of a third place finish for Dan Green. Holding it down. Like, you can't be mad at that.
Did you get that aid station fireball update? He was
No.
saying 102.11. Jack Aston finished the second fastest ever, only to John Ray last year.
Yeah, that feels right.
The hottest year yet, and 3 in the top 5 overall times. So impressive. Dan Green, Jeff Magavero, David Roach. Kudos to you lads.
Dan Green ran here last year. He ran 20 minutes slower last year in 15-degree cooler temperatures.
Also retrospectively realizing that the person who shouted "Get Dan companies give Dan Green a sponsor" was none other than probably Dan Green or his pacer as they ran by our seat.
Yeah,
60 seconds
I think they wanted the state of West Virginia to sponsor Dan Green, which, I mean, call your tourism bureau, I guess. But Dan Green, first 100-mile performance under 13 hours. And I hope he enjoyed the heat because this man has signed up for Cocodona. So he should be pretty ready to run.
What time of year is Cocodona?
May. Which very well can be 90 plus at the start. So
who knows, depending on if
buddy.
David Roach or Jeff Magavero take the golden ticket. Perhaps he might have a Western States to do. So that might make his Cocodona 250
great training block. That's a solid week. But you got the Montana boys on screen. You got Jeff Colt showing some love to his teammate, Jeff McGavero. Second place here at the 2024 Javelina Jundred, brought to you by Hoka and The Feed.
Funny little moment earlier today. I had someone come up to me and said, Jeff McGavero is after dropping out. Jeff Colt was dressed as Jeff McGavero, and he did such convincing Jeff McGavero. People were convinced it was Jeff Colt Jeff McGavero just wandering around the finish line area after dropping. Fear not.
Love that.
He was flying. And here he is with a second place and an optional golden ticket to take and a sub 13 top 4 times of all. He just signed something. Was that an autograph? Was that a registration for Western States? Who knows?
I wonder if you told Jeff 8 years ago when he ran 12:51 for 100K at Never Summer, hey man, you're going to run this for 100 miles someday, what he would have said. I guess we get to ask him that relatively soon. But that's what he did. Ran faster than his 100K debut here to secure his second place and a golden ticket.
Okay, so next person to the finish line, we expect it to be Raj. Got through Rattlesnake at 7:42. Estimate 8:13, so in about 11 minutes perhaps.
Meanwhile, we do still have eyes on Jackass Junction as we are awaiting Riley Brady, F1, to trip that timing mat literally any minute now.
I'm so intrigued to see what's happening with F3 through F5. Aaron Clark, Corinne Chalvoin, Lauren Peretz. They all left Jag quarters into lap 5 7 minutes apart. Let's see if they get into Coyote Camp or Jackass Junction, what the gap is going to be then.
And we also have to see if Debo's insight proves prescient, because he said Hannah Allgood was down further at, was it Iger back in July and came back to Storm for the win. Hannah had already taken out 3 or 4 minutes from Riley in the first 4 miles of this loop.
Hell of a contrast between an Iger and a Javelina, though, in terms of a course. Technical, steep. This is pure running. However, Hannah did have a great race at Chuckanut, which finishes with that 10K
True.
hammer at the end. So Hannah's got some legs.
Listen, Hannah trying to see if she is indeed the superior hybrid athlete, going from mountains to
Wait, also actually
smoothness.
looking at her results from this year, she was only 3 minutes behind Rachel Drake at the Gorge 30K, which is a fast course.
Wheels.
Rachel Drake, world class. We got some cheering in the background. Unsure who it's for.
So eyes here at the start-finish line as we are just past 7 o'clock local time, 13 hours into the 2024 Javelina Jundred, brought to you by Hoka and The Feed. Also got to shout out our other proud sponsors, Tannery, Goo, Squirrel's Nut Butter.
And also we have an update from Jackass Junction.
Hey-o.
Riley Brady, 8th overall, F1, into Jackass Junction, 13:04.
All right. Time for me to start crunching some numbers.
What's the difference between your estimator and the one we have on the website? Similar?
Overton window. You'd have to ask Jamil about
Yeah.
the math.
So we're predicting here it's going to be a 9:30 p.m. finish if Riley keeps this pace. So for a 14:30, which would put them in the 3rd fastest time.
Let's see. I have a window of The window on my predictor would be 1407 to 1428. Probably closer to the 1428 side of it.
Okay.
But that being said, now the clock runs. How far back is Hannah Allgood at Jackass Junction?
Also, can we give a shout out to the 100K runners who are finishing and the 100 milers who are just coming in right now with maybe 2 laps to go? Would there
Some
still
for
be people
2,
who
some
went
for
3?
1. I believe we have some folks that would be heading out for Loop 3.
Yeah,
Cutoff.
of course, the 30-hour cutoff.
Correct.
Yeah, we're only 12 hours in.
Yeah, the cutoff might not be until about 11 p.m. I'll have to double check that
15 hours.
in the guide, but yes, we have right now on course 100 milers, 100K athletes, and the Jackass 31K. You see the action here at, I believe this is Jackass Junction. So yeah, folks are grinding this. Basically, you can't go anywhere in this 20-mile loop and not loosely see someone in front or behind you.
Yeah.
You'll see some headlamps somewhere. So if you're looking for a buddy, or if you're not, and you're about to still make a new friend either way.
The temperatures feel great now, so I'd say the runners are feeling a lot of relief now that night has come.
Yeah, now comes the fun task of if you, for instance, we're in the middle of a loop and we're completely soaked, and now that the sun's gone down,
yeah,
trying to troubleshoot, making sure you don't get too cold.
So my phone says 28 Celsius, which, God, you're silly.
I'm sorry,
Fahrenheit.
sir.
What does that mean?
We need
That's
freedom
an
units.
82 Fahrenheit. Okay, I'm thinking we're expecting to see Raj coming through in the next 5 minutes. So.
So you see these wonderful costumes out in the field. A lot of fun being had all around this Javelina 100 course. A lot of energy being brought by the aid stations. You got Thing 1 and Thing 2, always a classic. Dr. Seuss costume.
So I've been staring at this Coyote Camp update for the last hour, and we haven't really had any updates in a while. So I'm anticipating that we may have quite a few missed people at Coyote Camp 5, and we would expect to see people starting racking up at Jackass Junction in the next 30 minutes. The likes of Ferdinand, Matt, Justin, Tony, and Aaron, I expect, are true Coyote. Because Aaron Clark left here at 11:47. Running, she left here an hour and 20 minutes ago. You would expect she would have been true Coyote by now.
Definitely. Yeah, so historically, Loop 5, it is approximately between 90 to 100 minutes to get from headquarters out to Jackass Junction. On the slower side of that, it may be, as slow as 145, 146. Both Devin Yanko and Riley Brady in 2022 in that heated battle ran 146 from headquarters to Jackass Junction on the 5th loop. But that's about as slow as we would anticipate any of these athletes getting around. So do the math. From 11:47, so 13:20. Yeah, so we're talking somewhere between the next, honestly, within the next 15 or so minutes, we would expect F3, F4, and F5 to roll into Jackass Junction.
And at the finish line, Took Dan Green 28 minutes to get from Rattlesnake to the finish. Rajpal Panu left 30 minutes ago. So we would expect to see him coming through very soon, depending on how well he's running.
Correct. Yeah, that was one of the conversation topics about Raj coming in, is that he hadn't run a whole host of very technical races. And now that I'm thinking about it, hasn't really had to race at night.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Like Jackpot, he ran so fast that there was no sunset, and even still, it was all concrete path with uplights. Here would be the first time potentially he's had to race in the dark, so that may
That's a really
factor
good point.
into this last little section for him right here.
Also, I think he's out there without a pacer, so I guess a lot of his races up to now may not have had pacers even as being an option. Would those ones like Jackpot do pacers?
No, not for a USATF race,
Yeah.
especially on a looped 1 mile course. I don't even know when you pop them in.
Beautiful shot now across here, the party headquarters at Jag Quarters. Beautiful looking at those shadows.
Awesome. So you can actually get a very good appreciation. So the runners will enter on the left side of this shot. You see the two, well, basically the thing that was a very bright ball, that yellow area. That's where the runners will come in. They will go sort of on the bottom of the screen underneath those blue string lights, run all the way around those tents, really through the tents, and then come back through that green hallway into the finish line. So when you enter headquarters, you are so close, and then have to run a quarter mile around and back. So great for picking up vibes, but if you are on your, if you're struggle busing your way and you're just like, why can't I just cut this tangent and be done in 15 steps instead of another 300?
Give people on context on pacers. It's kind of just a US thing. Does any other country use pacers in a 100-mile race? Europe, no. Asia, no.
Your guess is as good as mine. I mean, you've actually raced internationally, and
I've never had a pacer.
Gone on a honeymoon,
Yeah,
so
I've never had a pacer, and I've been a pacer many a times, but just here in the US. Still unsure. It's still out for me. I'm still unsure if I'm a fan of pacers or not.
Well, listen, Patty. Sometimes when life affords you options, you just got to take advantage of them.
Oh, when I ever try to do a 100-miler again, if I do it in the US, I'm definitely going to take some pacers. I might as well suffer with friends out there. They can pat me in the back as I dry heave off the corner of the trail.
So we got eyes on the start-finish line. As you see, runners come across the timing mat, make a left turn around the skeleton. As you see the runners doing right there, and then they head right back out for that loop.
Okay, we've got eyes on Raj. He's into the base camp within the last quarter mile. 4th place, anticipating running at 13:14 to 13:16 time. Where will that put him in the top 10? He needs to get in under... Oh, this is going to be mixed up. He might not be in the top 10. You already have 3 under there. So Dan Green's time is out. Arlen Glick's 2021 time is out. Patrick Regan's time is out.
Yeah, this is likely going to be the 11th
Let's go,
fastest
Raj!
time ever.
But I don't think he's into the top 10 overall. I think
No, he will be the 11th fastest finisher in Javelina history, and will hold the mantle of the fastest 4th place finisher, bumping Dan Green down that list. But Rajpal Panu, the man with Bay Area ties, working the full-time gig in Denver, running loop after loop around Wash Park, comes out to the desert on a mission. He said very clearly what he was aiming for, and it is the epitome of the if you aim for the sun, you'll still end up amongst the stars. That is Rajpal Panu's day right here.
And can we just reiterate, he's also a full-time teacher, one of the most laborious roles that one can do. And he's mixing in all this training on top of that, so kudos to him. And thank you for what he does for his full-time job as well.
So here he is, Hoka's very own Raj Panu, finishing off his 2024 Javelina Jundred, 13:16:30 on the clock.
Oh, well done, buddy.
Raw dogged it to the finish.
Oh, we did have a pacer.
Oh, he did have a pacer.
Oh,
All right.
no raw dogging.
No, never mind. But impressive nonetheless. As I said, I got to share some miles with Raj about a month ago. And we talked about, like, what does this mean for him? Like, what does this race mean for him? And based on what we talked about, I think this is going to still be a successful day.
Big time.
Yeah, I mean, he's big on being present and being mindful, and he's really leaned in and been intentional around doing that work. And so I'm hoping that as he gets through this
cramps.
very painful situation physically, that he's going to be able to reflect and appreciate how much stronger that's made him mentally, emotionally, psychosocially.
4th place in the fastest Javelina 100 men's race of all time. 11th fastest time of all time. The fastest 4th place finisher ever.
I mean, and for a trail debut
Yeah.
at the 100, I mean, not shabby. Not shabby at all, friend.
A role model for his students, this lad. Though kids, don't do ultras till you're older. Definitely not 100 milers anyway.
And if you're sitting here being like, you know, I normally look like I'm in that much pain when I run, I might as well just sign up for a 100 miler or a 100K or a night 31K. You can. Head on over to airviperrunning.com and sign up. Let's get you out here next year. Be a part of the party.
Okay, update from Jackass Junction. Hannah Allgood is in. 9th overall, F2. 13.5 minutes behind Riley Brady. Let us see what the split was.
That's 12 and a half.
12 and a half. See, I just get computers to do my maths these days.
Correct.
Oh,
I normally do.
remember when I got an A1 in maths back in Ireland back in the day. Oh, how the mighty have fallen.
You said so many things that I did not understand there.
The subtitles got it, I hope. Have people been struggling with the Irish accent out there? He's all getting it?
Oh, Patty, I love you. I'm trying to figure out how much more time Hannah pulled back. So at Coyote Camp,
there was 18 minutes.
it was 17 minutes at Coyote Camp.
I rounded up.
Okay. 17, 18 minutes, whatever, trail math. And now it's down to 12.
Oh. Riley, you better keep moving.
And so
Hannah Allgood is chasing.
So 5 minutes closed down in a 6 mile stretch that is the most technical and uphill. So we've got 9 miles to go. Basic math. Hannah has to average essentially 50 seconds faster per mile downhill, more or less, than Riley. The race is still on for first.
Mm-hmm.
The race is still on for first. As we just saw on the men's side, a lot can happen in that last 3.5 miles. So, who did Debo say Hannah had pacing?
I'm not sure. People out there, do you recall? How's it going? Someone shouted at me. I'm not sure who it was.
Oh, man.
So still no updates on F3 through F6. Well, I guess Hannah just passed through Jackass, and Coyote does not seems to have given up on us completely.
Yep. So we would expect on that women's race, F3, Aaron Clark, F4, Corinne Chavoy, F5, Lauren Peretz to be in Jackass Junction within the next. They should be in within the next 10. So if one of the three of them has legs to really put in work on that uphill rocky section, they could be eating into that gap of both Hannah and Riley as well. So we'll keep eyes on Jackass.
And thank you for the update, Logan Lemke. It seems Alison Baca is pacing Hannah out there.
Strong.
But
Strong.
Riley's got Leah Yingling.
Not going to repeat that. Yeah, speaking of Leah Yingling, I heard she said she was going back and forth on wanting to run Javelina, but I heard that she just has somebody that she can make run Javelina. So a former overperformer at Grindstone, Mike, can we get you on record? You running Javelina?
Someday.
I heard a yes.
Hey, especially if they make it a night start.
So Shit in the Woods himself, go give him a follow on Instagram as he's here uploading some images.
Primo photos throughout the day. He was lamenting he didn't have enough Instagram accounts to upload all the photos earlier.
So he will be out here for at least a night 31K because the man loves a night start apparently.
So another update to Jackass Junction. Our top 10.
Give it to me.
M8, 10th overall. Justin Grunwald is through. 2 minutes, 25 seconds behind Hannah Allgood.
Let's go.
Speaking of people who have crazy dual careers with athletics and full-time jobs, Justin, hats off to you, Doc.
You gotta love when volunteers just rock up like, what do you need?
You know.
What do you need? What do you need?
What's up, cows? Where's that Paulius? Let's go, Paulius. Okay, sorry for shouting into my boy from Marin County, from the Bay Area. Paulius Dragunas is out there. And he just passed through, going in onto his 5th lap in 25th place.
Was he wearing a cow
M19,
vest?
And him and his crew were all wearing cow vests. Aaron Kabula and Ben Moore, I think, are his pacers today.
For how much crap I used to get for my college mascot being a purple cow. Cows are making a resurgence, baby.
As someone who grew
Let's
up
go
in a
East.
dairy farm back in Southeast Ireland, dairy cows are in.
Dairy cows are in. Put it on a shirt. Dairy cows are in. Also in is the aid station volunteers, crushing it right now. Shout out to all of our volunteers around the course, making sure that our runners are getting through functionally, fairly, and safely through the night, as we have 3 different races still on course right now. You're tuned in to the Javelina Jundred coverage on the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel. We're going to be with you all the way through Golden Hour tomorrow morning, as well as the awards ceremony. So make sure you hit that subscribe button and then click that bell so you get the little notification when we switch feeds, and keep the party going all night long. All night. That's right. Yeah, it's nighttime. And if you're new to the Mountain Outpost scene, nightfall means Aravaipa after dark. So as we wrap up our podium on the women's side, as we got eyes on Riley Brady right now with the bike cam, we get them through, then things are going to get silly. So make sure you put the kids to bed and stay up with us as we rock all night long. Speaking of rocking all night long, Riley Brady being paced by Leah Yingling. Bike cam cruising along. We talked about how this race for first is tightening up Do you notice anything about Riley's gait or stride that's changed since earlier on? And just like mentally, where would you be right now?
But look at Riley, like say for example with Roach, he was tucking in behind Alex King. He may have been struggling a little bit in that last lap. He was using his pacer to this extent. Riley's 2 steps ahead of Leah. Riley's feeling strong, moving well. However, she's still dropping time to Hannah. Or they're still dropping time to Hannah, so Hannah must be firing on all cylinders right now. But Riley, you're moving well.
So you're a little bit more well versed than I am in the racing sense with the headlamp. Would it make sense for the pacer to be like pacer position with the headlamp? Do you think that matters?
I would ask that pacer to turn off their headlamp.
Okay.
Pacer running behind you with a headlamp and you having a headlamp, your shadow kind of gets in the way of their headlamp, and then you have some little bit of trippy double lighting going on at the side. Honestly, I would be frustrated. I would like even the light of the bike. The bike is far enough back. We're good. But I would ask my pacer to turn the light off, which I think Leah seems to have done.
Right on. Right on. Well, we don't want the bike to turn off their light completely because
we
want our volunteers to be safe.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, also yes, bike danger.
As
someone who in the last couple of years went head over my handlebars and broke several teeth in my upper jaw. Keep your lights on. Safety is sexy.
So as we follow Riley Brady, F1, sporting a 12-minute lead through Jackass Junction with 9 miles to go here in the 100-mile race.
So Riley, what time have they run at this before? One of the 14s, one of the 15s?
Great question. Let me flip tabs. That feels right. 2022's time. Well, let me go 23 because that one's already highlighted. 23 was 15:29, so that was last year.
What position was that?
F3.
F3.
Last year for F2 was 14:45. So well ahead of that again. And gone from F3 to F2, currently sitting in F1, being hunted. So still a lot at stake, but the upward trajectories are overlapping at the moment, and Riley is working to keep them that way, both in position and time.
Looking at Riley here, Riley is moving well.
Yes, Riley, 13:04 through Jackass Junction is 28 minutes faster than that 2022 time where they were F2. And recognizing split 73 minutes from Jackass to the finish. Still looking at, a sub 14:20 finish in the cards for Riley, which I'll remind you would be the second fastest time ever. So nothing to scoff at.
Yeah, looking at Riley's times from Rattlesnake to the split. To the finish. Lap 1, 7:03. Lap 2, 7:36. Lap 3, 8:14. Lap 4, 9:01. Can Riley improve on those times? Obviously, you get slower throughout the day. Looking at my completely inaccurate and unscientific look at Riley's pace right now, I'm going to predict that's an 8:26 pace we're looking at right here.
Good hip drop. Things are going well for Riley at the moment. Trying to keep him that way, recognizing that Hannah Allgood, F2, hot on her heels, on their heels, 12 minutes back. But at this point, we've got probably about 6 miles to go.
Mm-hmm.
Little 10K to go to finish. So
I guess Hannah is probably a more established mountain athlete and like more technical course athlete than Riley. Hannah ran 10:28 from Coyote to Jackass, which I guess, apart from the first little loop, is probably the more technical part of the loop. And then Riley ran 11:09, I think it was. So that's where that 30 to 40 seconds over that 6 mile section was probably where Hannah made up a lot of that gap. Now, let's see which of them can run faster on now the flatter descending section.
Trying to do some quick math here. Only 5.
It's okay, thank you, Tara G. Can Patty saying "safety is sexy" be my ringtone, please?
So I can't. So only 5 women have run under 15 hours here. Correction, 6. 1, 2. Well, I should say 7 times, but it's split between 5 different women. They've run under 15 hours, Riley being one of them. Looking on pace to put up time at number 8. And if this trajectory holds, is dancing with the potential to be the second fastest time in history. Sort of worst case scenario, not worst case scenario, but like regression to the mean scenario, would still be the 3rd fastest time.
Are we just going to move into Skylar's Stats 101 here with the regression to the mean?
Hey, listen.
I've had a lot of schooling and I still have no idea. Actually, wait.
Well, the law of
don't tell
large
any future
numbers would
employers that.
suggest that if you throw a bunch of things at a wall for long enough, eventually they're going to all kind of work out to the average. I don't know if that's factually accurate. That's why I married a math major. Thanks, babe.
Yeah, so looking at the further back in the top 10, bib number 1, Joe Corsione, has been at Coyote Camp for the last... Okay, Joe is through Coyote Camp at 13:02. No, I think his name has been at Coyote Camp for a long time. So people were asking as where Joe Corsione is now and why hasn't Joe updated at Jackass Junction. Jackass Junction is pretty consistent, so might not be having a good day out there, or maybe got through Jackass and it didn't update. So I'm unsure. For the people asking about the women's CR.
Yeah.
2021. Camille Herron, 14:03:23.
Indeed. Finishing with the lightsaber, the iconic video.
That's right.
Coming through the finish line. So I think I was DJing that edition. And like it was wild. It was a good time. Also, fun fact, I'm pretty sure that was the year that she requested that I play Limp Bizkit's Nookie, which was not a request I was expecting to come from Camille Herron. So there you go. Just put that in your Rolodex of fun facts.
Okay, now looking at amount of people still in the race. It has 672 names still up there, but some of them are, I'm guessing a lot of these may have dropped, the ones who are still on lap 1 or lap 2. Yeah, definitely. But I just got a statistic from Jam himself. We're at 111 DNFs total so far across the distances, 70 in the 100 miler and 41 in the 100K.
That's actually, thus far, a pretty great attrition rate. Historically, like if there was a 60% finisher rate for Javelina, that is a great year for them. So
What did you predict earlier today? You predicted a 51%.
I thought it was going to be 51% finish rate, which, again, I'm not trying to root against people, but it was just crazy hot. And who knows? Maybe people have been listening to more podcasts around heat training and everybody was ready for it. So I'm that dude sitting at the table with the prove me wrong sign, and they're making me look bad. But speaking of making me look bad, the people out there in the costumes in the Jackass 31K are killing it right now. We have 13 people through Jackass Junction. Matthew Vera out front with a 5-minute lead over Cal Calamia. Mickey Davis.
San Francisco.
Indeed.
Cal Calamia. Neighbor.
Mickey Davis is F1 sitting in 3rd overall. Ryan Montgomery coming through in 4th overall. And then you got Courtney Barnes at 120. And then there's a 6-minute gap back to Helen Mino Faulkner and Katie Asmuth. So I'm sure that's a party crew right there.
Oh, big time.
So Jackass 31K working their way through the desert, as well as is Riley Brady. As you see on screen, they are crushing it, trying to work their way back into Western States. As you see on the graphic on the screen, ran 15:29 last year. Also has a 14:45 to their name from 2 years back. Trying to put both of those to shame as they cruise along towards Rattlesnake Ranch.
Little update from the 100K. We have 20 finishers, 20 here to the finish line. We just had Caitlin Sheasley finished in 12:25, 7th overall. So 13 men, 7 women across the finish line in the 100K. But remember, very impressive F1, F2, and F3 in the 100K in the top 4. 4 females in the top 7. Great performance by the Fs versus the Ms in this battle.
Love it. So I'm loving this M5 battle we have going at the moment between Blake Slatengren and Grant Hodling. They were separated by about 80 seconds with 3.7 miles to go, leaving Rattlesnake Ranch. So we got another kick-down battle going down for 5th place. We would expect M5 to be in at about 13:55 to 13:58 total time. So sometime in around 20 minutes, we'll have our next finishers coming through the finish line for that 100-mile.
So we were talking about the men's and women's races, but we haven't actually talked about the media division. It seems Zach Marion and Callie are both into Rattlesnake, so we got a bit of a battle going on here for the Mountain Outpost media race. And leading that race in the 31K seems to be Katie Asmuth, who spent about 10 hours out in the baking heat as our field reporter today.
Yeah, and in the 100-mile race, I mean, Chalvoy clearly winning the media division. Obviously spent a lot of time on the mic at Hard Rock, as well as I think she was at Run Rabbit as well.
Okay.
But no stranger to Mountain Outpost in the Aravaipa scene. She is sitting F4, 16th overall right now, and also still first Masters athlete.
Well, who knows actually where Corinne is sitting now, because they're kind of in limbo now.
True.
They left Javelina Jeg quarters. Corinne 3 minutes behind Aaron Clark, and that was an hour and 25 minutes ago. So we would expect to see a Jackass Junction update sometime in the near future.
Now.
momentarily, which seems to be the word of the
For
the commentary.
sure. Yeah, I'm trying to see if it doesn't make a ton of 15, 30. Yeah, I would say 2 hours would be where I start getting worried of folks in this time horizon getting from headquarters to Jackass Junction. So that would be true for F3, F4, F5. So anywhere, any of the Aaron, Corinne, Lauren pocket, one of them has to hit. One of them has to hit the Jackass Junction aid station in the next 10 minutes, or I'm going to start having concerns.
Yeah, Caleb Bowen, just M7, just passed into Rattlesnake Ranch. An update from Chris Warden in the field. About 10 minutes back from Grant in 6th place. So we had 4.5 miles to go. Caleb might have a challenging time to reel in Grant, who is in a heated battle with Blake for 5th place. We expect we're going to see a similar to Jeff and Dan in their battle the last 3.5 miles. If you're racing against someone, you're going to have, that's going to give you an extra oomph.
And speaking of extra oomph, we are being brought to you on this Mountain Outpost YouTube channel by some phenomenal sponsors. So find out from them how you can get your extra oomph, and we'll see you on the other side.
You have big goals you want to accomplish. We'll be there with you every step of the way. When the trail gets tough, we'll help you push through. When doubt creeps in, we'll keep you moving forward. Because your journey is our passion, and together, we can accomplish more than you thought possible. CTS. Inspiring, educating, and guiding runners of all abilities. Every step of the way. Get matched with your coach today.
What is the feed? Well, the feed fuels the world's best athletes.
Hydration, gels, chews, recovery, supplements. You got everything you need.
We make your next workout even better. Whether you're training for the World Championships or hitting your next PR, we are here to fuel your success.
Fuel your workout with feed.
Shop today to get your free tour bottle. Visit thefeed.com.
And we are back at the Javelina Jundred, brought to you by Hoka and The Feed, as well as our wonderful sponsors. You just saw ads from CTS as well. And listen, we are making sure we have everything we need here in the live stream to keep you up on the race throughout the night and into the early morning and beyond. Skylar Hall, Skizzle Fresh here with the Irish lad himself, Paddy O'Leary. Grip it and rip it, bud. How are you feeling?
Working on my hydration here. Actually, I'm in the midst of my heat training for a little 100k in Puerto Vallarta in a few weeks. So this 90 to 100 degree day of hydration practice and heat perseverance has been really good for me, actually.
Good. Glad that live streaming can be of service to you. And we hope that it's a service to you all at home. If it is, make sure you give the thumbs up on the video. Helps other folks find this when they are floating around on the internet being like, what's the next ridiculous athletic activity I should watch on YouTube? Also, make sure you hit that subscribe button on the Mountain Outpost channel. Stay up to date on race coverage, not just for Javelina, but all the fun things we have coming the rest of the year and into 2025. Big plans for live stream coverage. Details forthcoming.
Update from Jackass Junction.
Let's get it.
Aaron Clark's in. F3, 11th overall, 13:41. How far? 25 minutes behind Hannah. So Riley and Hannah, come on, we expect they probably have the golden ticket sealed, but commentator's curse, I retract that comment. who knows now? It'll be interesting to see. Corinne Shalvoy left base camp here 3 minutes behind Aaron. Are they in a tight race now at the halfway point of the loop? Let's see.
Yeah, I mean, Aaron being 4 minutes up on Lauren Peretz at Jackass is also in itself not safe. But this is that section from Jackass to the finish that's net downhill, right? So if one of them is feeling like this better underfoot, they just got their stride about them, definitely is still a race for that last spot on the podium. And again, very important, golden tickets go to the first two, but if for some reason that ends up rolling down, you want to be in prime position. So we have no reason to believe that Riley or Hannah wouldn't take
every year we see it.
But every
year we see a third or a fourth place person end up getting a golden ticket.
Life happens. So definitely still on. Keep that foot to the pedal.
Once someone accepts a golden ticket and say, God forbid, and 6 months later they have to pull out, does it go to the F3 or does it go to someone on the wait list? No, it goes to someone on the
wait list.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think they have a specific point at which they need to declare by, and then it can roll down. But if they accept it, and then if we get past like the lottery or whatever, if I remember correctly, then I think it rolls into the wait list.
Another update from Jackass Junction. So Corinne Shalvon has moved back to 5th because Lauren Peretz is F4 into Jackass Junction, 4 minutes and 16 seconds behind Aaron Clark. So we got a little bit of a battle for F3.
Meanwhile, Riley just threw Rattlesnake 13:48 flat, basically. So F1, Riley Brady, with 3.7 miles to go, didn't even break stride. Basically did the
no stop,
a little icky shuffle to get through that aid station, kept it moving.
My prediction about Riley's pace from Jackass to Rattlesnake said it looked like they were running 8:26. 8:24.
Dude, you need to not watch as much YouTube. All right, so let's put this in context. So 13:48 through Rattlesnake. Compared that to this is wild. 2 minutes faster than Heather Jackson when Heather Jackson ran 14:24. Okay, so Heather finished her last section, that last 3.7 miles from Rattlesnake to the finish, in 34 minutes.
That's moving. What was Roach, like 28?
So we would anticipate Riley holding loosely around that.
That would put like low 14:20s.
Correct. I was going to say like 14:21, 14:22, which would be the second fastest time ever.
Let's go, Riley Brady.
So that's what we are watching right now. Riley Brady on screen, F1, 3.7 miles to go, has cleared the last aid station at Rattlesnake Ranch, heading back towards headquarters where the vibe is high, the music is pumping, the disco ball is spinning, and otherwise, it's just about to be absolute mayhem. You see it in the lower corner of the screen right now. It's popping. If you're not here, get here.
So a couple of, I think in the next 10 minutes, we're going to have an intriguing conclusion. Blake and Grant, M5 and M6 left Rattlesnake 80 seconds apart. That was 20 minutes ago.
Correct.
The lead men took them 28 minutes to get to the finish line. In the next 8 minutes, we might see a drag race between Blake Slattengren and Grant Hoteling.
Correct. Absolutely. We're going to keep our eyes peeled behind us here in the studio. We are right here on the loop of the race. You see the drone footage taking you in the lower right corner over sort of behind the finish line, but with eyes towards where the trail pops into Javelina headquarters. Once you're in headquarters, it's a quarter mile through the tents, through the energy,
So it
through
looks
the finish
like
line.
Jackass Junction, Tony Rodriguez, bib 175 is through M9, about 46 seconds behind Lauren Peretz. So M9, 13th overall, Tony Rodriguez. No sign of Joe Corsione yet. And some of our early, I guess, guys are pushing out the front. Ferdinand, Aralt, no sign of him yet, and JP Giblin as well. Last time they were tagged was Javelin, J Quarters, JP, hour and a half ago, Ferdinand, 3 hours ago, maybe. So, not looking great for him there. Some of the other questions that I think, it looks like we're having a bit of a drag race for F3 and F4, Aaron Clark and Lauren Peretz. Is Corinne Chalvine going to update just behind them at Jackass Junction to have a real battle for that third spot? Time will tell.
So for those just tuning in, we've got eyes on Riley Brady, our F1 here at the 2024 Javelina Jundred, just past the P mile marker.
Oh, so those lettered mile markers out there are every mile.
Correct.
I saw them earlier. Okay.
Yeah, so it's mostly for safety's sake. You say, oh, this runner went down between this letter and this letter. Makes it easier for MedStar, our medical partners, to find them on the course. So just passing P, the 16th letter in the alphabet, means Riley just passed the 16-mile mark of the 19-mile loop. So we're talking less than 3 to go. Less than 3 to go. So we have a slight lull in the booth. Snacks. What are you snacking on?
I've got some, you call them Lays over here. I grew up with them as Walkers. Walkers and Lays, they're the same thing?
No idea.
Well, here, my starter, my first course is a barbecue flavored Lays. Guaranteed fresh until printed date. It tastes pretty fresh.
Well, you're a much healthier individual than I, because you and I have another 5 hours on the mic. So I've already turned my attention to just straight up sugar, and I'm rocking the Kit Kat Ghost Toast flavor. So if you need a French toast fix in your life, but you also like chocolate and or just raw refined processed sugar, there you go. I will say it's actually because of live streaming that I got into like very odd flavors of Kit Kats. Like, it's because of live streams I found out that birthday cake Kit Kats were a thing, and that started a whole rabbit hole.
That is a disgrace, to be honest.
That really has set my fitness back by quite some time.
That isn't it. Yep. Birthday cake Kit Kat is an absolute disgrace and a travesty. I'm a Kit Kat purist.
Pure Kit Kats are great, but also got to be able to keep it rocking. And also, my teeth are overrated. All right, so eyes on the finish line. As we mentioned, the race between Blake Slattengren and Grant Hodeling for 5th place should be coming down here in the next 2 to 3 minutes.
Also an update on the top 5 in the women's race and the top 10 in the men's race. Asking he should deliver. Ferdinand Arelt, we were wondering where he was. Just updated at Jackass Junction. M10, 15th overall in 13:53. about 7 minutes behind Tony Rodriguez M9, and about 2 minutes and 90 seconds behind Corinne Chalvoy F5, 14th overall, through in 13:51.31. It's about a 6.5 minute gap back from Lauren Peretz in F4. So Corinne has moved a bit back from Erin Clark, but Lauren Peretz in the last section has moved up into 4th place. So we've got a bit of a battle. It's mixing it up between F3, F4, and F5.
You know, we've talked about it time and time again that position or that section of the course from Coyote Camp to Jackass Junction is technically the worst. Like, it's uphill and it's rocky.
Yeah.
It should be the slowest overall going on the course. So if you're having a rough go, the legs aren't quite there, you know, you're dealing with some sort of ankle issues, general stability, that's going to be the worst section. But if you can roll some downhills coming out of Jackass to Rattlesnake Ranch and then into the finish, really going to bode well for you. You can see on the screen right now, Riley Brady, clearly legs are feeling good, has been rolling this way since they left Jackass Junction, steamrolled really straight through Rattlesnake Ranch, and we anticipate being at the finish in about 23 to 25 minutes time.
Okay, M5 and M6 should be in here to base, God, anytime soon.
I heard some whooping in the distance. That might be one of them coming through. We got the box, the picture-in-picture on the finish line, so we're going to keep.
Though I just saw the start-finish line and I saw Tony Di Pascali chasing 2 people. Was that them? No.
Oh, no, because they'd be coming in from the far side of the loop.
Okay. Well, Tony just chased 2 people in. I would expect we would have heard a bit more cheering if there was a battle for the 5th and 6th guys coming down to the finish line. But we should see them in the next minute or 2.
Yeah, we got our eyes out behind us to look for anyone who's running abnormally fast.
Okay, and now we've got the view of the finish line from the back. It'll give us a bit better context.
Yeah, as of yet, have had no headlamps facing us. Oh, we got one coming in right here. Yeah, that's moving with speed. That's moving with speed.
That was someone that was a Brooks.
A
Brooks shirt?
That was a Brooks shirt, which I'm inclined to believe means it is Blake in front.
Okay, that's one pair of people crossing the line. Are they keeping running around the corner? They're keeping going. They're still.
And status.
Is that a Grant?
Was that Grant that just went through? Just behind us? So we're talking, if that was indeed Grant, this came down to really just a matter of
Okay, there's the Brooks.
30, 35 seconds.
No. Okay, thank you. No, that is people who are keeping going. Here we go.
There it is.
M5.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. M5 looks to be Blake Slatengren. Just a tad over 14 hours as we've now reached 8 p.m. locally here at the 2024 Javelina Jundred, brought to you by Hoka and The Feed.
Let's just see if the tracker updates with the exact finish time. Here we go. M6 just sprinted behind us and had a great bit of energy from the fans. 8 p.m., just over 14 hours we're anticipating.
Yep, so So that now means, as you have on screen, 5th place male Blake Slatengren in 14 hours. 4th place was Rajpal Panu in 13 hours and 16 minutes. 3rd place was Dan Green in 12:58, just ahead of him. 2nd place and a golden ticket recipient, Jeff Mogavero, 12:54. And your winner on the men's side, David Roche, 12:45.04, second fastest time ever here at the Javelina Jundred in the beautiful McDowell Mountain Regional Park in Fountain Hills, Arizona.
So Blake kind of had a double reason to be hammering that last mile or so. Just 8 seconds over 14 hours on unofficial time, but also had Grant huddling, chasing him down. And now has Grant crossed the finish line yet?
Somebody got a cake? Somebody bringing a cake?
Happy birthday. So Blake has actually had quite the year. 11th at Western States, 15-18. The famous M11 spot, the unluckiest spot in Western States. 15-18, which would have put him something like 4th or 5th place last year. 2nd place at Javelina last year. 12:28. So a little bit slower in this warmer year.
Yeah, Blake's claim to fame last year, as we have our 6th place male, Grant Holding, finishing up right there. Blake's claim to fame last year was the hyper consistent loop splits, loop over loop. I think it was like a 9-minute, fastest to slowest loop difference. So I'll be interested to see if that held true this year. My hunch is probably not, but we'll let somebody crunch the numbers. Meanwhile, Grant Hodling really just under the radar for a good chunk of the day, as the race went out incredibly spicy.
Oh my God, Blake sure knows how to succeed in fist fights. Last year in sprint finishes. Last year he had that throwdown against Ryan.
Yep.
12:58 and sure loves finishing right on the hour mark as well. 12:58 last year, just under 13. This year, 14 flat. Just missed out on getting under 14, but succeeded in the battle with Grant Hodling. And we have not had an update on Grant Hodling at the finish line, so potentially that person who was hightailing past us.
No, it was a blue bit.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, 3 minutes further back. 6th place, Grant Hodling. We just got a text from Rattlesnake. Hannah is true. Yet to update on the tracker, so we will tell you how far behind. We got the text at 9:03. Is that 9:03? 8:03. Still 16 minutes behind Riley, I would think. Supposedly Hannah had a quick eye stop and then straight out. So we were wondering would she make up time on Riley, but it seems to have held the same split as that they have. Actually, no. Has Hannah dropped back from Riley? Was that split 12 minutes at the previous?
It was 12 minutes at the previous. Yeah, it was 12 minutes at.
Now I think it's like 16.
All right. An ice stop with 4 miles to go is cautious.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm not even mad at that. You know, that is a vet move. It's like, especially for someone running their first 100, say I'm going to make sure that I'm going to reduce my liabilities even with 4 miles to go.
you got your hands on a golden ticket, you better hold on to that and be smart.
Correct.
So, a wise ice stop, perhaps.
So meanwhile, as Hannah Allgood, our F2 rolls through Rattlesnake Ranch, 3.7 miles to go, we are anticipating a Riley Brady sighting here at the finish line in about 14 or so minutes. I would anticipate them being approximately 1.8 miles away from the finish line.
So Hannah and Justin are in a bit of a battle. Hannah Allgood is through in 14:04. So that was 16 minutes, 15 seconds behind Riley Brady. Justin Grunwald through Rattlesnake, 30 seconds behind Anna. So a battle for 9th and 10th overall.
So we're looking at Riley Brady on screen in golden ticket position. Looking to take down the second fastest time ever on the Javelina Jundred course. Meanwhile, Hannah Allgood in second place, looking to secure a golden ticket so she can go run her second ever 100 miler at the Big Dance Western States 100 in 8 months' time. Western States also brought to you by the team at Mountain Outpost. So make sure you are looped in with all the social channels at Mountain Outpost. Stay up to date on Javelina, Jackpot, Desert Solstice, Hard Rock, Western, and all the other events that they cover throughout the year. The lower box still showing you the vibes at the finish line have not ceased to exist, even though we've got hundreds of folks out there running the Jackass 31K and right now partying their faces off at Jackass Junction. We've got over 1,000 other runners still just moving their way around the 20-mile course here in McDowell Mountain Regional Park. I'm going to go ahead and peek over at the 31K.
Yeah, one thing. Yeah, we just missed the winner.
Yeah, Matthew Vera just came through about 6 minutes ago. Said,
I bet Matthew Vera coming up behind Blake and Grant put a bit of fear in there.
Definitely.
Oh, they're getting it. They didn't realize that person was Matthew Vera was in the 31K. They thought they were going to get upended for their 5th or 6th spots. Oh, that gives me shivers.
All right, so Riley Brady just passing that R on the mile marker.
I just got a little update from the comments that
1.5 to
Grant,
go.
who just finished 6th, is from Healdsburg.
Hey,
So, let's go Healdsburg Running Company.
let's rock.
Great group out of Healdsburg in Northern California.
Yeah, I just saw Chip floating around, so.
Oh, is he here today?
Yeah, he's everywhere.
He's everywhere. How many of them is there?
Chip and Roy Kent. It's funny. I'm looking at Matthew Vera's splits for the reminder party Jackass 31K, where he ran 6:20 pace the entire time. So thanks for that. Start to Jackass Junction was an hour and 10 minutes, so 6:35 pace. And then Jackass Junction to the finish was 51 minutes. 5:51 pace apparently for that downhill section.
That is shameful. 5:51 pace in the darkness whilst having to pass other runners.
It's like 51 minutes. I want to see relative to folks running the hunt. Yeah.
Like, what did Roach actually probably Jeff was probably the fastest person through that section so far in the 100 miler. 7:02 pace. So
yeah, I mean John Ray split 59 minutes for that last section in his last lap of a 100 miler. I wonder. Let me look at some of these early. I want to look at like loop 1 type stuff. Like, are people running out of their minds like that? Well, historically, not people who finish.
Am I going to direct?
Well, I guess Brett Hornig.
I'm going to direct your attention to the bottom right-hand corner of the screen, and we can see an athlete getting a tattoo.
Yeah, that's a cool feature of Javelina Jundred. Is you can get tattoos on site to commemorate your time out here in the desert. So, listen, you don't just have to be drunkenly stumbling around Mill Avenue in Tempe. You can come out to the desert and hang out at a race and make the same good and or horrible decisions.
Wait, if this person is getting a tattoo now, they either just finished the 100k or the 100 miler in the last hour, straight into
potential.
A tat?
Yeah. The outfit is hilarious. So yeah,
do you have to be a race finisher to get it?
No, because all the slots are filled up ahead of time.
Oh, okay.
So I'm pretty sure it's kind of just like whoever sort of registers for it. So you can be crew, you can be volunteer.
Where's yours?
That's hilarious. Mine is my bad back as a result of carrying around a very chunky child.
That's your tattoo?
That's my tattoo. You see it every time I take a step, and you're like, that shoulder's lower than the other one.
Yeah.
Love him, though, but he better be in bed right now.
Oh, my God. A comment in Vic Johnson. I thought that was a cholla extraction. Cholla, is that those spiky cacti?
A cholla, yep.
On my run this morning, I was petrified of them.
Correct. That is the right energy to take towards them. Those, rattlesnakes, and tarantulas. Those are the 3 things in the desert that you should probably not try to mess with.
Tarantulas are harmless.
Uh-huh.
I enjoy tarantulas.
We don't have enough time. We're here for another 5 hours, and we don't have enough time to unpack that.
Okay, so I'd say we're going to get Caleb Bowen probably in the next 2 or 3 minutes potentially. The predicted finish time was 9:16, so that's 2 minutes time. $8:16.
So for those who are popping in and are like, I went for a run, or I did something else with my life, I don't know what's more important than this, but hey, you're back and you're here, and we thank you for it. Right now we got Riley Brady on the screen. Should be less than a mile to go to the finish for our F1. And if you're trying to track any other runners on course, or just want to catch up on what's happened thus far, pinned at the top of this chat is a link for live tracking. Go ahead and click that, and you can follow all of the 1,000+ runners on course, whether they're running the 100-mile, 100K, or Jackass 31K party in the desert. Check it out. Show some love. So it shall be done. But we got the bike cam following Riley Brady. I hear noise. I hear cheers, which means on the horizon, these two and the bike cam can probably see and hear headquarters. And once they cut through those Hoka beacons, got just a 1/4 mile to go.
I wonder, did Riley manage to catch Caleb? Maybe slide into top 7 overall? Okay, we see the Hocus signs there. We know we're close.
I see neon in the distance.
So what's your guess on Riley's overall time?
I mean, I said 14:22. We got a quarter mile to go. It's gonna be like 14:20.
Hell yeah!
I
Second
mean,
fastest time.
barring a huge kick where you just want to just go sub 14:20 for fun, and just kidding. Riley wants to do a big kick. Okay.
Okay, now in our background, we can hear the crowd starting to liven up a little bit.
And you see this shot. Finish line is off to the left, but you got to make a whole J through headquarters. Gonna have a little chicane wiggle to the left, to the right, and then a sort of soft left turn begins past our studio and then up to the finish.
So Riley, third at Javelina 2023, second at Javelina 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, we're looking at our first place from the women's race in 2024.
And there they go, right past our studio. One last turn. And then the energy will act like a magnet into the finish line. And ladies and gentlemen, you just witnessed a masterclass for a runner who's back for the third time. Has a third, has a second, and now has a first place finish. Your 2024 Javelina Jundred champion in the female division. Give it up for Riley Brady.
Hell yeah.
14:19 on the clock. The second fastest ever finish. Shaved off some 26 minutes from their previous course best to finish in 14:19 and capture that golden ticket. Heading back to the big dance in Auburn next June.
So Riley made up a spot in the overall standing there as well, I think. 7th overall, F1, 14:19.01. And we're waiting to see it update what the splits were for that last section. Because Riley, they knew Hannah was right behind. Oh, embrace the buckle.
Jubilee Page, our race director, congratulating Riley. You got Thornley saying welcome back.
You want a ticket? You want a ticket?
So you're saying there's a chance?
Oh my God, Craig. And I think that's likely... that's probably Caleb who just crossed the line to take 8th overall, M7. Yep. Caleb gets an embrace from his crew. Also very impressive result. M7, 8th overall in 14:21. Let's go, Riley.
So what's just like mind-boggling is both Riley and presumably Caleb have run, even if you include like results from today, top 40 times ever on this course, regardless of gender.
Yeah. I guess that may have also been a 100K finisher, so it may not be Caleb. We haven't had that update yet. Nope, that was it. That was Caleb. 14:20:33.
So coming into today, 14:20:33 would have been the 29th fastest time ever.
So
Ever on this course would have been the 29th fastest time, and today it's good for 8th overall.
Wild.
Meanwhile, Riley Brady just grinded out that last loop, even though Hannah Allgood started to close the gap a bit early on. Riley Brady extends the lead in the back half of the loop to come home in 14:19, the second fastest female time ever. And 5 minutes faster than Heather Jackson's wild performance last year, which everybody was just like awestruck by. And Riley's like, hold my beer.
Did Riley race in Europe this year? I'm looking at Ultra Sign Up and I'm just seeing Black Canyon back in February and then 250Ks throughout the summer, or spring and summer. So potentially some patient racing. But maybe they raced in Europe. I don't recall.
Good question. It's going to involve me resorting real quick.
Caleb, on the other hand, had Western States earlier this year, 23rd.
No, I have nothing in Europe for Riley. Let me check one last source to make sure. Oh, attempted CCC.
Okay, that's what I was thinking.
But did not finish. So great redemption there.
Yeah.
And honestly, first 100-mile finish since here last year. So got to feel good that, you know, maybe the shorter distances weren't all that they hoped for this year, but able to come back to the bread and butter and absolutely crush it here. 14:19 for your F1 Riley Brady.
Okay, now an update from Jackass Junction. Joe Corsione, who went missing for a little bit, bib number 1, is into Jackass Junction. M11, 16th overall and 14:08.
He lives.
So, there's some fun names who we're expecting soon after that. People's Champion, Yassine Dubon. Oh my god, I'm sorry, Yassine. I definitely mispronounced your surname. But I said it in a charming accent, if that counts. Well, actually, most of you mispronounced my first name by spelling it Patty. I saw that in the comments. So just a little PSA. It's St. Paddy's Day, Paddy. Thank you.
Oh, you're going to love this then. Quick sidebar. I went for a run last night. Past a furniture location.
Oh, don't tell me.
Patio Furniture.
Really? Patio Furniture?
Yeah, but like your way. Paddy-O Furniture.
I love that.
I died laughing. I meant to take a photo, but then I kept running because it was dark.
The subtitle script on YouTube, generally when they say Paddy O'Leary, it comes as Patio O'Leary.
It's fine. I had a barista this week tell me my name was spelled wrong, and I was like, it's my name. So, that's cool.
Brilliant.
we got eyes on Javelina headquarters where, listen, we've been telling you all day, the vibe is high. The party is pumping. Riley Brady just finished up their journey through the desert. 14-19 victory in the Javelina 100, but we got runners still out there cruising along, some closer to the finish than others, but we're going to be supporting them all night and into tomorrow morning on the live stream. So make sure you are subscribed up on this Mountain Outpost YouTube channel so you can join us for the next, 15, 16 hours.
Okay, an update from the 31K. We heard earlier Matthew Vera, M1. Calcalamia, San Francisco, second place in 221. Mickey Davis, F1, 223, third overall. And then powerful results from the Fs today. F2, fourth overall, Courtney Barnes, 225. Must have passed Ryan Montgomery. And then we have the party train, Katie Asmuth and Helen Mina Faulkner. Maybe they've joined forces with Ryan Montgomery and we've got a party crew coming through.
Listen, I just want a conga line. We got Chris Myers showing some love.
Who did we see Chris pacing? I saw Chris run by pacing someone. Was it Justin?
Yes.
Probably just lap 4 then, I guess. Okay.
Sure hope so, because otherwise that would mean Justin dropped. So. You see the vibe at the finish line. DJ is still rocking. People are still gigging. Jubilee Page, our race director, doing the podium for the men and handing out some golden tickets.
Okay, we have one confirmed accept of a golden ticket.
Bad Jeff.
Montana's Jeff Magavero. See you at States.
From Javelina, we're going to take that party to Palisades, baby. Let's go.
Oh,
and then
look at that dismount.
That's real. That is real. Love that.
Magavero's from Missoula? Missoula?
Missoula?
Missoula.
Mazala.
There's some Western States knowledge in Missoula, Montana, so he's going to have some strong advice from Adam Peterman.
Yeah, that's a dirty training group.
Now, Jeff Colt, that's the other Jeff's golden ticket. You take your hands off it. You had your chance, buddy.
So this is really going to shore up the sort of like Denver Boulder versus Missoula battle at Western States. We got a new entrant from both locations, and it's just going to be mayhem. It's going to be a very fun race from Palisades to Auburn.
Change up in the top 10 of the top 3 women. Lauren Peretz, F3, 11th overall, 10:29.42. Justin Grumwald, M8, 10th overall. Oh, a good bit ahead. But Lauren has overtaken Aaron Clark. Who will see if Aaron Clark updates to see how tight a race it is for that 3rd spot. As Jeff Magavero waddles away 100 miles in those legs. I do not pity you, buddy. Or no, I do not envy you.
You pity the fool. Anyway.
Yeah, words are a struggle at 8:30 on a Saturday night, 30 minutes before my bedtime.
It's all right, because you and I are here until 1 a.m., my guy. So We've only got 4.5 more hours with the beautiful people in the YouTube chat. And then we're going to hand the microphones over
to none other than the guy who pays Jeff Magavero, Jeff Colt.
Yes, sir. So we got coverage for you all night. So if you're tracking runners, whether the elites, your family and friends, neighbors, loved ones, or you just want to support all the runners, we're going to be here all the way through Golden Hour. So please make sure you stay tapped in.
We have a battle for F3 and F4. Aaron Clark is through Rattlesnake, 55 seconds behind Lauren Peretz.
We
got ourselves a little race.
Oh, and we have talked about this.
That's like the third for top 5 battle we've seen from Rattlesnake. Third drag race we've seen from Rattlesnake to the finish in the last 2 hours.
Correct, and it matters because if, for instance, Hannah decides she doesn't want to take this golden ticket, that's going to roll down to third place, and who's sitting there is then pretty important. So that means a lot.
I think we've got Justin Grunwald, likely in 9th overall, M8, coming towards the finish.
Yeah, Justin had left Rattlesnake Ranch about 30 seconds behind Hannah Allgood. So, similarly, as Justin finishes his day in the desert running incredibly strong, we would also expect Hannah to be shortly in tow.
Is that Amanda?
That does look like Basham.
God, thinking about Justin Grunwald, probably one of the most memorable finish line I've ever seen on a live stream was for 10th place at Black Canyon several years ago when there was the gate incident between him and Ben Koss.
Yeah, buddy.
Let's go, Justin. My God, poor Ben Koss will never forget that.
That was one of my more fun moments to call for sure.
That may be on YouTube, people. So if you look up Black Canyon, Justin Grunwald versus Ben Koss. Was there a shoulder thrown? I don't think so, but the gate finished poor Ben.
I love you, Patty.
Thank you.
Oh, you got to pick up the kids. Yep. Love that for Justin and the fam as Justin Grunwald finishing up his 100-mile Javelina 100 adventure. Carrying his tattoo.
Okay, I'm trying to figure out who expressed their love for me behind. I guess we'll see on the finish line soon.
Justin's going to be just over 14 hours and 35 minutes for M8, 9th overall. Family man Justin Grunwald. For the record, is the fastest 9th overall in race history by a significant margin. 15:12 was the previous best 9th overall time.
So I wonder where at Rattlesnake was it giving us the time on the way in or on the way out, because Hannah stopped for a little bit to get ice, so maybe that's where Justin built a bit of a lead.
Based on what we were seeing, it looked like the timing map was on that far side.
Okay.
Like on the way out.
So maybe Hannah is just playing it conservative now because knows this second place is well within her grasp and doesn't want to lose that.
Play defense.
Doesn't want to make stupid decisions.
Yep. Stopping for ice, being cautious. No need to send it.
So over at the women's race, we have an update at Jackass Junction. Anna Luden, Anna Cassius Luden is in F6, 14:33, 40 plus minutes back from F5. I got an update from her crew, her pacer from lap 4, David Lamb. He was saying the heat put her in a tough spot, but she's going to grind out a 15-hour something finish.
All right, on the screen, looks like we've picked up Hannah Allgood entering headquarters. Less than a quarter mile to go. For what will be, let me make sure I have this stat correct before I throw it out there. I'm feeling good about it.
I love you, Skylar.
Love you too.
Oh, we're both loved. Wait, was that Zach?
Yes. Hannah Allgood about to come through with the fastest second place female finish ever. That title is held by Devin Yanko from back in 2015 on the old course. Honestly, she might have been second overall. Now I'm thinking about it. Yeah,
How much has the course changed over the years?
I mean, we've moved headquarters, and now instead of the washing machine, they all go the same direction. So,
Okay.
And there was a bit of not concern, but note around whether the fires this summer might have impacted parts of the course, but
Okay.
doesn't matter. Didn't matter to Hannah Allgood. Finished second place female. 14:38:30 unofficially.
So just marginally behind Devin's time.
Sorry, that was when Devin won for the women and was second
Yeah.
overall in 2015.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty sure.
The fastest second place time ever. And fourth, well, I guess now fifth fastest time.
Well, actually, second fastest, or the fastest second place before this was Riley in 2022 at 14:45. So,
yeah,
fastest second place overall
and
time.
Actually, we just finished at the Finlight. Words. Woo. Okay, I'm gonna restart that. Reset. At the finish line of the 31K, the party team just finished. Katie Asmith and Helen Mina Faulkner just jumped across the line together. And then Ryan Montgomery about 27 seconds in front of them. Well done, Hannah.
So there you got Hannah Allgood, F2 here at the 2024 Javelina Jundred, presented by Ahoka. And the feed just finished her first ever 100-mile race and just secured her first ever golden ticket, should she choose to accept it. I'm actually surprised we haven't seen Thornley just pop out and slow down like, you taking it? You taking it?
Wait, actually, when did she finish? 60 seconds ago? Let's look at her clock and see how quick he comes in. Where are you, Craig?
Is she laying on the DJ booth? It's like, what surface is she laying on? Oh, the edge of the stage. All right. Significantly more comfortable than the ground, so shout out. All right, so to level set this women's race, we got eyes on Hannah Allgood, who finished roughly 14:40 on the clock. Excuse me, 14:38:30 officially. I can give you that. On the clock. She was some 19 minutes back of our F1 Riley Brady, and we are tracking a tight race between Lauren Peretz and Aaron Clark for the third and final spot on the women's podium. They were separated by just 45 seconds when they left Rattlesnake Ranch. 3.7 miles to the finish. They left that aid station about 12 minutes ago. So we are less than 20 minutes away from finding out who's going to round out our women's podium. And should one of those golden tickets slide on down, who is in prime position to pick up the scraps?
A little update from further back at Jackass Junction. We have early leader JP Giblin is in 20th overall, 14:40, with Matthew Healy also in 19th overall, 6 minutes ahead of him.
Yo, shout out to JP for not doing the easy thing and just dropping from the race. Really sticking it out there, having himself an adventure in the desert. Just gotta commend him now for holding it down.
I think this late in the season, I wonder actually what the percentage of DNFs is in late season races versus early season races amongst elites. Early season, not going your way, you might drop out, give yourself a chance to another race later in the summer. This late in the season, we're all ready to take their time off.
Yeah, I guess it depends if you have raced something relatively recently and you were just trying to hang on to fitness. Like, if a David Roche would have dropped, I think it would have been easy to just say, yeah, he just raced the course record at Leadville. Oh, stop the clock. There he is.
There we go. Wow, 5 minutes, Craig. This is your touch, buddy.
So that's Mr. Thornley, Lord Balls himself, the race director of the Western States 100, making sure that he does his due diligence to congratulate and then promptly demand whether or not they want to attend his race from Palisades to Auburn down in our beautiful neck of the woods come June. Shout out to our medical team from MedStar for checking on all of our runners, making sure that Hannah is well taken care of.
Shout out to that coconut water. Just using to cool her for it. Yeah, I'd say she's feeling some things now. Update from Rattlesnake Ranch on lap 5. Tony Rodriguez is through, M9, 13th overall, 14:43.31.
And he was, what did we say, like 2-3 minutes ahead of Corinne Chalvoy at the last aid station. So she should be relatively close.
True, according to our WhatsApp from Chris. Chalvoy is just in and out at Rattlesnake, so that would have been at 8:45. Chalvoy still F5, 14th overall.
Bang. Well, got somebody to work with and chase down. So nothing to scoff at.
Yeah, 14 minutes back from Aaron Clark in 4th place. Unless calamity happens, I couldn't see Corinne catching Aaron or Lauren over the last 3.5 miles. Oh, and the puke bag is out. Our fierce puke. And we quickly cut to the studio as the puke bag finally makes an appearance at the finish line.
See, listen, there was a prop bet sheet somewhere that had live stream puke on it, and they were about to catch that dub. So
that was at the center of my live stream bingo card, and they ruined it.
Love that.
Guys,
Hey,
this is
listen.
ultra running. People need to understand what this sport is all about. As a frequent ultra runner with GI distress, I think people need to realize the realness. Now, thank you very much.
Hey. All right, that's probably enough.
That's probably enough for poor Hannah.
Is the medical team dancing? Hey, listen, everybody's caught the vibe. Okay, so.
Okay, you can cut from Hannah now. That's kind of unfair. And we cut to this person with cramping hamstrings. It seems potentially.
We're in it, people. We are in it. This is ultra running at its finest. I don't even know how to sell the sport better than what we've just experienced. So if you are like, you know what, this speaks to me, join us next year. And if you're like, you know what, I like the vibe, but I don't know if I want the GI distress, volunteer either on the live stream or in the race operations side. Check out airviberrunning.com. All the volunteer slots are thrown up there. You can join us for the party in the desert. Puke may or may not be included.
Production team, you're getting some great thanks for cutting back, and the people really appreciate getting to witness that. So kudos. You got to give the people what they want.
Oh man, it is a wild time here.
Sure is.
It's lit! Somebody's headbanging aggressively on the screen right now, which I wholly support. I just want to make sure that that message gets out to them. Here's what we got to talk about. This race for third on the women's side. Do we have a sense if Hannah is going to take the golden ticket? Did you just see how that felt?
I saw it happening.
Okay. So we got Leah Yingling hiding behind the camera saying that for sure Hannah, once she gets her faculties back, will be accepting that golden ticket. But again, we've seen people go back on it before. Riley could feel the same way. So this race for third is incredibly important, because if something happens in the next 5 weeks until the lottery, hey, third is in prime position. So we also just like competition. Just send it. All right, let's just get weird. Let's just watch a kick battle go down.
Fair play to the drone operators risking flying in the darkness. Brave operator.
Yeah,
smooth operator.
The upside is
smooth
pretty high. Got a nice little finish.
All right, we're getting loopy.
In the 100K race, it's also going down. As you see, Ryan Montgomery living the best life. We have had 44 finishers in the 100K. We've got another, let's see. Officially, we've got another 300 still out on course. So we should see a steady stream of folks dancing through the desert with those, I believe, green bibs for the 100K. Meanwhile, 31K still raging. We got 9 finishers thus far. Allison Powell and Joe Del Conte have come in most recently. Christian Carabeo should be next in that one. So we got people who are on one loop of legs. We got people who are on third loop legs. We got people who are on fifth loop legs. Something for everybody out there.
So for the 100K, what time did the 100K start at today?
7 a.m.
7 a.m.
So just basically subtract an hour from the running clock on the screen for the 100K times.
So there's still plenty of people out there because the Loop 2 cutoff at 41.75 miles, they need to start Loop 3 23 hours from your starting wave time. So that would be by 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. So we have people who are probably early in Loop 2.
Yeah, temperatures aside, if you're looking for a first 100K, this is pretty accessible. I mean, your cutoff is 28 hours or something.
Yeah.
So that's sweet. That's a lot of time to cover 60 miles.
So is the only cutoff in the 100-miler the Loop 4 cutoff? Loop 4 into Loop 5. There's just one cutoff, I guess. There isn't prior ones. Yeah, that makes sense because their aid stations are always going to be active. So for the 100-mile runners, you need to be through Loop 4, starting Loop 5, 24 hours from your starting wave time, which is 6 a.m. tomorrow. So for both 100-milers and 100K runners, you need to be into your final loop by 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. And then for all finishers, so we've got 30 hours to finish the 100-miler, 29 hours to finish the 100K. So from 12 to I think 12:15, 12:30 tomorrow, depending on your wave start.
And we're going to be here covering it the whole time on the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel. So make sure you hit that subscribe button so you're here to rage with us as we continue into the hours.
So are we expecting Peretz and Clark here?
Literally any moment.
Nah, probably 10 minutes away.
Any moment. Time is a flat circle. I also just realized I'm in the wrong tab. That would have helped. 30. Yeah, 10 minutes is fair.
We got some enthusiastic people throwing high five to the skeleton as they head on their second, third, fourth, fifth loops. So for the top 10 men, currently in 10th place we have Ferdinand O'Rourke, who is through Jackass Junction. And then in 9th place we have Tony Rodriguez, who is through Rattlesnake. In 11th, Joe Corsione. He was 15 minutes behind Ferdinand at Jackass Junction, lap 5. It might be hard to see him race his way into the top 10. On the women's side, we know Anna Luden in 6th place is through Jackass Junction 14:33. But in the backside of the top 10, there's a lot of unknowns. Like Sarah Striegel is through Coyote Camp, probably safe. But then F8, F9, F10, F11, and actually F12, there's only a 30-minute spread last time they went through Javelina Jundred quarters.
And I will say, F12 is Megan Guler that we were talking about earlier with MS Run for US. So, Run the US. So
through Jag quarters, so the end of lap 4, Megan Guler in 12th place went through in 14:20:44. 9 seconds ahead of her was Courtney Hale. and then 6 minutes ahead was Rachel Doxey. So a lot can happen in that last lap.
For sure.
Like 25 minutes ahead of them was Breer Youngfleisch, actually 35, and Molly Schmeitzel. But anything can happen in 19 miles in the middle of the night.
Well, it's cool that, we were talking about Megan's goal being sub 20. Basically have 6.5 hours to run 19 miles.
Yeah.
So
you can walk 19 hours. Would you? Yeah, like 20 miles.
And Google Maps would tell you yes.
Yeah.
So good for her for being on goal pace. Might also afford her an opportunity to run herself into the top 10. Trying to think through, like, historically, like a 10th place woman. Fastest one was Arden Young in 16:34. Yeah, 2022, 16:34. But that was just like an insane year. $17.30 is the next fastest. 18:12. Yeah, historically, 10th place on the women's side has been sort of that like 18 plus hour window. So yeah, running pretty consistent with historical trends for what's going to happen here today.
Yeah.
Even though like first, second, and third on both sides have been pretty insane in terms of where they were relative to historical splits. The back half of the top 10 is holding pretty true to form.
Okay, who have we got coming in here?
Well, that looks like
Lauren, right? Yeah, because I think Erin was wearing white. Okay, she made good time.
At 39. Yeah. This is...
That's 28 minutes.
I mean, we still got like 300 meters or so to go.
That's going to be a 30-minute split, probably.
Yeah, that's a split
impressive
that we
running.
would expect to see from someone who's finishing in, 14 hours flat.
Yeah.
Or faster, 13 mid. So to have that in the 15-hour
Well, as
range.
Lauren had passed Erin just before Rattlesnake, or just at Rattlesnake, so Lauren was well aware that Erin Clark was still there. So I wouldn't say running scared, running confident, I think, was likely the trajectory.
So it's about to pass right behind us here in the studio as we're about to eclipse 15 hours.
Let's go, Lauren.
15 hours into the 2024 Javelina Jundred, presented by Hoka and the Feed. Brought to you by Aravaipa Running, which means it's only fitting that the podium is rounded out by Aravaipa Running's own Lauren Peretz, finishing up the 2024 Javelina Jundred F3.
First female master, second master overall. Grand totaling would have been the first men's master.
Yep.
Impressive chasing by Lauren. I think I was recalling she was back maybe 5th or 6th at parts throughout the day.
15:51 to round out the podium.
You mean 14:51?
Sorry, 15 hours, 51 seconds. 15:00:51.
Oh, okay, yeah.
To round out the podium, F3, Lauren Peretz, 15 hours flat, 51 seconds.
Yes.
There you go.
We got this.
Before today, that performance would have been the 40th fastest time ever.
Would that time have won it in previous years?
Oh, there are editions where that would have been the case for sure.
It really goes to show the strength of our sport from year to year, how quickly everyone's getting faster, everyone's getting more professional. Everyone is fueling better. And we just had an enthusiastic cheer behind us. Is that Aaron Clark? Perhaps.
I'm pretty sure, yes. Until Camille ran the course record, no woman had broken 15 hours. So until 2021, Lauren's time would have won it, as would Aaron Clark's there in F4, a battle to the finish.
Wow.
15:02:50, roughly, unofficially. So just 2 minutes opened up there over the last 3.7 miles.
And I think if we pan to the left-hand side, we can see our commentator Chris Brown perhaps dying after he paced her in that last lap. Maybe that's him in the grey t-shirt, or maybe he got dropped. I hope he got dropped, as someone who's got dropped pacing many a time in my career. Okay, and who we got our eyes on here?
So now 12 of the top 52 times ever run on this course were run today in record temperatures. Just wild to think that so much of the storyline coming in was about just the heat, the nutrition strategies, the war of attrition. And honestly, we haven't really seen on the elite side many DNFs, especially attributable to just the heat. It seems like most of the DNFs were, biomechanical or structural in nature.
Yeah.
Just the sport is leveling up.
We got a lot of runners coming through here, ready to go out under 5th, maybe 4th laps and looking strong. Now we have a camera behind. God, is that Corinne? No, it couldn't be. Corinne only left Rattlesnake 20 minutes ago. Okay, there's our future commentator, Jeff Colt, who will be tuning in at 1 o'clock with the angel ring.
Love that for us.
Jeff Colt is far from an angel, I assure you.
I'm gonna need you to speak on that, Patty.
Actually, I don't think I have any dirt on Jeff. Jeff just got married a few weeks ago. Congrats to him.
It's that time. It's that time of the life cycle.
We still haven't seen Chris Brown, have we? Did Chris Brown get dropped? Leah, do you know if Chris Brown got dropped?
Oh, good question.
We haven't seen him yet.
That's good. That means I've been that race. I said I want to get dropped.
And you did not get dropped. Okay, we have a second person who hopes Chris Brown got dropped. We have myself and Leah are both in resounding support of Chris suffering.
He might have just done what many runners before him have done. Usually not pacers, but you get to Jackass Junction, you're like, you know what? I'm just going to party here for a little bit.
Yeah.
You still got to work your way back the last 9 miles, but...
Yeah, that's what always happens to me when I get dropped on the way up towards Ruby Point. I always just say the party. I didn't get dropped. No, I didn't get... No, I was just partying.
You're telling me all those houses from Roby Point to the finish aren't just out there tailgating anyway? Like, come on.
Yeah.
Be a part of it. All right. That person will be back at 4:30, but this live stream is going to be here all night, so make sure that you are subscribed to the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel to stay with us, rocking through the night. Those good vibes, those bright lights will be pumping. All these runners, still some 1,000+ out there through the desert and working their way out here to headquarters.
Question for the studio here. Ryan Thrower, could you confirm if Chris Brown got dropped or not? Still no sight of Chris Brown
Nobody's
yet.
seen the man.
Nobody's seen him. The night has Chris now. Okay, popping over to the 31K. We have the top 17 are through the finish line. Oh, excuse me, I've got a phone call coming from Chris Brown. Hello, Chris. I hear Chris running in the running. It seems like he's still out on the course, saying that it is BS that we're talking about him. It seems he's still out.
Oh, Chris is still on the course.
It seems like he's still out there, yeah.
Oh,
Sorry, Chris, you're breaking up.
you hate to see it. You know what? Friends can be cruel, but runners that you're pacing can be more cruel, and that's when you get dropped. So,
Chris claimed he was at the finish line, but I heard the crunching of footsteps and him panting heavily. So, jury's out if he's still out there.
well, Chris,
Knowing his fitness levels, he probably is.
you know what? He could have been well fueled to the finish if he had just taken up our sponsor, Goo, for all of the just great nutritional products they have out there on course. Like, as a pacer, just stay fueled up and don't get dropped. Or did he have a chafing issue? Because if so, Squirrel's Nut Butter was there for him. They've been taking care of us all day. I don't think he got sunburned, but hey, the man lives in high country. Weirder things have happened. Tannery could have been taking care of him. You know, listen, I'm not gonna say what caused him to drop or get dropped, but we have enough sponsors here that could have made it happen to get him in shape to pace Aaron to the finish. Shout out to all of our sponsors, CTS, Hoka, The Feed as well, for keeping us functional and fueled throughout this entire run up to Javelina and through this live stream production. Also keeping those dancers fueled at the finish line. I see some people breaking it down. I have no idea what the DJ is playing. We probably couldn't pipe it in because then we'd get struck from YouTube anyway. It's something. It's giving big summer camp energy, and I'm here for it.
So we have the top 8 men through the finish. It looks like Tony Rodriguez and Joe Corsione may take those 8th, 9th, and 10th spot, but
Yeah.
Ferdinand Aralt is there, 12 minutes back from Joe. Who knows what can happen in the last 3.5 miles. On the women's side of things, we have 4 through the finish line. Riley Brady, second fastest time ever in 14:19 with the win. Hannah Allgood in second, Lauren Peretz in third, and then right behind her, Erin Clark in fourth. But it's looking like Corinne Chalvoy likely has 5th sealed up. We would expect to see Corinne maybe in the next 5 minutes.
Yeah, I would say Tony and Corinne should both be in here. Pretty short order.
Anna Loden, through Jackass Junction, is likely far enough ahead of 7th place to have, even if it's a rough last 10 miles, maybe able to hold on to 6th. But then the jury's out on F7 through F12. Sarah is through Coyote Camp. That's Sarah Strigel. She got through Coyote in 14:30. But then 8th through 12th, we only have them updated from the last lap here in Javelina Jag Quarters. And there is 35 minutes separating them. 10th through 12th is tight. 6 minutes separating them.
Yeah, that's a good reminder as we see a runner grabbing their glow stick wristband. That signifies that they are going out for their final loop. So if you see a runner out there, that's what that means.
Sprint in the 31K.
That feels
probably.
like 31K, yep. But that is a good reminder that if you are using the live runner tracker that's pinned at the top of the live chat to track your friends, loved ones, that historically the Coyote Camp and Rattlesnake Ranch, we're back, it's back, baby, Rattlesnake Ranch aid stations, those timing mats are not as reliable. They've been spotty throughout the day and just over the course of years. So don't get super stressed out if you expect your runner to be through Coyote Camp and it hasn't pinged. Very well just might not ever ping at Coyote Camp. Just do the basic math when you would expect them to be through Jackass Junction and hang your hat on that. All right, so once again, TLDR, don't stress if your runner isn't through Coyote Camp yet. Look for them at Jackass. Same is true for Rattlesnake. Get them to the finish. We're going to get them there. You see all these volunteers out there vibing, having a good time. You see this energy out there. The folks are not inclined to let your runner drop. All right? The energy is high. We're going to get them to the finish. Just like this live stream is going to get you all the way to the finish through Golden Hour. So thanks for staying with us. I'm Skizzle Fresh. That's Patty O'Leary. We're going to be rocking with you guys for another few hours until we hand the mics off. Aeroviva After Dark starting pretty soon here in the studio. It's definitely already started outside.
I'm just captivated by this disco ball.
Well,
perhaps the MVP of the day. The disco ball.
I mean, we do have a pretty storied recent history with disco balls, so I'm not surprised.
Have we done disco balls since the start? What was the vibe here in the first? Were you here at the first Javelina? How long has it been going?
I was not even. I never stepped foot in the state of Arizona back in 2008 when this officially started.
2008.
No, this has been this. As you know, Javelina now, or like as you are experiencing it for the first time, Patty, this is really what Jubilee has made it. Yeah. Like my first Javelina was, I think, 2015. That feels right, when I DJ'd it. And it was a much small, like, there was not this stage. There was not all of this decoration at the finish line like this. It was a lot more low-key. And what it's become in the last 8 years is just ballooned and expanded to a fever dream of Jubilee. And folks have followed suit. It wasn't just like, I have an idea and I'm going to put it on paper. You know, the company as a whole bought into it, and clearly the community has shown out. The volunteers are fully a part of it. Obviously, the crews buy into it, and the runners themselves. So
the last 10 years, or like, has it always been like a Halloween weekend race?
Yeah. So I think some of the earlier editions, sort of, some of them fell into early November.
Yeah.
But yeah, pretty much it's always going to be either the weekend just before or on Halloween. I think the 5 years ago, 6 years ago, I think it was like November 1st and 2nd or something like that. But no, it is a Halloween-based party. So, and even if it doesn't fall on Halloween, get weird. Come out here and just like put your costume on and shake your booty, show your booty, and we'll rage.
Well, I've just noticed we're getting a little bit of wind here actually. You can see just behind us our little protection net is blowing in the wind, so that's actually going to impact people in maybe some of the higher points of the course. They're sweaty, they're wet. The temps are 32. I wouldn't believe it's 32 Celsius, 90 Fahrenheit. I think it feels colder than that, but I am using the inaccurate Google for my live interpretation here.
Yeah, the watch is still telling me 81 degrees Fahrenheit. You can do the math on that. The phone is telling me probably something similar.
Weather.com, also reputed to not being a great source, is anticipating it dropping to 66 degrees tonight. So with that little bit of wind, there's a light wind, wind's light and variable, and some cloud cover, it might get a little cold for people when they're wet and they're sweaty. So that's the thing with a race like this, you're preparing for a day of battling with the heat, but you can't overlook what the night's going to be like. Hopefully some of them will have maybe long sleeves, arm sleeves in their backpack that actually might help them a bit.
Run them back, baby.
Still no sign of Chris Brown. God, I hope he's okay. Chris, if you're out there, just let us know that you're okay, buddy. Looking back to see if we have any updates. Okay, we got some updates at Jackass Junction. There's a good chunk of men through in the backside of the top 20. Ken Hawkes, Matt Healy, JP Giblin, Barry's finest, Elon Lieber is true. Barry Weichert, Adam Behrendt, and the people's champion out of Portland, Oregon, Yassine Dubon. Still no update on F7 Sarah Striegel. True Coyote Camp, but has not arrived to Jackass Junction yet. Jackass Junction being 90.2 miles on the 5th lap.
So any moment now, we should expect Tony Rodriguez and Corinne Chavoy to be whipping through headquarters over here.
What does Corinne look like?
Same racing kit that we saw Lauren Peretz in.
Okay.
I would assume still with some headgear by the feed. Mm-hmm. She's on our team for, I worked with her for Hard Rock. Deep in the Aravaipa family.
Yeah, so it's looking like 2 masters in the top 5 for the women's side of things. Oh, thank God. Ladies and gentlemen,
oh, this guy.
Chris Brown is alive.
Take your car key.
Okay. Chris is so tired from getting dropped, he needs to go home to the Airbnb. So I'll be back momentarily when I go find him our car key. Oh, I got it. Chris, do you want to update on how you feel?
Honestly, no. Just kind of alone.
So Chris's quote, he's feeling kind of alone from his experience of being out there solo in the dark. I'm glad you're okay, Chris. Great job today.
And you see folks continuing to get loopy here at the 2024 Javelina Jundred presented by Hoka and The Feed. Finish line cam here. Runners that are going back out for additional loops of the 100K or 100 mile, crossing that timing mat, hooking a left and coming right back from whence they came. But we got finishers from all 3 races popping around right now. I'm really intrigued by how many people from the 31K are still out there. We've had 24 finishers of 200 starters. So, party vibe is high. Party vibe is high for the 31K. We've got a couple dozen that are between Rattlesnake Ranch and the finish. So, we'll catch them soon.
A finisher.
Is
that Tony?
That looks like Tony.
Tony Rodriguez has been getting great shout outs in the comment thread. He has a lot of friends and family cheering for him there.
Trying to get confirmation.
Yeah, that was predicting a 9:20 finish for him, so that. And
that looks like 100K.
Corinne Shalvoy should be in any minute now.
I think we've got to flip back. We should have. That might have been a Corinne sighting.
No, they're turning around.
No. The person
who just cheered at us?
Yeah.
So we may be seeing Corinne coming in to take 5th place in the next 30 seconds. Let's see. I think this is another looper. Nope. Yes, that's another looper there. There's one person stopped.
There she is. Corinne Shalvoy.
Crossing with her kids.
(15:24:45) unofficially.
Prior to today, that would have put Corinne in the 9th fastest time. However, with 4 people ahead finishing into that top 10, I guess Corinne's going to end up like the 12th fastest time, 13th fastest time perhaps.
Yeah.
Skizzer fresh on the mats. We're trying to figure that out. And the late Tony is getting some great shouts. I just got a shout behind me from my boy Aaron Kabula from the Bay, out to pace his 2nd person of the day. I was talking to that man earlier today and he said he's done over 500 miles of pacing today, which is a wild number.
So Corinne Shalvoy finishing up what I'm pretty sure is her first ever 100 miler. 15:24 for your first 100. Not too shabby there, Corinne. So shout out to Air Viper Racing team member, stellar podcaster, and overall good person, the pride of Castle Rock, Corinne Chalvoy. F5 and 13th overall.
Yeah, it seems so. Maybe Tony Rodriguez didn't finish there. Tony is not updated on the finish line. If any of Tony's people in the comments, if you want to pop in and tell us.
If somebody knows, or we just had a person with a sweet stash go past. So if Tony has a sweet stash, let us know, because he might be coming in as we speak.
So that's the top 5 sealed up in the women's race. 5th place, Corinne Chalvoy in 15:24. 4th place, Aaron Clark out of Montana in 15:02:45. 2 minutes ahead. 3rd place, Lauren Peretz in 15:00:50. Then 22 minutes ahead. 2nd place, Hannah Allgood in 14:38. And then a supreme performance, Riley Brady finishing their trifecta of results in the Javelina 100 miler after finishing 3rd and 2nd before. Riley Brady to take the win in 14:19:01, the 2nd fastest time ever in the women's race at Javelina 100. And I think
Tony Rodriguez finishing through 15:27:43, just coming through there. So Tony Rodriguez, M9, 14th overall.
Oh, there is a very excited finisher. Who were you? What does that bib look like in the red shirt?
I mean, it's a 100-mile bib.
It is.
That Joe? That is Joe Corcione.
No way.
Yeah,
Joe
dude.
make that much time?
That's the man did it. 15:28:18 for Joe. Ripping across.
Wow, Joe was 12 minutes behind Tony Rodriguez at Rattlesnake. In 3.5 miles, made 12 minutes.
Yeah, Joe ran 33 minutes.
Wow.
Yeah, 5. Wait, right? 5. Yeah, he ran. Well, I guess 32:30 from Rattlesnake to the finish. So yeah,
very impressive. I'm guessing Joe was in that 10th spot for the men. Definitely a little bit. Might have been running fearful of someone coming through in 11th place. No one wants to finish 11th place in these races. Finishing the top 10 is a great result. So Joe hugs his friends, his family, his crew, his pacers. Well done, Joe Corcione. Bib number 1. So Tony might be indeed be the most popular person here in the thread.
Yeah.
A lot of friends.
Yeah, representing.
Flags.
Yep.
In the comments.
Coacalco, Mexico. Nothing on Ultra Sign Up. Does not exist. Which kind of is the feels like it's par for the course, because we had Jupiter back at Black Canyon, very similar situation. Not very well tracked on the Ultra Sign Up scene, but had done a lot locally and had some pretty impressive results. So Tony Rodriguez falling into a similar pattern of random baller, shows up and shows out for Coacalco.
So that's the top 10 true for the men. If we do a little roll call, 10th place, Joe Corcione, 15:28. 9th place, out of Acapulco, Mexico, Tony Rodriguez, 15:27. Then we had a big group of 4 ladies, F5 through F2, 13th overall through 10th overall. But then M8, Justin Grunwald, 9th overall. M7, Caleb Bowen, 7th male, 8th overall. Then Riley Brady, F1, 7th overall with the second fastest time ever in the Javelina Women's 100 miler. Then 6th place, 6th male, grand totaling out of Northern California. Blake Slatengren, only 3 minutes ahead, 5th place. Then Raj Paul Panu, 13:16, 4th place. Dan Green, 3rd place. Unsponsored, so keep an eye out on him, sponsors. 12:58, just got in under 13 hours, so probably a top 5 time of all time. Jeff Magavero, 2nd place, 12:54. He took his golden ticket. And then the supreme performance, David Roach to follow up in his Leadville 100-mile win. 2 wins, 200 milers, 1 course record, and 1 race, only a minute off the course record in 100-degree heat. David Roach with the win in 12:45.04.
I just got sent a great video that is proof that Jackass Junction is popping off right now. I'd show you, but it's best you just come out here and see it for yourself. Join us next year at the 2025 edition of the Javelina 100. Be on the lookout for registration opening, and or just convince your friends, family, loved one, spouse to run this race on your behalf so you can just come out and crew and do a different type of work and not beat your legs up as much.
20.
So we got eyes here overlooking the entrance and exit of Javelina headquarters. You pan up and you just see the headlamps bopping along in the distance. Out here just vibing and having a grand old time with 1,000 of your friends through McDowell Mountain Regional Park here in Fountain Hills, Arizona. Currently a little over 15 and a half hours into the Javelina 100, 14 and a half hours into the 100K, and 3.5 hours into the Jackass 31K night run. So we got something for everybody going on out there right now. But we got something that you can do at home. Support our sponsors. Check out these beautiful, lovely people who've helped us along the way by supporting them. And I'll see you on the other side.
Hey, good morning. Let's go.
You have big goals you want to accomplish. We'll be there with you every step of the way. When the trail gets tough, we'll help you push through. When doubt creeps in, we'll keep you moving forward. Because your journey is our passion, and together, we can accomplish more than you thought possible. CTS. Inspiring, educating, and guiding runners of all abilities. Every step of the way. Get matched with your coach today.
What is the Feed? Well, the Feed fuels the world's best athletes.
Hydration, gels, chews, recovery, supplements. You got everything you need.
We make your next workout even better. Whether you're training for the World Championships or hitting your next PR, we are here to fuel your success.
Fuel your workout with feed.
Shop today to get your free tour bottle. Visit thefeed.com.
You have big goals you want to accomplish. We'll be there with you every step of the way. When the trail gets tough, we'll help you push through. When doubt creeps in, we'll keep you moving forward. Because your journey is our passion, and together, we can accomplish more than you thought possible. CTS. Inspiring, educating, and guiding runners of all abilities. Every step of the way. Get matched with your coach today.
What is the feed? Well, the feed fuels the world's best athletes.
Hydration, gels, chews, recovery, supplements. You got everything you need.
We make your next workout even better. Whether you're training for the World Championships or hitting your next PR, we are here to fuel your success.
Fuel your workout with feed.
Shop today to get your free tour bottle. Visit thefeed.com.
And welcome back to the 2024 Javelina Jundred, brought to you by Hoka and The Feed. We really need Christian Vandevelde to just come out here and hook us up with the hand-delivered snacks, but The Feed is taking good care of us, supporting this live stream. Goose taking good care of us, supporting some sweet, sweet gels and Roctane.
You are almost 6 hours into your endurance effort today. What would you want the feed to deliver to you right now?
Oh, great question. I don't know how to pronounce it. What is those, like, Amax? They got those, like, carb bars that actually have some, like, good protein in them. Mm-hmm. That would be helpful. Mm-hmm. Honestly, I would take pretty much any, like, solid bar, like a little Morton bar or something like that. Because otherwise, all I'm doing is eating these Ghost Toast Kit Kats, and I've now cracked open the Trolley Bright Crawlers. So anything that's less sugar is probably just better for my teeth and overall health.
Does the feed do burritos?
I don't believe so, but
I feel like they should start doing it and deliver one to me here right now.
I mean, the feed has pretty much everything else you could possibly need, though, including gear. Like, you're like, oh, I need recovery boots. The feed has it. You need a satchel. I guess it's technically a musette. The feed has it. So show them some love. And I'm sure there's some people here in the room that have promo codes, or at least like codes that they could drop in the chat or on a microphone where you might be able to get an additional discount. Don't say I never helped you. Oh, see, now your mic's not on, so you got it. Leah Yingling is trying to throw out her affiliate link for folks.
We just woke Leah from her slumber on the interview couch, and she's going to drop her affiliate code in the chat to get you all discounts. And then she can go back to her slumber on the interview couch.
Meanwhile, we've got folks out here coming through the start-finish line at the Javelina Jundred. 100-mile and 100K, both cycling through. Got some very enthusiastic runners keeping the groove going. Steady stepping forward. Is she in boots? Oh, no, it's just compression socks. All right. Same. with the costumes, it's always hard to tell, right? We spend so much time focus on
Oh, we got an update here from Rattlesnake Ranch. Anna's in there. Anna Luden.
Yeah.
15th overall, F6 is True Rattlesnake Ranch 7 minutes ago. 15:34.51.
Let's go.
So it's likely she will not get under 16 hours. However, 16:05, 16:10, 16:15. That's still a solid time here. Further back, we're still, I expect we'll have F7. Sarah Striegel should be potentially the next person into Jackass Junction. It was predicting she would come in there right this minute, actually. And then F8 through F10, we still haven't got an update after Javelina J quarters. The next finisher we would expect here at the finish line will be Ferdinand Erold for in the 11th place. And then JP Giblin, True Rattlesnake rank 6 minutes ago. So we'd expect to see JP coming in actually only 40 seconds ahead of Anna. So Anna might be chasing JP down. JP, our early leader in the race here today.
Yeah, so we could presumably have 3 more finishers here in the next 35 to 40 minutes in the 100-mile race. We obviously also have a ton of folks still coming in for the 31K. We now have 30 finishers in the 31K. And a lot of people who are at Rattlesnake Ranch. We've got 38 folks that are in the last 3 miles of their 31K adventure. And then we like a grip, like a whole, well, I'm going to say a posse, a party. We've got over 100 people that are at Jackass Junction. So
you keep talking about it.
The party is real.
At Jackass Junction. If you were the DJ, have you been the DJ at Jackass?
No.
If you were the DJ at Jackass, 9:43 at night, you people coming through who are on lap 3, lap 4, they need the vibes to help them get through the finish line tomorrow. What are you playing right now? What is on your set?
Right now, I'm probably going to be like in a sort of like funk disco, new disco pocket. So like good, like somewhere between 110 and 120 BPM. It's like easy to two-step to for the volunteers. Usually like not an assaulting bass line, but it just like viscerally makes you feel good. As you get closer to midnight, you can start doing a bit more of that like aggressive, almost like rave style, aggro, just like 4 on the floor, like aggressive stuff. Just like get people moving through the desert. The cool thing about open space like this, especially like flat, is low sounds will carry for ages. So like if I have a good sub, like you can leave Jackass Junction all you want, you're gonna hear it for the next 4 miles. Like you're gonna hear that bass line driving you. And so in the darkest, coldest parts of the night, that's when I want to be like driving bass lines.
So that like that's, but is that just gonna mess up runners and that like they're 4 miles out of the aid station, they're gonna be like, oh, I can hear it so well, I'm like half a mile away, and then 30 minutes later they're still running towards it.
No, because it's just gonna get louder and louder, like a heartbeat. And you can just
Pied Piper reeling them in.
It's gonna be lit, man. That's fine. And obviously, you know, like you go back and forth about if you want to play vocal mixes and things that people can sing to, or you just want to drive instrumentals. You got a lot of options, but
how much Taylor Swift are you gonna be rocking?
Pretty much 0. I have some like edits I would play, but like just Taylor's version as is, probably not super motivational to runners who've been on their feet for 18 hours.
I guarantee
like,
about 20% of this field would probably disagree with you on that statement.
Oh well. Yeah, like playing Cardigan, it ain't gonna hit. Like that's not super motivational. For me personally, your results may vary, but yeah, I DJ'd the after party for Mammoth, and the songs that hit were hilarious, just like amalgamation of.
Well, you only have 60% or 70% of that party were probably Euros.
Yep. I was just like, I don't know if this song's gonna work. Oh, they do know this song. Great. So, yeah, I wasn't ready for a certain personality that you know from that race series to steal my microphone and start singing One Direction. But it happened. So, R.I.P. Liam. Yeah, it was a good time. But this race is fun because it's also Halloween themed, which means you get to bust out all of the classics, right? So you're gonna get Thriller, You're gonna get Ghostbusters, but you also get to do like, I think the last time I DJ'd here, that was like right when Squid Game, that first season, had come out. Mm-hmm. So I had like edits that were incorporating like all of those sound effects and things that were hot to trot for that. So.
Wait, is there a second season of Squid Game?
Coming.
Oh, let's go. That's actually a surprising thing. We didn't see anyone dressed as a Squid Games character. I guess that would have been more last year.
Yeah, it's. I think there's certain costumes you can do year in, year out. Some have to be like topical, bless you, and then you can come back to them like 6 to 15 years later, and then you're like, okay, this is just hipster. Squid Game is in that weird pocket in between.
Yeah. Okay, let's go back and see if we have any updates at Rattlesnake Ranch.
I was going to say, it seems like we got a lot of people playing red light, green light right now, but nobody's called red light. Got a lot of green light, people still moving. Love to see it.
Yeah, we're still at the same with Jackass Junction and Kyoto Camp. No updates there. Here at the finish line, a lot of people still going through the turnaround, so we haven't got any finishers yet. Next up, we would expect to see Ferdinand O'Rourke coming in 11th place, male, 16th overall, or maybe JP Giblin. Likely not. JP Giblin we'd expect to come next, either him or Anna Loden.
Rachel, come on over here for a minute. What? I'm going back out? Yes, you are. Yes, you are, and you're about to go crush it. And that's the awesome part about the loop format of this race is you can see it personified here at the finish line. It's just a stream of runners. And so if you're having a rough go of it, somebody's going to come up very soon to show you some love, give you some energy, keep you moving. You make some new friends, and you finish strong like this. I think that was a 31K finisher that had just come through there.
So I want to do a shout out back to a friend of mine from Tahoe, Jim Buckley, 67 years of age. He is through Jackass Junction at 4 p.m. Okay, no updates since then, so potentially may not be still out there. But I saw Scotty Mills, his name. Is he the race director of San Diego 100? Is that right? It's true Jackass Junction number 2 at 8:30 p.m. 32 miles. And Scott Mills, 73 years of age.
Crushing. pulling up the 100K results. We now have 62 individuals in. Our top 25 women and 37 men.
Well, actually, another big name that I see in the middle of the field here in 100th place, female, 302nd overall, through Javelina Jundred, lap 3 at 60.4. Pam Reed.
Yeah.
years of age.
Heat would be light work for her.
She's local or Tucson?
That is a great question.
Yeah, I think I see in the Google here it's Tucson. But a stellar name and stellar 100-mile results over the last, 3 decades.
Yeah.
Victories at Badwater, among others.
Saying we should be relatively close to seeing Taylor Hitt, Sierra DeGroff, and Hella Sidibe coming through the start-finish line as well, getting ready to take off on their 5th and final lap around the desert.
I wonder how our fearless leader Zach Marion is doing.
Yeah, he said he had all these costumes, and I have seen no costumes.
No, I saw he was Dylan Bowman for the first lap, and a very convincing Dylan Bowman.
Respect, okay.
He also has a Jam Jam costume. I'm not sure when that's getting broke out.
Got it.
They're the only two I've heard of.
Oh, buddy.
Maeve dressed as Zach Marion. We shall see. But actually, we had him shout and express love for both of us an hour and a half ago when he left Javelina Jundred on lap number 3 an hour and 20 minutes ago. And here we go. Okay, that was a red light, green light. That runner is back out there again.
Just hit it with the Matumbo finger wave.
Next into the finish, we're expecting it to be Ferdinand Arald.
Is that the 100K finish?
So actually, Ferdinand could well be the second place non-American finisher if Ferdinand comes through in the next few minutes.
So shout out to...
Am I right in that? Am I right?
Yeah.
Was everyone else American until...
Yep.
Tony Rodriguez?
Correct.
So Ferdinand hailing from France. He's a magician? Wow. Ferdinand's full-time or part-time job is a magician?
Was in finance. Has a start. He's also a magician.
He's also a magician?
Yeah.
Wow.
He's got a really fun link.
So if somebody's looking for a man in finance, trust fund, probably not 6'5".
No, he's like 5'9".
5'9",
Yeah.
magician for a ninja guy.
5'9" magician.
5'9" magician is all I need.
I didn't hear all the details.
That's all.
Sounds great.
Yeah.
I love what you don't repeat.
See, this is that moment where I have to think about if my wife is actually watching, and then like, what do I want to explain when I finally get back? Anywho, pretty sure we had Whitney Dancaster finish that 100K just a few moments ago. Kendra Mataras also recently coming across. Could be Medeiros. Either way, you crushed it. Sub 15-hour, 100K finish for F26. So great work.
She recorded her voice saying on your left into like a button thing so she could say that to people when she was passing them out there.
For this race?
For this race.
That's
Because
hilarious.
she's really soft spoken.
Okay, so our anonymous correspondent from the couch just gave us some intel about Whitney Dancaster, that she recorded her voice saying on your left. It's like a little voice note, programmed it to a button, and then has just been pushing that the entire race incessantly. As you see, Hella Sidibe rolling back out, starting his final loop of the 100-mile here. So the soft-spoken Whitney Dancaster just out here harassing everyone she passes on your left, just with basically the that was easy button of considerate racing. So shout out to that. That actually is just good foresight. It's foresight and respectful. So win on both accounts.
Honestly, I'm taking some notes for the Dipsy.
on your left. Move.
I saw in the comment thread our friend Gus Gibbs has been commenting a little bit, and his approach to the Dipsy races. I think one year he brought a foghorn, or one of those gas horns along, was just running behind them, blaring his horn.
Just wait till the very last minute and make somebody jump out the way. Like that's a good way to clear the trail for you.
I actually, on my run this morning, I came around the corner when I was crossing the course and scared the living daylights out of the poor runner there. So apologies to that runner out there. Sorry for scaring you. So looking into the comment threads, there was a lot of people commenting on your selection of music.
Yeah, it feels right.
A lot of good recommendations of psytrance.
Yeah.
Unsure what psytrance is personally. Can you explain?
It's I'm trying to think if you would have ever actually just like run across it. And if you've been to a warehouse party
No, I'm too innocent.
all right, yeah. So
I've been to shed parties back home on the farm.
very different.
A lot of Garth Brooks and stuff.
I would say it's a little bit more ethereal than your usual type of music. It bangs though. Yeah, I see that there are some recommendations, just like good classic rock. You know, Metallica, Ozzy. Yeah, I mean we're Bay Area folks, so got to support Metallica. Yeah, I mean Ozzy's kind of a given. Basically any classic rock from like 82 to 87, really just like the banger hair bands will get the job done. Also just motivational on their face.
Yeah. Talk to me about the logo for Javelina.
So
Javelina, is that the name of the species of tiny little pig thing?
I don't know if tiny little pig thing is how scientifically they're defined, but yeah, no, it's like it's got a hog-like grind.
Will they see one out in the course?
I would envision not, just because they usually, in my experience, have been like skittish. I don't think they were like really hanging out by trails necessarily like that. But again, personal experience, I have not written any elementary school papers on the Javelina.
How big is a Javelina?
It's like it's sizable. It's not like a rat.
It's like a big. Well, it's kind of lit.
It's got like a possum.
A big
Possum
mini
size.
pig. It's like a big mini pig.
I mean, I guess we could just look this up. We do have the internet, but.
Okay, and now we have a finisher. We're guessing that this is Ferdinand with his crew and his pacer. Let us see if it updates to confirm. Well, actually, yeah, we got a confirmation from the slumber couch. Check out Ferdinand's LinkedIn page to get all of the finance and magic tricks that our anonymous source has said his page is quite interesting.
I mean, in fairness, the number of corporate gigs that magicians do, probably pretty high. So the Venn diagram, like, not every magician is just like in Vegas, right? Like, 85% of magicians, made up stat, 85% of magicians are probably doing like private corporate gigs, parties, things like that. So yeah, like that overlap of like, you want me to do your team building corporate retreat? He knows those people. He knows how they think. Just brilliant. Brilliant.
Actually, we had mentioned LinkedIn. Selfishly, if you were hiring in the biotech space in the Bay Area, look up mine. Patrick O'Leary, PhD.
I mean, if we're just hyping up things, my baby's in the wild card for Baby of the Year. Voting closes tomorrow to make the quarterfinals. So help my child get $25,000 for their college fund, because me sitting here isn't helping to add to that.
That's definitely something worth dropping into the thread. We have got how many people? 374 people who can support your child win 25K.
You want me to actually like find the link? All right. Yeah, we'll spam it.
Do you want to put the kid through college?
It's a good. Actually? Oh, thanks. The slumber. I have no idea. I don't know how YouTube works. But yeah, throw. We'll see. Try to help my baby get to college. Kids are expensive. Things they don't tell you.
And from the comment threads here, actually DC has seen javelinas in the course. DC ran the Javelina 100 3 times, saw javelinas twice on the course. Javelinas.
I wonder if they're temperature specific, kind of like the rattlesnakes. You kind of just see them between like 80 and 95 degrees. I wonder if Javelina's got the same sort of like, we'll be out if it's this type of temperature.
Also known as a collared peccary. The Javelina.
44 to 88 pounds.
Wait, they're not even pig family. Oh my god. Sorry, I'm nerding out on biology here. Patrick O'Leary, PhD on LinkedIn.
Come for the running, stay for the 4th grade science projects. They're pig-like. Ungulates. That's not how you pronounce it, but which reminds me, did I do my Duolingo for today? I did. We're good. Okay.
Okay, next team we're expecting to see JP Giblin. Likely. You know, if JP or Anna are running well, we could see them in the next 10 minutes. Anna's prediction was 10:14, which is 10 minutes time. JP, I think Anna made ground on him, so the prediction, okay, 6 minutes time.
Oh, look who it is, Mr. I came for car keys, stayed for the fun. Chris Brown back in studio.
I'm so glad he's safe. I was really concerned about my boy Chris. And now we also have an update at Jackass Junction. F7 and F8 are both into Jackass Junction, only 5 minutes apart. Sarah Striegel and Molly Schmeissel has, I think, went from F10 to F8 since Javelina.
We got a whole pack of M&Ms.
Let's go. What's your favorite M&M?
You mean color or like style?
Well, the colors are all the same, aren't they? They're the same flavor, style. I guess.
I had some pretzel M&Ms this week. It reminded me how much I love pretzel M&Ms. Mind you, I'm lactose intolerant, so I shouldn't be having any of these, but pretzel M&Ms are superior. Peanut butter are okay, but like you got to have them in small enough doses.
Yeah. I'm just a peanut M&M, better than peanut butter. Peanut butter M&M sounds weird and unnecessary.
This is America.
That's true. That's true. Don't come into this country and hate on your sweets. Yes, we actually have a couple of updates in the backside of the top 10 women. Anna Curtis, F9, is into Coyote Camp 4 minutes ago. F7 and F8, Molly Schmeitzel and Sarah Striegel are into Jackass Junction 5 minutes apart at 16 hours. And then any minute now we expect to see Anna Luden, recently signed with Brooks out of the Bay Area. We expect to see her through in 6th place, 18th overall, maybe 17th overall, depending how the race against JP Giblin's going, but in the next 5 to 10 minutes.
Got some people moving well behind us, trying to see. Yeah, we got some solid mid-pack 100-milers coming through, continuing their journey through the desert. As we mentioned, the major cutoff is at 6 a.m. local time, 24 hours for the first wave of the 100-mile.
I'm expecting we're going to hear Anna come through. Anna generally rolls pretty deep with the crew of friends from the Bay Area and the Impala's racing team. So I expect we're going to hear them coming through and see a whole cluster of headlamps coming towards us.
Yeah, I mean, we'd be able to see David Lamb's calves from the front as they approach. So,
and there's JP Giblin just past us.
There it is.
So that's JP coming in 17th overall, M12, after leading a lot of the race early on.
Oh, JP Goblin for Halloween. I get it. Good job, Chris Brown. Don't give another man credit for your swagger jacking. JP Giblin, kudos again for, having a fade from his early pace and still finishing the job. Could have easily just packed it in, started the off season, but here we go, finishing the task at hand, and being rewarded with a 17th overall.
Honestly, I wouldn't disagree with Travis Longcar's suggestion in the comment thread that a temporary redirect of the live tracking link to the Baby of the Year voting link wouldn't be unacceptable at this point. Your link didn't come in. Okay. I'm going to vote for your baby, Skylar.
It's all good. Just find my story on IG.
I got you.
I appreciate that. I got to contribute to this family somehow.
Okay. JP is across the line and immediately collapses.
Yeah, warranted. Man ran, 112 for the first 10 miles of this race. I'm pretty sure he ran to Jackass Junction faster than pretty much everybody in the 31K ran to Jackass Junction. Yeah, he split 2 minutes slower than Matthew Vera, who won the 31K.
That is
so he would have been second into Jackass Junction in the 31K, and he was doing it for 100 miles. So yeah, warranted that his legs are a little tired right now. But again, kudos for not just, bagging it and saying, I'm done here. JP Giblin, you're a real one. Way to keep it interesting. Way to make it harder on yourself, but to finish the job.
Okay, good cluster of headlamps coming in, but I do not think That is Team Anna.
No. Whoop, whoop. So while these runners are continuing their way through Javelina headquarters and around this 2024 edition of the Javelina 100, we couldn't bring it to you without our great sponsors. Shout out to Hoka and the Feed for bringing us all the coverage to bring to you. Shout out to all of our other wonderful sponsors, Goo, CTS, Squirrels Not Butter. I am very confused by whatever that costume is in the bottom right. Oh, no, it's a person carrying a bell? Never mind. All right. I was like, is that a weird tail? It's after 10 o'clock. The freaks come out at night. You never know what you're going to see on the Javelina live stream. Speaking of which, Chris Brown, you got snacks? What you doing over there?
Some snacks?
No, I'm okay. I just want to see what you're doing.
Eat chips into the microphone?
Yes, people would love ASMR.
We've been doing it for the last 7 hours.
I'm pretty sure the percentage stands for the battery life, so we might lose our finish line feed here in a matter of seconds, which is going to be lit because that means we're just going to be all studio.
Well, no, we have the on the plug high one looking down on the finish line.
There it is,
Oh,
bam!
and we are back to the party.
Jackass Junction.
Jackass Junction.
Told you guys, this is what you've been waiting for. Aerovipe After Dark. People getting silly. People looking at the camera, pointing at it like, are we on right now? Yeah, you are on. Friendly and fanciful.
If possible, could we cut back, because we would expect to the finish line to the higher one, because we'd expect to see F6 coming through any minute now. Yeah, expected in about a minute and a half. Anna. But then we're going to have a gap for probably 30 minutes, maybe 15 minutes actually. So maybe a few minutes at the Jackass would be quite fun.
Yeah, Jackass is a whole vibe right now because you have people who are just doing the 31K and raging. But then you've also got 100K folks out there, lap 2 or lap 3, and then 100 milers. So you got all spectrums of the like death versus resurrection component of your day.
Okay, is this... We are back to live, I think. And there we go. Any minute we will expect to see Anna Luden coming to the finish line, 6th female. Actually, we were talking a lot. This was like Ferdinand taking the M11 spot. I think didn't Anna take the F11 spot at Western States, the unluckiest position in the Western States race this past year? Okay, we got a cluster of people running towards here. One of them is moving very fast. So one of them is sprinting very aggressively. But neither of them are Anna.
Yeah, at this point we're just looking longingly at the turn here, trying to stare through the darkness. Meanwhile, if you are at home staring into the darkness like, where's my runner? You can actually see where they're at on course by using the runner tracker pinned at the top of the chat. Feel free to hop up there, click that link, type in a name, and find who you are looking for across the 100-mile, 100K, or 31K distances here at the 2024 Javelina Jundred. Brought to you by Hoka and The Feed. Worth pointing out that it really feels like people are not dropping out. Like, I'm not seeing, I'm looking at the live results, I'm not seeing a lot of DNFs being added. Really healthy finish. I mean, we're still at the, what?
Oh, so DNFs come up at the very bottom.
Yeah, probably like less than 50, or maybe around 50 in the 100K.
Let's go, Anna! Okay, we just had 100 meters from the finish. We had Anna Luden and her crew rocking around the corner. We'll expect to see them come across the finish line in the next 30 to 40 seconds. F6. So Anna Luden we expect to see crossing in 16 hours, 18 minutes something. Not quite the race Anna was shooting for, but still. In that heat, a 16-hour 100 milers, a very impressive result.
Nothing wrong with having a, top 100 time all time on this course on a day that you're like
top 100 overall over
the last,
what did you say, 16 17
yeah
years? Yeah, here we go, Anna. Great result.
Still so happy, still so stoked, enjoying all that time with the family and crew. D-Lam there, Cavs out,
Marnie there,
Sammy.
So the who's who of Barry are running right there.
It really is. Gotta go ahead and assume her husband.
We got some good cowbell energy going on here right behind us. It's a day well done, Anna. A day well done.
So Anna Loudon, F6, 18th overall, approximately 16, 18 and change, about 16, 19 on the clock. And now the watch continues. Next up in the 100-mile race, we've got Kenneth Hawks sitting M13, Elon sitting M14, Adam Barron sitting M15, and then Yassine Daboun sitting M16. Those are your next four folks on course, expected to be coming through here. I mean, functionally in 10 to 30 minutes, depending on how they want to play this last section. So we gonna be cruising.
Here we go.
They're vibing. Those same butterflies that led out wave 2 of the 31K are...
They're vibing.
back.
How long do you think they're going to stay here at the 8?
Great question. I mean, you can go until sunrise if you really wanted to, but Probably give it another hour or so before heading out.
So we have in the main screen, we have the aid station at Jackass Junction. Down in the corner then we have our gimbal at the finish line. So if you're waiting for your finisher for the 100k, 31k or 100 miler, keep an eye on that bottom right hand corner. For the 100 mile finishers, next up we expect to see Kenneth Hawkes and Bay Area's Elon Lieber. But we figured we'd give you guys a little view of the party. Encourage you to come join us here next year. Maybe volunteer for an aid station. Maybe do a race. Do the 31k. And the butterflies didn't last too long. Off they go into the night on their migration.
I'm going to look to the studio crew and see if they know if the coffee bar is still open. I'm getting no confirmation either way.
We do have cans of 175 megs of caffeine and a tiny can of cold brew.
That is true. I'm gonna go.
Like.
I'm gonna go take a look in the cooler and freeze my hand off. I'll be right back.
We're gonna have Dan. Okay. Skylar Hall has gone to search for some coffee. If I get some in me now, I will not sleep tonight. Which would probably be a good thing. I should go out and dance at this aid station. So just to give you guys a rundown of, if you're just tuning in with us, in the women's race, we had a great series of battles. The top 5, we had Corinne Chalvoy come through in 5th place, 15:24. But then one of the great battles was between Erin Clark and Lauren Peretz. Erin finishing 4th in 15:02, Lauren Peretz 15 hours and 50 seconds. Then Hannah Allgood took 2nd place, trying to chase down Riley Brady. Hannah finishes 2nd in 14:38, but then Riley Brady 14:19, a great result. And then in the men's race, we had Blake Slatengren take 5th place in 14 hours, just over the 14-hour mark. We had Raj Paul Panu in 13:16. And then we had Dan Green, who we think may be coming in to join us on the couch here in a few moments for an interview, in 12:58. And then Jeff Mogavero, 2nd place, 12:54.31, trying to chase down the tremendous David Roach in his second 100 miler of the last 6 weeks. Takes a 2nd win, 12:45, only a minute to 2 minutes off the course record. Okay, and now at the finish line, we are expecting to see, probably in about 10 minutes, 19th male, or 19th overall, 13th male, Kenneth Hawkes. And then soon after that, 6 minutes behind him through Rattlesnake Ranch, we have a good friend of mine, Elon Lieber, expected to come in 20th overall, but only 6 minutes behind him, he is Adam Berendt. And 2 minutes behind Adam, we have Portland's Yassine Dubon. Keep him working down. Rattlesnake Ranch, we also have Barry Weicker through 17th male. And then in 18th place, through Rattlesnake in 16:16, is Paulie Estragoneth, a good friend of mine from the San Francisco running community. Paulius and his crew are all dressed as cows out there today, so you'll probably spot Ben Moore out there crewing with him now. And Skylar Hahn means business. He is here with the cold brew, 20 grams of protein and 175 mg of caffeine. This caramel latte, high protein iced coffee. Skylar, he means business. You can stay there.
Y'all can hang.
Y'all can just cuddle in between them if you want. Okay, we just had to remove these ruffians from the couch.
Yeah,
they ran one lap and they need a nap already.
Exactly.
Come on.
Yeah. Pacers out. People who raced in.
Honestly, we should. That'd be great. I went up. I'm clean.
Yeah.
Dan Green, welcome.
We're here. What's up? How's it going?
Good. How are those cores going down?
So good.
So, third place.
Yeah, third place.
How are you feeling? So last year, do I recall you were fourth here?
Fourth place.
So
First loser last year.
So 13-18 last year. This year, that was a hell of a performance. What time were you expecting to run come into this? What were you shooting for?
Sub 13 would have been was nice. Would have been nice. Obviously, I was still pretty far off of David.
Yeah.
Of course, because he's awesome.
Yeah.
But I mean, sub 13 was sweet.
Yeah.
When I realized I was hopefully going to go sub 13. It was still close. I mean, it wasn't like I was like way under 13, but sub 13 was like a big goal, goal, I guess.
Yeah. Talk us through your experience of the last 10 miles with Jeff and what happened out there. Like when did he pass you? When did you pass him?
Yeah.
How was that last 10 miles, 5 miles? Because like in here, our atmosphere was electric because we were just seeing that battle that was going on. You guys coming through the aid stations together.
No, it was fun. I mean, we came into Jackass and they were there. Well, at least his pacer was there. He had already taken off. His pacer was in there getting a bottle, and but we were there at the same time, and it was kind of like, okay, we got to be quick because we should try to like closen up the gap a little bit. And yeah, it was awesome because we had just passed a few other guys before. They went from like 6th to 3rd on that last loop, I think.
Yeah.
And so, but seeing him was like that final piece. It was like guy's second place, so it's like golden ticket. So that was pretty fun. Like, I didn't think I would see him again.
Yeah.
Because him and Jeff looked great. They looked good even from a distance, hauling together. So seeing them at the aid station was awesome.
Okay.
We were also electric.
Yeah. Because all of these races are going on at once, when you got out into the darkness, out of the aid station, every headlight you saw, were you thinking, that's him, I'm about to take him?
Yeah, not really, because I mean, when we left the aid station, it wasn't super dark yet, so we were still headlightless. But then we definitely could see them because, they were kind of staggered, so you could see their kits a little bit, even from a distance, you could see their kits. So we definitely knew where they were, and not that I gave up on myself, but it was kind of like I knew it was in my legs, and it was like, I mean, they're probably gonna. They were running really good, and we were trying to run really good, and we could keep eyes on them until we couldn't.
Yeah.
And then it was kind of just like, okay, we'll keep pushing, but because if they falter, then hopefully we can clean it up.
Yeah.
And pass them, but yeah, we knew where they were the whole time we were behind them, I guess.
Yeah.
At least my pacer did.
Yeah, I was going to ask, like, how much of that, at least like the head game component of it, is being driven by you versus being driven by the pacer? Like, what was that dynamic like?
Yeah, my pacer, Alex Miner, great runner himself, and he definitely, like, we talked a lot back and forth. That sounds like guys peeing over there. But we talked a lot back and forth, and it was kind of like, you got to keep pushing. And I was like, dude, I hurt pretty bad, so I don't really want to do that, but I know I have to because we're so close. It's like, you got to. I was cramping a little bit, so that was tough. And he was like, you just got to keep pushing through it, like you're going to hate it if you don't. So we did. At one point, my leg cramped in a pronated position. Like my foot cramped pronated, which was super weird. Like this whole side of my leg just tensed up, and then my foot was just to the inside, and I was like, that's pretty weird.
When did that happen?
Probably less than 10 miles ago. And I was like, that's not good. But we didn't have time to eat anything or do anything. We skipped the last aid station because they probably skipped the last aid station, I'd imagine. So, yeah, we were hoping I didn't catch anything or cramp again.
Yeah.
He was like, yeah, you're good.
How concerned were you of Raj behind you?
I don't want to say not concerned because obviously he's a great runner.
Yeah.
But when we passed him, it seemed like we passed him, and that was good. That was good enough. When we passed him, it was weird because it was the same place I got passed by Blake last year.
Okay.
It's my least favorite part of the whole course is that hilly. I hate to say hilly. It's the hillier part of the course that's a little bit technical.
Yeah.
So that part of the course is where I got sprinted past while I was essentially walking, and we passed him at that point this year. And honestly, kudos. Thankfully, we were able to do that because that's what spurred on the whole push. Essentially, was passing him, and then it was well, this guy's really good. So if we let up on the gas, we're probably going to get passed again.
Yeah.
But after that, I don't think that was a huge concern.
Yeah. It's funny actually, for Blake was in that shootout for a finish the last 5 miles last year. He was in one again this year for sub 14 with between 5th and 6th place, only 3 minutes behind him in between at the end.
Yeah.
So it's been cool to see so many tight battles throughout it. So what was your lowest point of the race? Was it that cramp with 5 miles to go, or even throughout the heat? How did you handle the heat?
The heat was fine. Honestly, I didn't really notice the heat too much. If you keep ice on you and water, it's not terrible. The only time I really noticed the heat was the third loop coming out of whatever the first aid station's called, going to Jackass aid station in the middle. The bottle I got wasn't, the Roctane I got wasn't screwed on right, so I drained an entire bottle of Roctane. No. So I had one bottle of water from there to the middle, and I didn't have salt pills with me yet. And so I was just kind of I ran 2.5 miles with no liquid.
Yeah.
And that was rough.
Yeah.
That was really rough. That was the lowest point. I was kind of thinking my hamstrings were starting to cramp, and I was like, honestly, cramping out of this race wouldn't be terrible. Be kind of honorable. If I just cramped up and fell on the ground like an ant or something.
Yeah.
No one would know. No one would be like, that's terrible. You should have kept running.
The Brett Hording model. It's well known on our side. Let's talk about that nutrition strategy broadly. You obviously mentioned you had Roctane in the bottles. What were you using? Was it mostly liquid calories? What was the plan? So I've learned to just keep it as simple as possible with that. Try to limit my choices at the aid station, at least the main aid station, and in every aspect of my kit and my nutrition. So I was using Morton 160s, Precision 30s, and then 2 scoops of Tailwind per 1 bottle, and then 1 bottle of water. And that's it. I just use Coke, and drinking a lot of Coke at the aid station. So it was essentially Coke, Morton's, Precision, Tailwind, water, and salt pills. That's all I had the whole day.
Yeah.
I had no food, no solid food or anything. You don't have enough time to eat solid food. It's not worth it. You don't get enough carbohydrate from solid food, I don't think.
Yeah.
Unless you eat good solid food, I guess.
Yeah. One thing that impressed us is throughout most of the elite men's and women's field was actually there wasn't as much of a nutrition rate we were expecting with that heat. Do you think it's just down to just good management? We're all learning more about the sport.
Yeah, man. I would say. Plus, if it's what was the real fill today? What was it? What did it get to? 100 or 90 some?
Yeah, I think it was hitting 100.
So, that's only a few degrees hotter than last year.
Yeah.
So I mean, I think once you're at that point, like, if you can figure out what works for you at like 88 and up or 85 and up, like, I mean, it's pretty much the same thing.
Yeah. So I know you only finished, 3 hours ago? I always hate when people ask me what's next. But what's next?
Cocodona 250. That's my grail race. I wanted to do that like 2 years ago, and everyone's like, don't do it. You shouldn't do it. But I'm going to do it this year, or next year.
What is the longest race you've done up to now? Longest time in your feet you've done?
I did a backyard in Ohio, but I only went 130 miles.
Okay.
So it wasn't like a huge effort or anything. It was like
How
whatever
many
that
hours was
comes out to, like 31 or something like that.
Okay.
So it'd be like twice that probably. Hopefully less than twice that.
Yeah.
But I crewed a buddy of mine, Ryan Ramsby. He ran it last year, and it was just an awesome experience. And I was like, yeah, I definitely want to do this.
Yeah.
Because I was like wanting to do it, and then I was able to crew him and pace him, and it was just such a great experience. So
yeah.
All right, so just to be clear, Cocodona is not just a passion project. Like, you're going in with the intention of like trying to win this thing.
I guess, yeah. Why not, dude?
Just want to make sure we're holding you to where we need to.
I mean, I have no experience in it, but I mean, I hope I won't get last. So we'll try to do well, I think. I'm excited to train for it because you just get to do a bunch of like training for this kind of stuff's a little more stressful because you got to do like some workouts and like kind of be like methodical about stuff. Where this is just going to be how much cardiovascular exercise can you do per week. So that'll be fun.
Yeah.
Are you working with a coach right now? Have you already started to think forward towards Cocodona, or is it like, let's just get through this and then game out from here?
Yeah, I mean, as soon as I signed up for it, I was like, damn, I shouldn't have done that because now I'm really looking forward to it.
Yes.
And so it was like, but this race I really love too. And so it was like, you know how that is. It's like you sign up for, you have 2 races on the radar, but you might be looking forward to the second one. And it's like, not that I didn't want to be here. I wanted to be here and I wanted to do well, but it was like tough to do certain things. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that one a lot. I don't have a coach though, but I don't think you need one for Cocodona, honestly. If you can eat and run, you're good.
Yeah. I can't even contemplate the concept of running a 250-mile runnable race.
It's a lot of hiking.
Yeah, yeah.
But it's a lot of running too if you want to win.
Running.
So.
Yeah, this is no PTL or anything like that where you're walking most of it. You're going to be running a good chunk of that.
Yeah. Well, it's like, if you know anything about that course, it's a lot of like fire access road and pretty nice trail, like really buffed out trail. Some of it's pretty technical and stuff, but some of it's like here.
Yeah.
You know, maybe a little narrower. It's not necessarily as wide in all the parts, but it's runnable.
Yeah.
Though you shouldn't probably run all of it.
Yeah.
Because you'll bonk pretty hard.
Are you feeling good about your setup back home? Like you have the terrain. You got to go through a winter. Is it going to be a little bit different than it would normally look in Arizona? Like, how are you envisioning your next? What are we at? 6 months to go? Like,
yeah. Like I said, I think just doing a bunch of like cardiovascular stuff. Like I'd like to do close to 30 hours a week, like over 20 hours a week of stuff, or 25, 30 hours a week of like training, I guess. Where right now I only do like 15 at most, you know, 15, 16. And that's like cross training stuff too. I definitely got to get stronger for that race. So like more gym stuff. I'm going to join a CrossFit gym. Catch me like doing pull-ups and stuff. It's pretty like not a super hardcore CrossFit gym. It's just like you're just basically picking up sandbags, throwing them over yourself, and doing pull-ups and like running. It's like they're not like forcing you to do like max deadlifts every day.
Yeah.
It's pretty chill, but it's also right behind my house, so I can just walk over there.
Yeah.
And so that'll be good. And then, but yeah, like terrain-wise, not really worried about, just because I think it's just more of a time thing.
Yeah. And for everyone out there who doesn't know where you're from, what's your hometown?
Huntington, West Virginia.
West Virginia.
It's like a small city in West Virginia. Well, it's the second largest, but compared to like a modern city, like it's just a big town, really.
Yeah.
So.
quite a contrast of the trail quality in terms of like I grew up with this as well, just
Yeah.
technical trails, route, rocks.
Yeah, out here it's like there's no routes.
Yeah.
You know, but it's just we have a little city park near us, Barbersville Park, and it's just like quarter-mile trails linked together. Like, but you can go out there and run, like, and get a couple miles in with people, and it's fun. But
yeah,
it's not like out here.
Yeah,
you're not like doing like a 15-mile loop.
Yeah.
Or like a 1,000-foot climb somewhere. There's none of that.
Yeah.
So whatever, it's fine. I'll do stair climber, I guess.
Yeah, I love it.
Well, I was going to say, while we're talking about home, are there folks you got to shout out, whether like back home, folks who came out here to support you and get you through this race, sponsors or prospective sponsors? Who you got to shout out?
Well, I have no real big sponsors. We do have a local T-shirt brand that helps me out. You know, get to do like one or so races a year, like 2 races a year or whatever, and just a little bit. But other than that, no. I mean, kudos to my work. I work at a Roberts running shop, so I can get some stuff like discounted.
Yeah.
You know, so that's good. That helps, and a lot of free time to go do things. So that's cool. My boss was like a huge duathlete back in the day and like a big trail runner in the States. So Robert Smith, he was like big in West Virginia, and
so he'll be somewhat of a mentor for you.
Yeah, he gets it. So he's like, you know, whenever you got to do something, just let me know, and like we'll work it out. So we'll figure out. We'll cover you so you can leave.
Yeah. Big shout out to Robert's Running Shop.
Yeah, Robert's Running Shop. Plus my girlfriend's here. She's like great. Sydney Smith. She's just a good spirit to have around, and my buddy Alex Miner paced me, and
Did Alex join you for 40 or for 20?
40.
40.
He's a dog.
That's a solid day.
Yeah, Alex is kind of a dog. Yeah, he's quick, man. I can't wait till he does 100.
Yes.
He'll be faster than me, guaranteed.
You heard it here now. Watch out, Alex. What's Alex?
Alex Miner. Fast guy.
Fast guy.
Put it on a shirt.
Well, we're proud of your result. We're proud of your racing. Oh, they're cheering for you.
Word.
Great work today. 12:58 is a hell of a result. I think you were the 5th fastest.
I'll take it.
Ever.
Sponsor me. No sponsors. Please help me. Pay for things.
Get this man to the Coke.
I'll work hard so I can work harder.
Do you have a social media account we need to call out or anything like that?
I don't know it like that. If you just look up Dan Green, you'll see.
You'll see it.
You'll know.
Okay.
So it shall be done. Dan Green, M3, overall boss. We'll see you back on the Mountain Outpost live stream at Cocodona, and
dude,
just a few months away, man.
I hope so.
Get pumped.
Are you gonna be there?
Allegedly. I gotta call my wife, but I'll be there.
Nice.
We gotta get this man out.
Do it.
It's a little. That's a lot of running. I'm more of a hiker. I'm more of a mountain hiker.
Mediate this for 5 days.
Oh, I thought you meant to race it. That actually. Commentated for 5 days.
There it is.
I don't know. I do like talking shite for long periods
This is
of
how
time.
it happens.
So
This is
maybe
how it
that's
happens.
my call.
Word.
All right. Appreciate you, boss.
Great running.
Thanks for being out here.
Absolutely. Dan Green.
Sleep, enjoy the course.
Yes, go relax. Navigating stairs very well. Kudos to you, sir.
So Cosmic C has dropped in. It's Dan is Green. Give Dan a follow.
Perfect. There we go. Yeah, we are looking forward to following the journey at Cocodona next May, generally the first week of May. That is, 5-6 days of wall-to-wall coverage here on the Mountain Outpost channel. So again, more reason to just hit that subscribe button so when it pops around, y'all are ready to follow the fun.
Throughout the time we were interviewing Dan, we actually had a couple of finishers. Out of Richmond, Bay Area, California, Elon Lieber finished in 16:31.50. His nickname was Goose. 19th place, 13th male. Then Portland's Yassine Debone, 16:38, 20th place, 14th male, followed by Adam Behrent, 15th male, and Barry Weichert, 16th male. It looks like there was quite a close battle between Yassine and Adam. and then Barry following 5 minutes later. Kenneth Hawkes, who we were expecting in about 20 minutes ago, is still making his way from Rattlesnake Ranch, followed by Bay Area's Paulius Dragunas. In the women's field, we had updated you already on Sarah Striegel F7 and Molly Schmeitzel F8, making it through Jackass Junction. But they have been joined. F9 Breer Youngfleisch was through in 16:08 at Jackass Junction. And F10 Rachel Doxey, 16:20, 12 minutes back. Seems to be in the 12th spot. 20 minutes behind, we have F11 Courtney Hale. A lot can happen in that last 10 miles though, so Courtney, keep pushing.
And you can see it here on the screen. Still a lot of great energy out there. We heard those cowbells and cheers. Crews are out here vibing and raging. We got the DJ pumping. I can feel that bass line. We were talking about this earlier. I can just hear that all the way over here. So folks are dancing and gigging out down by the disco ball and all the way around the 19.5-mile loop through McDowell Mountain Regional Park here in Fountain Hills, Arizona, site of the 2024 Javelina Jundred, presented by Hoka and The Feed. Patty, let's go back to that conversation with Dan. What stood out to you in terms of sort of how he processed this race and specifically that last loop?
He's just dialed, like on his nutrition throughout the loops. Apart from that one little hiccup on lap 3, he was just dialed. He had his plan going into place and he maintained it and he implemented the plan. And he ran, his goal was 13 hours. He ran 2 minutes faster than that. Yeah. Even with some of the hiccups along the way, like that incident come from Coyote up to Jackass where he lost half a litre of his Roctane, the cramping 10 miles to go. He still knew what he needed to do, and he still implemented that. He had his eye on Jeff coming through, and I think at that stage, was he just content with third place there, or was Jeff just running so well?
It kind of felt like it was a both situation. Yeah. Like if it felt like they were making progress, he seemed inclined to tap in, but because they weren't, it's like, okay, I can feel comfort in the day that I've had. That was the sense that I got. Yeah. But it's funny where he's like, he listed off the products he had, and he's like, it's just those. I'm like, that's 4 different brands of things. Like there's intention to realize that you can do a 160 drink mix and a 30 gel, and like to have that down. That does, you don't just fall onto that plan. So just sort of goes to reinforce what we've been talking about all day, and folks were talking about on the preview show and in various podcasts leading up, that folks are dialed. Like they've gone through and really been intentional about the entire plan, front to back, top to bottom, and it's showing off with just phenomenal times.
Have we seen someone of his, thinking about towards his next goal, Cocodona, have we seen someone of his leg speed take on Cocodona yet? Someone that can run under 13 hours on Javelina?
I mean, I'm pretty sure we saw Arlen take a swing at it. I mean, you have String Bean, who does surprisingly have a good amount of leg speed. I don't think he's gone sub 13 on this type of course, but I'd have to go back and sort of pop through the results real quick. But otherwise, nobody really pops to mind for Cocodona specifically.
Yeah. I'm so excited to see someone of his leg speed, but also in this era where nutrition is improving so much, nutrition planning is improving so much, heat control is improving so much, to see if that can all come together for a hell of a performance for him at Cocodona. Yet maybe he's going to get the option of taking a Western States ticket. We haven't got confirmation that David Roach has taken that yet, so
True.
maybe your Cocodona plan might be upended by an offer for Western States. We shall see.
I just looked it up. Joe McConaughey ran 14:13 here, so it's gonna be pretty special to see him gear up for that. And I liked his approach of just recognizing it doesn't have to be all running. Especially when you're going into a winter season, like West Virginia, not known for, crazy snowfall or anything in Huntington, but being prepared for, it's like, I'm just going to have to do some lifting. I'm going to have to be doing cardio in other ways. It's going to serve him well.
He kind of has a humble and realistic thought set going into it. So I'm excited to see what he can do. And I'm excited for his future. Dan is only 27 years of age, so he's got a long and potentially illustrious career ahead of him. So we're excited to see where he goes from here. And we have one runner who is just doing loads of small laps. Led by Forrest Gump. Forrest Gump is just leading this dude on a journey.
Really just throwing off the timing, Matt. Or now they're dancing. Okay.
They're dancing, okay. Oh, we're going for another timing, Matt. That's one way to finish the race.
Going and going and going. Yeah. Giving the timer just a knip.
Okay, and there's my buddy Paulius. Paced by Ben Moore, just crossed the line. So I think in 23rd place.
Picked up
17th
a spot
male.
there?
May have picked up a spot to pass Kenneth Hawkes. Paulius joins us on our Wednesday morning Mount Tam runs from Mill Valley. Great performance here today.
Same. Throwing down. Of course, Tony with the Sony hopped in, making sure we get the photos for the SFRC chat. Thank you, Tony. We see folks still cruising through as we are almost 11 hours. Sorry, it's almost 11 o'clock, almost 17 hours into the Javelina 100, brought to you by Hoka and The Feed. Got so many more people out there on course. We have, as we mentioned, that would be the 23rd place overall that just came across the line there, meaning we have just another nearly 600 individuals still out and about on course. 550 are tracking in the middle of Loop 3. Almost all of those are through Jackass Junction on the third loop. So steady stepping forward. Reminder that all those 100-milers have to get through Loop 4 by the 6 or 6:30 time, depending on which wave they started in. Basically, they have to give themselves 6 hours to complete the final loop. So, as we are almost at 11 p.m., that gives them 7 hours, give or take, to get through 1.5 loops and stay moving towards their dream of finishing the Javelina 100. And we'll be bringing all the coverage to you throughout the night and into that golden hour as they chase that 30-hour dream here on the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel. So make sure you stay tapped in. Hit that subscribe button.
So I
And
think
as we switch streams, click that bell. You'll get notified when the new one pops up.
So I think in Rattlesnake Ranch we should get some updates with the backside of the women's top 10. Sarah Striegel is expected, currently F7. She would be expected in the next 5 minutes into Rattlesnake Ranch. Back at Jackass Junction, we had Molly Smeitzel, F8, was 5 minutes behind Sarah. So a little bit of a battle going on there for 7th and 8th place. As it stands, F9 is Briar Youngfleisch and F10 Rachel Doxey. 13 minutes apart. Briar is only 4 minutes back from Molly F8, so F7 through F9, there's only a 9-minute spread at Jackass Junction. So we've had a lot of tight battles for spots in the middle of the top 10. That continues into the night.
Yeah, you got to keep pushing forward because bragging rights are on the line. Like saying you took 7th place at the nation's largest 100-mile race, yeah, that goes a long way. So keep your foot on the gas. Whereas we got a whole crew partying at the finish line. Volunteers, general friends, folks who found money in toilets before. Everybody just out here vibing at the Javelina Jundred. I'm going to check in on the status of the 31K. A good chunk of folks now through Rattlesnake Ranch. We've got 50 women in, 37 men in the 37K. Sydney Mullen was the last individual to come across at 4 hours and 50 minutes. So about 8 minutes ago, which means we still have about 131K folks still out there. They also have until like noon tomorrow. So if they get caught up in the party at Jackass Junction, disco nap. And then enjoy a sunrise as you hike your 9 miles back in.
So in some Strava sleuthing here, I was pointed in the comments to check out Roach's Strava. A quote from Roach on his Strava run: "I'm all in on sciencing the shit at Western States in 2025, so I think that is a confirmation that David Roach is taking the golden ticket." So it looks like on the men's side, we've got David Roach and Jeff Magavero have taken their tickets. I'm going to continue my sleuthing and look up Riley's. Riley has not uploaded.
Not much of anything, no. Although I do love the last run that they did upload.
Just employing that food poisoning paper strategy. It's all the rage these days. Actually, I just came from the gathering I was at this week. There was 7 or 8 people also got food poisoning, and so it's going around.
Love that.
Too many people visiting McDonald's, it seems.
That's never been true. Okay. We're gonna take a brief sidebar, and this is a chat, a subject that I definitely want to get the live stream chat involved with. When you are out, either like traveling for a race or just like generally road tripping, do you have like a restaurant, fast food or otherwise, that it kind of ends up being like your safe space? You're like, I know I can go here and things are going to be okay.
It's every race time. Every time I go to race in the Sierra Nevada, I have 2 in-and-outs. One on the way up, one on the way back. And I have the same thing. Double, animal style. Fries. I don't get the animal style on fries because like if you can get the fries for $1.90 and then if you get animal style it costs an extra $2, which is kind of BS. So I'll just get fries, but then I'll ask for some special sauce. and then anything that falls off my burger I'll put onto the fries, so it's basically animal style. And then a Neapolitan shake. Love myself a Neapolitan shake.
Interesting. Okay, I respect that. I was thinking about this because I'm traveling next week for a race, and I was like, what's going to be my, like, a city that I've spent a few nights in ever. I'm like, what's going to be my move the night before? But when I'm live streaming, like, especially during Western, where I'm traveling down the course doing, like, field correspondent stuff, like, I always end up at McDonald's because I know I can get just, like, an order of large fries and, like, eat those while driving relatively safely. So it ends up being, like, being a safe space where I'm just like, it's kind of hard for McDonald's to mess up fries, you know? So you start getting into, you know, different concoctions of meat. That's a different ball game. But the fries, let's just gripe out. So, chat, do you have a go-to safe meal, either like night before a race or if you're out crewing or things like that? Let us know. We'll take all the tips we can get. Meanwhile, watching more folks in the 31K just wrap up. Had a pretty strong finish there.
So it seems now if we look between the finish and Rattlesnake Ranch, we have around 6 runners out there, 6 men. Kenneth Hawkes, Nick Allen, Dylan Leppard, Matt Smith, Matthew Healy, and Brian Wakefield are all through, and that's men 18 through men 23. We're still awaiting at Rattlesnake Ranch. We're still awaiting the trifecta, the F8, F7, F8, and F9, Sarah Strigel, Molly Schmeitzel, and Breer Youngfleisch. So we're still waiting them to come through. Also, 12 minutes behind Breer would be Rachel Doxey, who is F10.
There's
Jackass
so
Junction.
much happening in the studio right now.
Whoa.
That's so disconcerting. We've got a vagrant who's taken over our couch. We've got Chris Warden who's
the vagrant
doing the here's Johnny. Yeah, there you go. I was like, what's his name?
Not a vagrant, it's called Chris.
It's a vibe. It's a vibe out here at Javelina Jundred. We're past the 17-hour mark, 11 o'clock p.m. local time. 2024 Javelina Jundred, brought to you by Hoka and The Feed. Chris Brown, I'm not going to make you get on mic. I just got a question for you. Nutrition-wise, as a pacer out there, what was your strategy? You only had to run one loop, but what was your strategy for taking care of your nutritional needs?
Honestly, it was just to not forget to manage my own nutrition. Sometimes when you're out there as a pacer, the emphasis is so much on getting your athlete set up through the aid station and getting out of there quickly that you run out of time to fill your own bottles. In fact, Aaron had to wait for me one time out there just to fill one bottle. Couldn't even fill my second one. So I was trying as best as I could to keep myself fueled and hydrated. Had to cut a couple corners. And I paced at Western States this year, and that's what put me in the med tent. So I was a little more diligent about it today, but it still cost my pacer about 5 seconds at one aid station. So I did forget up until today how good Nerds candy is, or are.
Yeah.
I don't know how you would pluralize or not. But yeah, that was amazing. But yeah, just, eating gels, doing the normal thing I would do in a long run. But yeah, you bring it up. Bringing it up is a good point because it is really easy to forget when the focus is somebody else.
Absolutely. Yeah, that is the plus side of Javelina falling where it does on the calendar is you can, like, really tear up some candy. Like, it's super plentiful. Like, I can't find Smarties anywhere else during the year except for, like, the 4-week run up to Halloween, and then, like, Smarties are everywhere, and it's my happy place. But it is so easy as a pacer to not take care of yourself. Especially, like, I guess it's sort of fortunate that pacers aren't really in play during the hot part of the day at Javelina, but when you're so focused on the task at hand, it's also true for crews. They're just, like, forgetting to take care of themselves. And that's at a race here where it's looped and sort of, like, contained. If it's a race like a Western where point to point you're just like trying to get in a car and not speed, but like drive legally down the freeway quickly to the next aid station. Like you can find yourself as somebody just trying to advance your runner's plot deep in the hole.
Well, it's not just runners, crew, pacers, live stream commentators. We often forget as well. As you're downing your caramel latte, high protein iced.
It's all right. I recently discovered that there's like salmon and tuna packets that just like have water-free fish. So I have like those in the corner. So if I need more protein, because Dan Green's going to do CrossFit, so apparently I need to step my game up and lift some stuff. So I need the protein to help step it up. KB, you're a big gym rat. What's your strength routine?
Man, I'm not a gym rat, first of all. My wife's a yoga teacher. I do a lot of hot yoga, a lot of weighted hot yoga. That's about all I do. Used to do a little more rock climbing, so there were some pull-ups involved, but been a little lazy on that. So, yeah, yoga, that's it.
Still taxing.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I think it's a really nice balance with running, strength and flexibility without necessarily putting on that bulk. So I think it pairs really well. I know people are all about their deadlifts to support the running, but I don't know if I've ever done a deadlift. Then again, I don't know if I could run sub 13 at Javelina, so maybe I should start deadlifting.
Well, not with that attitude. Damn. Like, deadlift is a very functional movement, I've realized. Like, I didn't trip off of it until I had a child, and then was like, oh, I'm picking a lot of things up. Whether it's like single leg deadlifts, because I got to get Legos out the way so I don't step on them, or actually picking up a child. Like, surprisingly useful move to at least know how to do functionally, not having to pick up a bunch. But
personally, with my attempts at deadlifts, I think I should be doing a little bit more yoga so I can actually get back mobility to allow me to do a deadlift properly.
I mean, I've seen you on a dance floor recently. Yeah, you should definitely get some mobility and flexibility back in your life. KB, since we have you here and you are a man of the culture, we were talking about the appropriate music that the DJs for Javelina should be playing. You got the Halloween vibe, but you also have this like element of tired people through the night, but you're also playing for crews and pacers who are here just like hanging out. What are some things that we should be going to tell this DJ to throw on the playlist?
I mean, you also got 30 hours to think about here, so I don't know. It's hard to come up with a playlist that wouldn't become monotonous at a certain point. So I don't know. We're hearing a lot of remixes. I appreciate that. Remixes, mashups, a strong beat throughout the night. Luckily, most people are kind of in and out of the area, not around it for too long because I think it might drive you crazy. But then again, there's a whole party scene in Berlin based around the idea of being in the club for 3-4 days straight. So, teach their own.
If you had your iPod shuffle stuck on one song for, let's just say, an entire loop of Javelina, what song would you hope that it's stuck on?
Man, trying to decide whether it would be like some pop punk or some black metal. There's this song called Mirror Reaper by a band called Bell Witch, and it's about an hour long, so you only have to listen to it twice. But it's pretty grim. Would put you in a nice dark place to be fighting some demons out there.
I'm actually kind of on a similar page to that. Pat Regan, who was meant to be racing today, myself and him are a big fan of this traditional Irish band who are kind of very metalish as well, called Lankum. I would be listening to some Lankum for sure. They're very dark. Supposedly their live gigs are more like exorcisms than concerts. That just darkness helps us get through the darkness, I guess.
This is not where I saw this going. I'm not gonna lie. I can't, for how chipper you guys are, I wasn't ready for the like dark metal component. So you learn something new every day. Don't judge a book by their cover.
We keep talking about like all the candy out there. Basically, ultras are just trick or treating, right? They're just going from house to house, aid station to aid station, just chowing down on the chocolate.
Yeah. Yeah, except they're a little bit, I'd say they're less stringent on the amount that you're allowed to take.
Yeah.
It's like you roll up to some of those houses and like you get one piece. I'm like, all right, whatever.
I know.
Aid stations are pretty much like, please take it, because otherwise we have to pack it up. So.
Back in the day, which of your neighbors was that stringent distributor of toffees?
Oh, no. I'm sorry, did you say toffees?
Yeah, whatever. I know, I'm what age am I?
I love it. No, I didn't have any of those neighbors. One, because I was the fast person, so if I took more than that, I would just start jogging, and they wouldn't catch me. But two, we were always the ones who showed up late, so by that time they were like just trying to offload, because otherwise they knew it was just going to be stuck in their house.
Oh, wow. So looking back to, rattlesnake?
Yeah, buddy.
All this talk of snacks. Rattlesnake Ranch, F7, F8, F9. Sarah, Molly, and Briar are all through 2 minutes apart. 3.7 miles to go. We've got a race for 7th, 8th, and 9th in the women's race. And they're all well aware of their proximity to the other runners, so this is going to be a bit of a battle.
Light work, baby.
We would expect that group of ladies in the backside of the top 10 to be here around 11:50, so in about 40 minutes time.
Yeah, meanwhile, in the 100K, we would expect Orly Liba, Landon Hildebrand, and Daryl Holcomb to be our next runners in. They left Rattlesnake Ranch a little over an hour ago for their last 3.7 miles, so really any moment. And that will put us pretty close to rounding out our top 100 in the 100K. Meanwhile, 31K finishers still rolling in with those purple bibs. We've got over half the field in at this point. Look like Emma Brown and Chanel Vidal just wrapping up that 31K. So here comes this stretch of the 100-mile where a lot of the gaps are, anywhere between 5 and 15 minutes between runners. And so the benefit of Javelina really comes into play. When you're this spaced out in the 100-mile, you still have those people around you to keep you moving because they're in the 31K, they're in the 100K. You're still surrounded instead of just being in this no man's land where there might not be somebody for another, 1/2 to 1 mile.
Okay, so I was just talking about that battle from F7 to F9.
Yeah.
F10's in as well. Rachel Doxey is in 17:12, just 3 minutes behind F9 Briar. So Sarah, Molly,
good chunk there.
Briar, and Rachel all just 5 minutes apart. 3.5 miles to go.
That's tight. That is tight. And I would bet that they probably are not as aware that it's that close as the elites would be with their pacers, for instance. Unless they are literally listening to the live stream right now which is wholly possible. The pacer can have that in ear. It's a big thing during Cocodona.
Imagine that, like 17 hours into the race, you've got battle 4 ladies, 3 minutes apart, 5 minutes apart, sorry, with 3 miles to go.
That's nothing. That's literally 4 people within a K of each other. It's like we've gone 97 miles, and we're all within less than half a mile or about half a mile of each other. Cruising, just vibing, just rolling along, trying to achieve your dream. Try to break, I'm just going to get a sub 18 finish at Javelina. Great day. Then all of a sudden, I'm in a kick battle. Or you run up on somebody you don't even know that they're in the same race as you because they're getting, just assume it's a 100K person or something, for instance. So many dynamics at play right now.
Yeah, they're all battling just to get under. It's currently predicted that F10 should be true in 17:51 to the finish line.
So shout out to everybody watching us live on the Mountain Outpost YouTube page. Feel free to give that bad boy a thumbs up while you're here. We are gonna be rocking the live stream coverage all the way through Golden Hour. But if you're wondering where a specific runner is in any of these races, or you want to catch up on what's already been happening, make sure you hit that link at the top of the chat, that live tracking link open for the 100 mile, 100K, and 31K. Stay on top of all the fun facts and data that you could ever need. And stay on top of all the food you might need from the feed, one of our presenting sponsors here on the Javelina 100 coverage. Also, shout out to Hoka for helping us bring both the race and the live stream into your homes, your cars, your workplace, wherever you might find yourself on this delightful night here in Phoenix, morning elsewhere, afternoon if you're on the... Is this homeboy in scuba gear?
No way. The full 31K in scuba gear. Surely.
Getting kicked down, that's messed up. Can't just pass a dude in flippers.
If we have someone can the person on the mic at the finish line confirm with that guy that he did all 31K with the flippers on? Because that is a very impressive time if that's the case. I'm very glad that flipper guy didn't continue around and was doing the 100K. So we looked up the top 2 F1 and F2 on Strava, Riley and Hannah, and they have not updated either.
I mean, they got other priorities at the moment, i.e. resting, so respect. We have a pacer here getting the camera out, so we definitely have somebody finishing here momentarily for the presumably 100-miler.
That may well be Matt Smith, potentially.
We got Matt Smith, Matthew Healy, and Ryan Wakefield slated to be your next 3 individuals finishing the Javelina 100 100-miler.
So after talking with Dan about Cocodona and 250s. We just had crossing across in front of us on the screen 60 seconds ago. Actually, we might see him. The guy with the hat who needs to get out of the way, Aaron Kabula, is a Bay Area guy who does a lot of these 250s. He did what's the race from LA to Vegas? The Speed Project Solo.
Project, yeah.
The last 2 years. I had a boy, Ben Moore, another guy. Both of them were pacing. Another guy from the Bay Area. Both of them were pacing Paulius. Dressed in the dairy cows, which we've recently found they're in this year.
So, things we've learned today from Patty O'Leary. 1, dairy cows are in. 2, safety is sexy.
And 3, javelinas are a different species to a pig. Oh, and also that he's looking for a job. So what's the next adventure for you, Skylar, running-wise?
I have a 50K in 6 days in Rochester, New York. Very similar to Javelina in that it's a 5-loop course.
Okay.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. So, heading out there to support a buddy of mine I don't think you're familiar with. Actually, KB is familiar with these guys, the Negative Splits podcast. Shout out. One of the guys, Senior Dutch, is turning 50. Okay. So he's like, I want to do a 50K for my 50th birthday. And I was like, I'll pull up. So I'm going to go fly across the country and saunter around a park in Rochester Saturday morning, and then hang out with them before flying right back to the Bay Area.
Wait, you're landing Saturday morning?
No, I land Friday, thankfully. Race Saturday, hang out, go back to Buffalo and hang out with them, and then fly back Sunday.
Okay.
Because then the team that I coach, it's championship week, so I got to lock in for coaching duties the final week of the season.
Circuit for high school?
It's our conference championship.
Championship.
Yeah.
Northern California.
Just our section of the Bay, our 12 school conference, and then we'll have sectionals 2 weeks after that, and then theoretically state the week after that.
Nice.
So,
as a high school cross country coach, do you often bring the kids out to the trails?
I try, man. It's hard for us specifically, just because like none of my kids drive, and so since our school doesn't sit anywhere near like the foot of any real trail system or even the hills, it gets a little difficult once we are in season. But yeah, definitely during the summer or the days off of school, we definitely try to get into the trails and just switch it up. I mean, most of our races are in regional parks, so they get a little bit of a taste of it. But you know, the course with the most climbing is like 140 feet over a 5K. So not anything particularly gnarly or technical. No single track. So I try to give it to them in practice where I can. Yeah. But you know, they're starting to get a feel for like the sort of racing that you and I do, and so hopefully the goal is that they experience that on their own, you know, on your own runs, or you know, even after high school, it's like go play outside.
So as we talked there about getting kids to translate from cross country across to running trails, for you trail runners out there, some of the best training you can get for ultras is jumping into things like cross country races. So if you have things like that in your area, I wholeheartedly recommend it. The best shape of my life was built on the back of competing in the local Pacific Association cross country circuit. Do a race and then go do a long jaunt in the hills afterwards.
Very true. Very true. Yeah, we have a great circuit in the Bay Area for cross country races, but there's a whole host of them nationally. So
yeah, what other regions have good cross country circuits?
A good number, actually. I think Colorado region has a little circuit. The Northwest, obviously, that whole like Oregon, Washington setup
for post collegiate.
There's a few on the East Coast. I mean, a lot of the collegiate invitationals will also let unattached runners hop in. We're going to have World Cross Country Championships next year happening in, I think, Florida. I was going to say Tallahassee, but that...
On a non-cross country course in Florida.
Potentially. I think it might actually be a real course. Or maybe Masters is in Florida and then World Cross Country's in Lubbock, Texas. Something like that's happening. But yeah, we got World Road and World Cross are both here in the United States next year. So a great time to hop in. Just race on grass. Just get that speed work in. It's always a good time. Speaking of a good time, I think we just had... just want to see who that was representing Mexico coming through with the big flag.
I'm guessing it's 100K.
I was guessing too, trying to figure out. I want to say Eddie Mata is the last person to have come across in the 100K according to my tracker. Eddie Mata, representing Sacramento, was the last person to ping, but that feels like ages ago. Oh no, got to subtract an hour because it's the 100K. So yeah,
I'm going to do some reminiscing here, and I think on the back of that cross country and using it as training for ultras, I have fond memories, I think, of like 2017, where I remember cross country races where we would have Dylan Bowman, Alex Varner, myself, Jorge Maravilla, and Tim Tollefson jumping into these cross country races, and Skylar Hall, of course.
No. There were you guys, and then there was me about 4 minutes back.
I do recall one of my favorite sprint finishes I've ever witnessed in a cross country race was like 2 years ago. I think it was you versus maybe Jose Cruz or something like that.
No, it was a guy from
against someone.
Yeah. What team?
You have a hell of a lean.
I do. Yeah, regardless of distance, I pretty much always lean at the line. It's just it's one of those like old track traits that never left. Yeah, no, that one hurt. And then I got him one more time, like at the end of the season.
The same guy.
The same guy. He's actually put up some decent results since then. Yeah, I don't think I could take him down right now. So, shout out to him. I was gonna say Wolfpack, but that's just incorrect. But you get these little rivalries locally, and it's always a good time. I need to get back in the cross circuit. The last cross country race I did was Cross Champs, where I just got completely lit up by a bunch of professional runners in Austin, and it was the funniest thing. It's like getting lapped by like Ollie Hoare and Morgan McDonald on a 5-lap course. I'm just like for an 8K. I was like, yeah, this is my life now. It was a good time.
Personally, as a now resident of the US with my green card, which landed in a year and a half ago, up to now I have never been able to compete in a USATF championship as a foreigner. I think back to my first USATF race I did was the Headlands 50K back in 2015. I came 10th, I thought, until they called 11th place up onto the podium, and I go up and I pull the t-shirt of Tim Fitzpatrick, the race director, and say, sir, you forgot me. And ends up he was there, oh, sorry, Paddy, you're not from the US, so we can't bring you up in the top 10. But once I hit Masters, residents are accepted, I can go to USATF championships again and maybe become USATF champion in the M45s cross country. You're telling me there's a chance?
I'm definitely telling you there's a chance. Masters Indoor Championships are happening in, I'm going to say West Virginia, now that I think about it, in like March. Should ask Dan Green and be like, hey, tell all your friends who are like 30 plus to hop in.
40 plus, no?
For track, it's 35. Actually, I think it's like oddly like 25 plus for certain divisions. But like 35 plus for track, you can run in a Masters Championship. So if you're sitting at home like, I don't know if I'm ready for the 100-miler yet, you got some short distances you can run and really tear it up.
It is pretty cool. I think a lot of people don't realize the amount of opportunities you have to compete for a national championship across our sport, whether that be track or indoor or road or mountain ultra trail. There's distances all the way from half marathons up to 100-miler championships across the country. So check out the ATRA website, I guess, to find out what ones are on this year.
Yeah, we just we had World Masters Mountain Running Championships in beginning of September.
Yeah, they were in the Pyrenees.
And actually, we had a good representation from the Bay Area. ODB.
Old Dirty Backstrom.
Yeah, had a performance there in that 31K. And then actually, it's funny, the wrestling coach at my school was the bronze medalist in his age group in the short race, or not the VK, but the 13K.
What's his name?
I want to make sure he wants me to actually shout him out appropriately. Okay. What is he listed on as on Strava? I also don't want to dox him.
Yeah. And that same location is going to host the World Mountain Ultra Trail Championships next year, which will have everything from a vertical climb to a short mountain race up and down, probably a 12K, a short trail 42K, and a long trail, which I think is going to be a chunky 100K with 25,000 feet of climbing, I think, in the course. I think it may have been announced that Gorge Waterfalls might be the trial race for the US.
Interesting. Okay.
For the 100, for the long trail. Unsure what the trial races are for the shorter races.
Also, he is just going by his legal name, so Todd Rose, shout out.
Wait, Todd is your
wrestling coach. Yeah, I mean,
I've
also
known Todd for years.
Yeah.
Todd once gave me a T-shirt from Paddy's Pub in Pensacola, Florida.
That feels right.
He randomly rocks up to me on a track one day and says, "Hey Paddy, I got a gift for you."
Yeah.
So I still have my Paddy's Pub in Pensacola, Florida, at home in my apartment.
Yeah, Rose is a good dude. Wrestling coach / teacher. So it's always fun to be at practice and be like, I'm not even the fastest runner on campus.
No idea.
Yeah.
He's a great energy.
So you're sitting at home, hey, hop in. You know, there are plenty of opportunities for you to race. I've definitely shown up to races I was unqualified to win, but we have a good time.
Ladies and gentlemen, after all the grief I gave Chris Brown for getting dropped, he claims innocence in that. He just brought me pizza. I see all of you in the comments jumping in and saying Chris Brown is a bad man, but let it be said, KB is a good man.
Lost car keys, found pizza, having himself a day. Pizza brought to you by Freak Brothers Pizza. If you find yourself in the greater Phoenix area, they do cater special events, bring out the wood fire pizza to your event. But if you're just looking for the brick and mortar, head over to the Churchill in downtown Phoenix and find Freak Brothers Pizza.
Can you give us some context on the origins of Freak Brothers Pizza?
Because the Curry family isn't involved in nearly enough things. They also own a pizza joint. It started off literally just like doing private events and pop-ups, and then 2018, I want to say, they got involved in the brick and mortar at the Churchill, or at least that's when the process started. And just another family business. The whole crew is involved with this. Jamil's been involved with it. Nick has sort of been, I think, in the backgrounds of this one, but Nathan is sort of the curry face up front for the family to bring it to the masses. But yeah, they're doing great work. They got your vegan pizza needs, your non-vegan pizza needs. It pretty much is a standby anytime I'm here for work, or I have friends and family coming through for work. Pretty much always refer them over to the brick and mortar at the Churchill downtown, because hey, we were talking about safe foods that are always like gonna hit the spot and keep you moving in one piece. Freak Brothers Pizza, always doing the job. So once again, brick and mortar at the Churchill downtown Phoenix, right there, sort of that Roosevelt Row area. If you're in town, pop over and show them some love. And if you're standing up some events, everything from private corporate gigs over to full-on festivals to races, give them a holla, and they may come through and fire up those sweet pizzas for everything you might need.
Second Freak Brothers pizza of the day. And it's indeed quite tasty.
I mean, they've gotten the job done. I actually ran into the little sister as I was walking in today. She came out to help the enterprise today. So whole family affair all throughout the Aravaipa ecosystem.
So right over where Freak Brothers have set up is right by the finish line. At the finish line, we just had a finish from Ryan Wakefield, 27th overall, 21st male, finished 3 minutes ago in 17:33. Next up, we expect Matt Healy, and then right after that, we have the F7 through F10 battle. 5 minutes separating Sarah Striegel in F7 and Rachel Doxey in F10, with Molly Smeidsel and Briar Youngfleisch in between. That's going to be an exciting finish. Sarah left 40 minutes ago. Oh my, if Sarah left 40 minutes ago, we might expect to see her in the next 10 minutes.
It is officially Arizona After Dark. Yeah, don't ask me how this happened, Patty, but I knew I was going to be spending some time with the Irish lad, and so I made sure to grab
Do we have a glass?
a few Guinness. Do I look like I have a glass? This is a cup-free event. Bring your own bottle.
Are you proposing drinking a vitamin G directly from the can?
Hey, listen, man.
You wash your mouth out.
We have the Arizona branded Guinness cans here.
I have never seen this before.
Nor have I, and I was like, I gotta pick these up for you. I also have an Arizona green tea. Neither of these things are from Arizona, just so we're absolutely clear. But when in the state, gotta support accordingly. I guess I could pour this into my feed bottle, my race day bottle from the feed, because again, the feed got all your nutritional needs, but they also got gear, bottles, musettes, things of that nature. Shout out to the feed. Check them out for all of your needs. I guess I've only really poured water into this feed bottle, so maybe I can pour the Guinness in here.
You can. I think the reason you want to drink Guinness out of a glass is so you can appreciate how it's alive inside and just the energy in the nitrogen bubbles as they pass upward through the beautiful bliss that is a pint of Guinness. Putting into a sealed container, just drink it from a can. Like, you don't want to. I know you're trying to save face by putting it into a container, but it's the wrong container.
Listen, I just want to be alive inside like the Guinness is. So just tell me how I can best accomplish that, as we've now fully reached Aravaipa After Dark status. 11:40 p.m. here in the great state of Arizona. Oh, yes. grip and rip. I like that you brought it close to the microphone when he did it. Yes.
It didn't really catch it though, did it?
Oh, it definitely did.
Oh, there we go. Vitamin G.
KB is so confused. He's like, yes. In
Low
case
calories,
you missed it, Patty O'Leary,
high in
very
iron.
Irish, so we were trying to meet the moment. Oh.
Oh my god, you are making a mess. All of Mountain Outpost's electronics are now covered in vitamin G. Oh, I remember my first beer.
Listen, man.
Oh, how cute.
I'll remind you, I once held a world record for drinking. No big deal.
Care to elaborate?
Oh, the beer half marathon world record.
What was your time? What did that involve?
13 beers, 13.1 miles. Set it here in the great state of Arizona, New Year's Eve 2015. Well, I guess like December 31st, 2015. Time was 1:48:43. What? Yeah. Before I was a commentator, I was actually kind of an athlete. So.
That is shocking. 13 12-ounce beers and a half marathon in an hour and 48 minutes.
Yeah. Look at this guy.
Shameful.
Look at this guy. Taking a break? No. You still got time. Yeah, you'll get back in there. You'll get back in there.
We have a guest here on the couch. This has actually been the sleeping couch. We've had 2 people sleep on it already.
I may fall asleep half interview. We'll see. We'll see. How's it been going in here? How's your guys' day been?
You know what? The energy's been good. Skylar I think just opened his first ever beer. And it was a bit of a mess.
Listen.
Yeah, he's definitely a newbie when it comes to all that.
Yeah. We have been having a hell of a day.
Just drank this man through under the table at Mammoth. You better chill. Yeah.
He's speaking facts today. Of all the languages he could bring to this broadcast, he brings facts.
So I don't know if you've been able to follow what's been happening in the front end of the race, but we have had 4 or 5 drag races over the last 3.5 miles. We're actually dealing with one right now. F7 through F10, passed through Rattlesnake Ranch, 5 minutes apart.
So that was actually the fun thing about being out on the course all day. That I got to see these guys throw down. When I was at Jackass, Jeff Magavero, whichever one it is, he left the aid station as Dan was running into the aid station, and they both took off like at a disgusting pace.
Yes. When we interviewed Dan, he was reminiscing that moment. He was like,
it was incredible to like watch. Like I'm sitting there sipping on a cup of broth, and I just see this like man battle throw down, and I was like, oh, that looks fun. I wish I could run.
Another one of the battles that we were watching was Lauren Puret's, Aaron Clark for 3rd and 4th. They finished 2 minutes apart at the end.
Oh, that's amazing. Both of them are such great people. You know, like those are the battles where you're like, I don't know who to cheer on because they are both such incredible human beings and great athletes that you just want them to have like, I hope they're enjoying this like moment and creating a memory that will last forever.
And another tremendous little battle we seen right to the end was Blitz Landgren seems to get into a battle and seems to...
He loves it. That's how he races. Racing.
If there's anyone racing in the last 2 or 3 miles, anyone you do not want to be beside you or chasing you down, it seems to be Blake. He finished 3 minutes in front of Grant Hottling, battle for M5 and M6. Seemingly the same thing as he did last year.
That's incredible. One finish I do want to comment on is Justin Grunwald.
Yeah.
I caught him at the end of his third lap, and then I went back out and caught him on his 4th lap, and he was on the side of the trail, just peg-legging it, hamstrings locked up, couldn't move at all. We shared a few commiserating miles together. He was just like, yeah, it's just not happening today. It's not happening. Some wonderful angel of a runner came by with some like Tiger Balm, rubbed it on his hamstrings. 5 minutes later, he sprints away from me with Chris Myers. And I'm like, dude, I thought you were calling it quits. Like, and now look at you. And then he passed me as I was finishing my last lap with Amanda. And he had an incredible, like, I'm super proud of him for finishing that one, because he was, for at least an hour between my chimes talking with him, he was committed to I don't think it's going to happen.
But he also made some spots there as well. He ended up finishing 8th.
He came in hot.
9th overall.
He came in running hard. It was definitely awesome to watch him.
Okay, so we see some rowdiness happening with this is a good friend of mine finishing. Liam Vyong, Mill Valley, one of our SFRC community, is not finishing. He still has another lap. Oops. Here we go, Liam.
You pick up that glow stick
in about 60 seconds.
The last loop, yeah.
I may have to holler behind me as Liam passes.
So one thing I will say about this whole experience is I've been here twice to Javelina to commentate, to field report. I've seen the competitiveness of the race. I've seen what happens here at the finish line and just how incredible, how much of a party it is, how well curated it is for the runner and the crew experience. But what makes this race so incredibly special is this is the only time I've ever done a race where I have run with so many different people. Yeah. I got to spend 5.5 miles with Callie Vincent. I didn't have a headlamp, and so we jogged out of Jackass with her headlamp and spent some great time together. She's a good friend. I got to spend some time with AJW out there.
Nice.
Like, I really got to experience, and with trying not to get emotional about it, I got to experience how special Javelina is.
Yeah.
And why it's the incredible race that it is. It's not just the party vibe. It's not just the competition. It's this community lifts this race up and makes it what it is. And that was truly, even though the day didn't go the way I wanted it to, it was still one of my most favorite experiences out on the trail, just because I got to run with so many great people. I got to run 12.5 miles with Corinne Malcolm to start with. Like,
yes.
My heart is literally full, even though it's also slightly shattered at the same time.
Yeah.
So I can't complain about today. This race is special, and if you don't know why, you just got to run it.
Yeah. Actually, speaking of AJW, he's expected in to finish his fourth lap this minute.
Oh, that's amazing. I know he was shooting for that 24 hours, so he's definitely, it was great chatting with him out there and to see what he was doing. It was great. He was just on his pace. He was happy. He was stoked. So we might have eyes on him here at the finish line soon. And on that note, I'm going to go put some legs up, hop in a shower, and I'll see you boys at the Airbnb.
We're proud of you.
Appreciate you, bud.
Thank you, guys.
Zach Marion, director of live streams and overall good vibes here for Mountain Outpost. Just salted up his own set, so I guess he can do whatever he wants. You dank boy, we love you.
I think
we just had our F7 come through there. You saw it at the finish line. Breer Youngfleisch, 17:47.54. We said it was going to be a tight battle. Blair was originally, I believe, the F9.
Wait, is Breer just finished?
Yeah. You didn't see that? At just above a race walk stride, just really gutting it out to the finish.
Went from 9th to 7th.
Yeah. So we talked about the how any of those positions could have flipped from F7 to F10, and we just saw it happen.
Actually, we saw 10th and 9th move to 8th and 7th. Rachel Doxey just finished 8th place.
There it is. So strong closes from both of those women. So we got AJW on the screen coming through, finishing up lap 4 of 5. Go grab your glow stick and send it out there one more time, buddy. Trying to look up a bit of info here.
So just behind us, we'll expect to see AJW, the famous and infamous AJW.
Indeed.
Commonly found behind the interview, Mike. We would expect to see him pass behind us in the next 30 seconds. So I'm going to try and give him a little shout if I can see him.
Absolutely. So F7, Breer Youngfleisch, the 26-year-old from Grand Junction, Colorado. If my intel is correct, first race ever over a 50-mile. Yeah, really over 60K. First race beyond a 60K, and comes through with a 7th place finish here at the Javelina Jundred. So shout out to the youngster from Grand Junction coming through, closing incredibly well. Also, just to be able to close down, 3 positions there at the end, 2 to 3 positions there at the end, having never completely uncharted territory in terms of race distance. Just phenomenal work by her. And then not to be outdone, you've got Rachel Doxey, as you mentioned, 17:49, 2 minutes, really just a minute and a half back. So Rachel Doxey coming out of Charlotte, North Carolina, holding it down with a big PR here in the 100-mile distance.
So we've still yet to see Sarah and Molly, F9 and F10, come through.
Yeah, it's just wild. Like, these are 2 women who don't have a ton of experience at this distance. Breer, basically nothing past the 60K. Rachel has a Vermont 100 under her belt from earlier this year. 22 and a half hour finish. So shaving, 4.5 hours plus off of her time there. Admittedly, Javelina significantly more runnable than Vermont, but 17th female at Vermont 100, and then comes out here for an 8th place finish. Just great work from Rachel as well, and another youngster in the game, only 25 years old. So we got a 26-year-old and a 25-year-old bringing it in.
And I think we just missed it. Sarah crossed.
Yeah, just in front of Molly.
54.02.
10 seconds separating F9 and F10. Sarah Striegel beating Molly Schmetzel. I really wonder if they knew how close they were.
Yeah.
But officially, Sarah Striegel F9, followed by F10, Molly Schmetzel, 17:54.02 and 17:54.12.
So there you have it. We had our top 10 men. We're done a while back, but now we have our top 10 women. F10, Molly Schmetzel, 17:54, 10 seconds in front. Sarah Striegel, 17:54.02. 5 minutes in front of them, we have another pair. Rachel Doxey, 8th place, 17:49.23. 2 minutes up, Breer Youngfleisch, 17:47.54.
I hear AJW.
Let's go, AJW!
One more loop. One more loop.
Anything to say to the live stream? Nope. F6.
AJW without words? That's crazy.
F6 we had Anna Luden, 16:18:39. Then a gap ahead to F5, Corinne Chalvoy, 15:24. Erin Clark, F4, 15:02. And just 2 minutes ahead of her, third place, Lauren Peretz, 15:00:50. 22 minutes ahead of them, Hannah Allgood, F2, 14:38. And our women's champion, F1, Riley Brady, in 14:19:01. Second fastest time in the women's race here at the Javelina 100.
Just phenomenal day out there in record temperatures for this race. To still throw down, I mean, we just talked about Rear and Rachel, not very experienced at the 100-mile distance. Sarah, F9, same boat, has not run anything more than 50 miles and comes out here for an F9 performance. Placed higher here than she did in her debut 50-miler earlier this year at North Fork. So Sarah coming through with a fantastic 9th place, and then Molly bringing it home for that F10. Had a pretty solid run at Waldo just a couple months ago for first place at the 100K distance for the women, 12:04. And it's just like, yeah, go ahead and tack on, another 5.5 hours and watch me do my thing here at Javelina. So if you're sitting at home and you're like, I don't know if I could ever do this 100-mile, 100K thing, we've just seen, the 4 women rounding out our top 10 not be wildly experienced at this distance, one of whom has never run anything really longer than a 50K, 60K. A couple more who haven't run more than 50 miles, and they're out here doing it. So you can too. Find your why and sign up, and let's make something happen.
So if you look at the overall numbers out here, seems we have 596 people still active. However, a lot of them are still on the first lap or second lap check-in, so I'm guessing they may have dropped and it just hasn't been updated, quite a few of them. But there are roughly 570 to 580 people still out there. I do not have the numbers on the amount of drops, but there's a fair chunk of them there.
But I'd say we're doing better than the historical, 55% finish rate at the moment. So now we got to try to keep it that way as we enter the dark, cold period of the night. Really, this is a huge swing. It always is at Javelina, some like 35, 40 degree swing from the hottest part of the day to the coolest part of the night. And when you're out there and in the quote unquote cold and darkness, that can also weigh on you mentally. But we still got 900 plus people out there vibing and having a good time. So there is no shortage of energy along the course to keep runners moving forward if they've got the legs to do so, and they've got many hours to keep moving, 12 approximately, for
so it seems
the 100 milers and the 100K.
We're down to 70 Fahrenheit, 21 Celsius from a high of 100 Fahrenheit, 38 Celsius. So that's a fair swing from only, 8 hours ago at the peak?
Yeah. And the same thing that hurts you in the middle of the day is going to hurt you in the night. Not a lot of coverage to block wind. So if that wind continues to pick up a little bit, you're just kind of out there exposed in the open. So definitely have to take that into account as you move through the night, especially because it is now close to midnight. Something evil's lurking in the dark. It's only appropriate as we approach midnight here in Arizona local time. 18 hours elapsed on the race clock for our 100-mile first wave. 17 hours elapsed in the 100K. We've got 12 more to go as we party here at the 2024 Javelina 100, brought to you by Hoka and The Feed, as well as a whole host of our other sponsors here at the race. Squirrels Nut Butter, Goo, Freak Bros Pizza, CTS Coaching. A lot of great things helping our runners get around the course. Tonry sunblock going to come back into play here in about 6 hours as sunrise will approach, but we've got a solid 6 hours and 40 minutes until sunrise. But hey, do it feels good. We are here in the studio. I am Skylar Hall, aka Skizzle Fresh, rocking alongside the Irish lad bringing all the crack, Patty O'Leary.
The crack is mighty here. Just to give more context on the word crack, it is the Irish word C-R-A-I-C. It's the Irish word for fun, lighthearted banter, just good crack in general. You can go on a scale from something is good crack, something is great crack, something is savage crack. You could say the crack is mighty, but then the epitome of crack is the crack is 90. I'm guessing over at Jackass Junction, the crack is probably 90.
Oh, for sure. Between the historic just raging that occurs there and the addition of the night 31K, so many people out there vibing, having a good time. I got some DM videos of what was happening out there. People are having a raging time. Me and you sharing, I was gonna say a pint of Guinness. You probably wouldn't consider this a pint. We're sharing Guinness.
I think Guinnesses.
Whatever. We're sharing them. We're having a good time. We're sharing memories. We're sharing banter. Just like they are sharing great times out there at Jackass Junction, the halfway point of the loop here at the Javelina 100. Approximately 10 and a half miles into the loop. When they leave there, they've got 9 miles to go, coming through Rattlesnake Ranch and ultimately back here to headquarters and the start-finish line. We got a lot more people coming this way, finishing up their third lap in the 100K or fifth lap in the 100 mile. But we still have folks that are squarely in the middle of their evening.
Production lads, how about do you want to swing across to Jackass Junction for a little bit? See what the crack is out there. Oh, here we go.
Oh, yeah. It's popping.
We got a Preston Cates lookalike without the shirt there. People are just chowing down on the available aid. I'm hearing great things about the selection of food that's available at the aid stations here.
Oh yeah, no, it's a full spread. You know, Aravaipa takes care of you. Patty Curry set a gold standard for what aid stations had to have, and how they had to go.
There's a curry called Patty.
Yeah.
That the mom?
It's the mom. Yeah.
Oh my God, my namesake.
So, so she set the standard high, and Aravaipa just brought on a new aid station manager, I think is the official title, or elevated an aid station manager, to help disperse all of the great work that Aravaipa does across not just the running races, but the mountain bike races, and making sure that the utmost service is provided throughout everybody's journey. We got eyes here on Jackass Junction, as I mentioned, halfway around the loop, so a great place to check in, make sure you got what you need. I saw somebody doing leg swings, making sure they're ready to rock. You can see in the corner, you got the nice Adirondack chairs, so people can really just take a load off and vibe out. Even in the elite fields, we've seen historically that the largest stop time was actually at this aid station. Even relative to headquarters, it's just a good place to get taken care of, make sure you have what you need, because it is a nice cruisy, all things considered, 9 miles from here back to headquarters. You do have one more aid station that's about 5.5 miles down the way, but this is home at the far end of the loop, and it's a party. They got music, they got lights. You can't see a lot of it from the static cam, but yeah, that's where Boner, the skeleton that used to literally just like live on top of the what do you call it, like a pagoda, just like year round just lives up there. It's a whole scene,
like a permanent pagoda. Out there.
Structure. Rattlesnake is built out of a sort of like a true picnic type area out that way. So there was a nice place for Boner to hang out, and that's a great place for these runners to hang out.
Is Boner still up there?
I believe he is back. He went missing for a little bit, but I do believe he was returned to his rightful home.
People are really enjoying this aid station.
As they should. I mean, here's the thing.
Shirtless Pacer has been just chowing down for like 4 or 5 minutes.
If you're on...
A man after my own heart.
We talked about it with KB, man. You gotta fuel as a pacer. Like, do your thing. Getting taken care of by the whole Toy Story crew behind the aid station. But
just as we were talking about fueling at Jackass Station, we've had a finisher here at the finish line. Kevin Metz just finished M23, 33 overall in 18:06. Congratulations, Kevin. Is that Wally? Where's Wally? Red and white shirt. Looking to be struggling a little bit, leaning over the aid station table.
Waldo is in the aid station. We
Waldo,
have found him.
I forgot. You guys call it Waldo and he's Wally.
When you said Wally, I was looking at my computer screen. I literally thought it was somebody dressed up like Wall-E, like the robot or whatever from that movie. I was like, that is a bold choice as a costume, but Waldo also solid.
Okay, we have a shout out for a South African just about to finish. Who is this? Potentially Jeffrey Barrington? Oh, Matt Healy. Oh, Matt Healy and...
Yeah, Matt Healy, bib 609, representing Cape Town. Set to be the next man in.
Got a couple of people tuning in from South Africa, following their buddies here.
Should be a second ever 100-mile finish for Matt. Has won from the Addo Elephant Trails 100-miler back in 2021, but otherwise just really been tearing up Ultra Trail Cape Town. So good on him for getting a second 100-miler under his belt. And going to be dusting off a nice little 100-mile PR.
Young lad as well, only 29 years of age. Plenty of running left in him. Yeah, we got a lot of people from South Africa tuning in, cheering Matty on. Oh, do we have a spider racing there? Look at the left-hand side of the aid station. I see some legs hanging off someone's back. Yeah, I think that's a spider. Are you able to pull up in your dock? How many different nationalities do we have here?
I don't know about nationalities per se, but at least where they are holding residence, we can figure that out.
We have a lot of people still coming through here on their 4th lap, maybe even on their 3rd lap, about to finish, either going back out into their second last loop, loop number 4, or the final loop, loop number 5. People are going to have some journeys out here tonight. Sunrise, what, 7 a.m.?
Great question. I believe
6:45.
Yeah.
So we got another 6.5 hours of darkness. And then the heat's coming back. I've found whenever I have been racing throughout the night, I've done a couple of races that start in the evening, you race through the night immediately, and oh my god, by the morning you are ready for that sun to come out.
All right, so to answer your question around at least location of origin,
What's the most populous state? Arizona, surely.
California on the men's side for the 100 mile, and for the women's side as well. So California would take the cake there. Arizona, 37 women and 75 men, so it's still 100 plus, so that's legit. Colorado, 51 men and 37 women in the 100 mile, so they would take 3rd. But thinking of other places, Dominican Republic, we've got a runner on the women's side, a few from Great Britain. We've got definitely some Canadians, Quebec and British Columbia, somebody from the Virgin Islands on the women's side.
It's in Alberta.
Got British Chechnya?
CHE might be Switzerland.
Oh yeah.
Isn't there a weird one there?
Denmark,
Yes, it's
Spain. Okay, so Switzerland, Denmark, Spain. Then
Deutschland.
Germany. Yep.
DNK, probably Denmark.
Yeah. You got one person representing Ireland. So
no way.
Shout out.
Can we find out?
2 from Mexico on the men's side, and then let's see. Yeah, Ontario for sure. Got somebody from Qatar. The one individual, Matt Healy from South Africa.
I think they were saying there also might be a woman from South Africa. At least there's some. They're shouting out for someone. Rebecca Cohn. Is there an RZA? I'm also intrigued as
Could
to
be in the
who this
100K,
Irish
which I did
person
not
is.
run this for.
Are you able to find out who this Irish person is?
Yeah.
I know I'm asking you a lot of questions, but I believe in you.
That's an easy Control F. So that is Felix Blomeyer. There's probably a proper, better name or way to say that. Representing Dublin.
any of you ever go to Ireland, there's a great resource for Irish races. The Irish Mountain Running Association is the organisation, and they have races on twice a week all over the country. Would very much recommend, if you ever visit the Emerald Isle, get out there, do a mountain race. You can sign up to them for about €10, and often you go to the pub for pints and tea and sandwiches afterwards. So we'd expected Matthew Healy to already finish. It hasn't updated him, at least on the website. But also we're expecting soon Alejandro Garcia, followed closely by Courtney Hale. Alejandro was expected 10 minutes ago, so I would expect we're going to see him pretty soon. Courtney is the unlucky number, the F11 spot. We're expecting Courtney here to finish in the next 3 minutes. But Courtney may well take the third Masters finish for the women. Actually, no, Sarah Stride. Oh, yes, over 40. So, yes, I think Courtney's going to take that spot. No, unfortunately not. Molly Schmelzel. Great for Molly, was third Masters. Courtney following closely for the fourth Masters spot. And we have the finish line down in the corner, so we're kind of splitting between the two to try to experience them both.
Meanwhile, in the 100K, we recently had Angela Hanna, Tom Campbell-Bayo, and Marco Peregrina finish.
I love that I'm just looking at a pacer here in the view that has a whole backpack and sleeping pad.
Party vibes. Do they actually have a pacer bib on? Or?
Yeah.
Okay. Saying like might have just stumbled upon a race and was like, well, I'm gonna get some snacks and keep my through hike going.
Next stop, Canada. Okay, we had a runner just past me in a white t-shirt and a white hat, absolutely flying. I expect that might be one of our runners about to finish the 100-miler.
There it is, and we also have a female coming in to finish the 100-mile.
Is that Courtney?
I would assume so. We will get official confirmation momentarily as we got the finish line box there at the bottom for this Javelina 100 presented by Hoka and the feed. Live stream's going to be rocking throughout the night and into tomorrow, all the way until golden hour at noon local. So we got about 12 more hours of coverage coming your way. So make sure you are locked into the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel. Hit that subscribe button. Get notified when we switch up the streams. And keep it moving. Or if you have a run and you want to go back and watch it later, there it is.
Okay, we're looking at the finish line now. And we have who we think maybe F11 coming through the finish at 12:21. Let us see if that updates. I think that's the white t-shirt, white hat guy I saw trucking along behind me a few minutes ago. Yep, that was Courtney Hale. 35th overall, 11th woman. Finishing in 18:21. Great race result. Further down the women's field, we have Anna Gunderson and Megan Guler through Rattlesnake Ranch about 20 minutes ago. So they are going to be, they were through only a minute apart, so they're going to be duking it out over the last 3.5 miles. And we just had a snail run by us behind, I'm guessing into 31k. We'd expect to see this snail sprinting across the finish line in the next few moments.
Seems kind of anathema, but do you? Oh, somebody hit the siren. That's...
So all the tent situation going on back there. Are people sleeping throughout the night in here?
Oh, yeah. Allegedly. They'll try.
Yeah.
But the music is pumping. People are cheering. Cowbells are ringing. But yeah, it's the tents are for this night really for the pacers, and the crew that are like, my runner's going to be gone for another 4.5, 5 hours. Let me go get a nice little power nap and then whip it back.
We got a runner behind us I overheard saying we're at 100k, so 2 laps to go for that runner. Yeah, thinking about sleeping in an infield of a race, it just gives me many memories of my miserable attempts to try to sleep on the infield at Western States with the headlights, the field full lights just on full blast, and the commentary on loudspeaker welcoming the runners in.
Well, sir.
Rarely a successful sleep was had.
I will introduce you to one Jamil Curry who will fall asleep literally anywhere, including
the director's chair
on the on the track at the finish line. Yeah, I've actually got some pretty solid naps in on the infield. It is easier with an eye mask, I will say, especially one with like speakers in it, because then you can like put on whatever you want and help it drown out. So
if you have any recommendations I've been using eye masks for 2 years to try. I fear myself as an athlete, one of my biggest weaknesses is poor sleep quality. So I've been trying to use an eye mask, but an eye mask with speakers. It's intriguing. I keep buying like $20 ones off Amazon, but I think I'm at that stage of adulting where I think I'm due an upgrade on my eye mask.
Yeah, I mean, very similar costs to that. I have one, but yeah, just Bluetooth to your phone, like every other set of headphones you have, and then I personally just fall asleep to podcasts or what have you, and I just put like the sleep timer on so that if the child starts crying or something, then I will eventually hear it, but I have the sound to help put me to sleep. It's great. Gets the job done. Full blackout. Wife loves it because I don't bother her. She can play on her phone going through Redfin. and I will be just knocked out.
Okay, we got a big crew rolling through behind us. 5 or 6 headlights.
Rolling deep. Somebody's
Perhaps
rolling deep.
Is that the missing Matthew Healy from South Africa? Potentially. He's getting a lot of good shout outs from his South African buddies back home. I expect there are people on some journeys out there throughout the night. And
I mean, that is the beautiful part of the generous cutoff is even if your day isn't going exactly how you wanted to, maybe you're just chasing a sub 24, you got another 6 hours that you can grind out. So
yeah. You can even fit a nap in there.
You really could.
Okay, there's some good energy of 2 runners and their pacers crossing there. I wonder no, that wouldn't be F12 and F13 yet.
No, that'd be wild.
Yeah.
Gonna flip over to that 100K, see.
Oh, this guy is at a journey. Get across that finish line, buddy. Is that maybe Alejandro Garcia, maybe?
I think so.
If that was indeed an Alejandro Garcia just crossed the line, that would be our oldest finisher yet, M50. Just here in the studio, we just had a arrival of the less famous Jeff from today's discussion. The Bonnie to his Clyde. Or is it Clyde to his Bonnie? I'm not too sure.
Jeff to his Jeff.
The Jeff to his Jeff. Jeff Magavero's second Jeff. Jeff Cold. The one who was mixed up. Jeff Cold, here's a funny story for you. I had someone come up to me and saying, oh, Jeff Magavero's after dropping out at like 10 a.m. They saw you wandering around the aid station and they were convinced you were Jeff Magavero.
I was not impressed with my Halloween. I did not think I did a very good job with my Halloween costume, but I had a number of people telling me they fully thought I was Jeff Magavero today. So it's Magavero. It's Magavero. What is it? It's Magavero.
Magavero, okay.
Yeah. How things been going here for the last?
We're alive. Hours? We're in one piece. We haven't killed each other yet.
I will point out I heard about a 20-minute berating of Chris Brown.
What would it be an event without a berating of Chris Brown?
While I was standing next to him, I was just like, you hearing this?
He has since forgiven me. He brought me pizza. So I definitely won this situation. Okay, that guy hasn't updated.
I was gonna say, I was like, I wonder if just my tracker just refuses to work anymore.
Yeah. Because it hasn't updated in 10 minutes, and we've seen quite a few, I think, 100-mile finishers. Jeff, as a pacer, you paced Jeff. to second place. How did it go for you out there? What was your experience joining on the last lap for such an epic battle?
Yeah, it was an epic battle. Dan Green put on a show in chasing down and hunting us. It was a lesson in patience. I was trying to get Jeff to jumpstart a little bit and start pushing earlier, knowing that third place was closing in on us and the ticket was his to lose. It didn't really kick in until we were caught at Jackass Junction, where all of a sudden Jeff was like, oh, we can't run 8:30s, we have to run 7-minute pace.
Yeah.
And we proceeded to run 7-minute pace from there to the finish or faster, which was awesome. But it is one of those, like, 90 miles into a race, you want to feel pretty comfortable, and to then all of a sudden realize like you're in full-on panic mode. When the flip switched, it really switched in a good way, and I think we brought a 25-yard lead into like a 4-minute spread at the finish. So
we look at the last 4 miles. David Roach split 7:55 pace. Dan Green split 7:33. You lit some fire under Jeff Magavero. 7:02 pace.
7:02. I thought we were even a little faster, but I thought we were sub 7. But that's good. Yeah.
Within the margin of error.
Yeah, we were cracking some like 640s in there, and he was like, when I finish, my legs aren't going to work, and I was like, that's the point.
Yeah,
we're here for that.
you got 10 months to recover. You're fine.
Yeah.
So from the pacer perspective, we sort of talked to Dan about this from his side of the coin. When that fire sort of got lit at Jackass Junction, was it more you putting the onerous on? Was it Jeff putting the onerous on? Like, oh shit, we got to go, and you're like trying to reel him back to like not do too much and let the the what do you call it, the adrenaline kick in? Like, how was that dynamic between you two to sort of like get him to the finish line in one piece in the way that made the most sense?
I think I was the adrenaline was lit with me, like the second we got out on that loop, and when Dan and his pacer Alex caught us at Jackass Junction, I had just given Jeff like the full sponge treatment, and he was running out. I went back to fill up a bottle, and those guys came in, and so I looked them like square in the eye this far away and just sprinted out of there. At that point, I caught Jeff, and I was behind him, and I was like, they're right here, and you could see the adrenaline just like go in him. Up to that point, I had been leading him, trying to like get him to stay on my pace. From that point, pretty much to the finish, he led me, and I was just hot on his shoulder, telling him like, you cannot let up an inch. For the next 30 minutes, I was telling him like, hey, we still have a 40-yard spread. Like, they're still right there, even if they were maybe a little bit further back, and just like trying to impress the importance that he had to lean into it, to embrace that discomfort and really go for it. Those guys, for 15 minutes, we ran with a 30-yard gap.
Yeah.
Where they were, it was both parties kind of made the same call at the same time, which was, even though it was just barely, sunset, both groups turned our headlamps on. It was like, we're not trying to hide from anyone. We can just see each other blatantly. Let's make sure we can see the ground as good as possible, so that we can run this in as fast as possible.
Yeah, because we were wondering, was there going to be some headlamp off or on or off situation tactics there? But actually, we looked at the estimate for 7:02. That was actually because Jeff missed the Rattlesnake Ranch check-in point because someone dropped a headlamp in front of him. He went to dodge this runner and actually skipped it, so didn't check through. So we were unsure if he was out there at all. But that 7:02 was from Jackass to the finish.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
Yeah.
I think from Rattlesnake's the last aid station.
Yeah.
I think Rattlesnake to the finish, we were more like 6:47, 6:50. Like, I don't think we had a single mile out of the like high 6:40s.
So then you brought.
We gave 9 minutes on route on David from Jackass to the finish.
Yeah.
Just real quick, because I know folks in the chat we're bigging him up. We did have a Matt Healy finish finally. He did make it in one piece, so shout out to Cape Town and to South Africa. Your boy finished.
Let's go, Matt Healy.
What a warrior, Matthew Colliani says.
So
that is right.
So from your sort of broad perspective, right? Now we sort of have this like Denver Boulder versus Montana contingent that's like building itself around Western states. Listen, talk trash. Where's your head at? Like, what's making Montana special right now as a sort of like unsung, like hotbed of talent right now? And like,
he's actually from Colorado, so
I'm fully aware.
I'm just smiling because I'm like, well, where's Jim from? Where's Rod from?
Yeah.
What about Salt Lake? I don't think there's a lot of strength in Denver and Boulder. There's a ton of strength in Colorado, Arizona, California, like perennial powerhouses for ultra running. Missoula has a great training group, and today, I think they were really hoping to go home with 2 golden tickets with Aaron Clark and Jeff. To have Jeff and Adam both running in Western States next year will be really special. I gave Chris Brown this look of like, where do your allegiances fall here between Rod, Adam, and Jeff? And he was like, I think I'm busy that day. But there's a ton of talent, in Colorado for sure. There's localized, hotbed of talent in Montana right now, which is really special. I think we'd be remiss to overlook Salt Lake
for sure.
And also, the returning champion has already registered, and he's got a pretty good track record.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean I do think that other people can beat Jim, and Rod put him toe to toe this year. Yeah. Certainly will be a lot of excitement around David Roche and like how, hot his last 8 weeks has been. I think he could do great things at the Western States course.
Who else do we have from Salt Lake City beyond Caleb?
Tyler's passing on it, but we've got Caleb. I think we'll see. Got some more golden ticket opportunities ahead. There's definitely enough talent there to fill out some of those spots.
And then I wonder, actually we just saw someone sprinting across the finish line. That may have been our F12, Anna Gunderson. We shall see when it updates. Then on the women's side, what regions have a lot of numbers already committed to Western States? From the aforementioned Montana group, just Erin.
Erin's not. She doesn't have a ticket.
Third.
Fourth. Yep.
That was a test. You're ready to be behind the mic.
It's like I got to see who's actually officially entered at Western at this point. Not a whole lot of anybody.
Early days yet.
Yeah.
A few weeks away from the lottery.
Yeah, I know Emily Hallgood entered. I heard that she was the first of the returnees to.
And I guess we can claim Emily as a Californian.
As California, I think so.
Yeah.
We'll see about Chinese athletes coming back to Western States, but definitely a lot of strength there.
I haven't got on the men's side. I'm unsure what Shen's situation is now. I just saw him last week. Did some work with him over in Colorado, but he's hungry for a sub 15 and a podium finish there.
It feels like there's more. I mean, you guys would know this more intimately than I, but it does feel like there's just more geographic diversity in terms of where the elite women are coming from versus the elite men. And I don't know if that's sort of like selection bias, like the men are tending to move towards each other. Like Salt Lake City's kind of blown up in the last 3 years, it feels like. Obviously, the Boulder boys are sort of a new nexus of individuals. It's kind of hard to peg down. Like, you still have like Casey just in the middle of nowhere, right? Like in flyover states, still doing her thing.
You talk about geographical diversity. Like, we have so many international people finishing top 10 of the women year after year after year. In the men, is it Just Shen. Who else am I missing? Ryan Sands has won it before. I guess Francois.
You got Dan.
Dan Jones, New Zealand.
Who?
Dan Jones.
Who?
Dan Jones.
This is a
I
music
don't-
reference.
I don't
I
get
know.
the
I know you don't. I saw that look in your eyes, and that's what I'm here for, Patty. You're okay. But yeah, I don't know. It's going to be a very fun Western States. I think we've talked so much throughout the day around how much more dialed in, not even just the elites at this point. Like, we're well into just like age group people living their life that are getting really on the ball with nutrition, hydration, shoe tech and everything. The Western States is going to just be just bananas with all of this coming to a head because, other than Javelina, most of these races are also shorter distances that are golden ticket races, and then it's like, can you piece it together over the course of 100 miles? Javelina folks sort of have an advantage. Like, you've already had to do it once, especially in today's temperatures. Like, it looks like if you did well today, you should overperform at Western. Like, logically, that's what the operating hypothesis should be. But you were out there, and this is also you've lived this sort of cycle before.
I mean, I love talking about Western States, and I love the focus around it. I do think Javelina is an amazing race. This is my first time here, and I think maybe the coolest part about Javelina is pretty much anyone can get into it and come and run it.
Yeah.
And there's definitely no environment like this at Western States.
Yeah.
This is so special, and I no slight toward Western States. It is, an amazing, legacied race with so much history, and the crowds, the race organizers, everything about it is amazing. But I do think the accessibility of it, is some of what builds the allure of it. And yeah, today we had a lot of folks doing everything they could to get one of those 2 golden tickets to get into that race.
Yeah.
But today was also really special because Javelina is awesome. Man, I'm sad it's taken me so many years to get down here.
I couldn't agree more.
Folks, don't sell this race short by any means. It is super cool, and the 20 miles I got to run of it were incredibly gorgeous. I got sunset in the desert, which you can't really ask for better than that. Mm-hmm. Every single color, and then the stars coming out, and yeah, very different vertical profiles. I would say logistically and from a headspace perspective, this race is super simple, and Western States is super complicated.
Yep.
And crewing this race is it almost feels like you're crewing a 50K in some ways because you get 5 chances to do it.
Yeah.
Western States, you're vying for parking. It's an absolute nightmare, and it's this moving migration of cars and people trying to help their runners across the state of California. So there's a lot of differences. I think the similarities come down to they're really special environments. But for folks who ran today in 97-degree heat, this is the hottest year on record here. That's going to be a really beneficial thing to have experienced when it comes to Western States.
Sure.
I don't think you're going to get the quad fatigue replication at a race like this that you'll get at Western States. But yeah, just not to beat around the bush, David Roche ran an amazing race and looks like he is in a position, if he keeps things up, to have maybe a new all-time best Western States debut, which I think Caleb Olson got last year.
Yeah.
And Riley Brady looks primed to go back to Western States and FSU,
For sure.
which is not Florida State University. That's mess some stuff up.
I'm stealing that for sure. Just to level set and bring folks up to speed, we did see Anna Gunderson finish. We also, just 3 minutes later, had Megan Guler finish. So our representative from msruntheus.org coming through F13 and 39th overall. almost 80 minutes under her goal time of
that was
breaking
a goal, 20 hours.
So shout out to her, shout out to the whole crew at msruntheus.org. Check them out for all the special things they're doing to help folks with multiple sclerosis live independent, healthy lives. So I got a question for you, sir. We've talked a lot about pacer and crew sustainability, and you mentioned that like you had to go back and fill up your own water bottle. What did you notice out there, like in your own experience, or just like what you witnessed happening at the different aid stations? Is this the sort of race where it's easy to fall into the trap of pacers and crew not taking care of themselves, or did you think like, folks did a pretty good job? Like, what was your sense as somebody who like ran it and also like was on the outside the studio actually checking on people?
Yeah, the comfort that you get in the Javelina Jed quarters here, there's tents and there's shade, and throughout the day as I was crewing, I had access to shade. I had ready access to water, food, whatever, and I would remind myself stay out of the sun. But the second I started pacing and actually got out on the course with Jeff, there is zero shade.
Yeah.
In a real way where you're not going to get a single bit of shade until the sun goes down. And it you feel your ice bandana basically dry up in the first hour you're out there. As a pacer, I'm not getting my own ice bandana filled. I'm lucky if I'm filling my own bottles just because my priority is my runner and getting them through as quickly as possible.
Right.
If Jeff had ice bandana, bottles full, and the nutrition he needed, we would leave together. So yeah, it's a little bit of a balance. Think the comfort around the headquarters is super nice. Again, with contrast or comparison to Western States, that's another race where crew notoriously end up getting dehydrated, sunburned, or heat stroke.
Being there.
Yeah. But you don't necessarily have this base where you can sit comfortably in a chair and watch the live stream and get a smoothie.
Yeah.
But
you've really got a remarkable experience here at your first Javelina. You've crewed, you've paced, you're behind the mic.
I danced with just 4 other folks dancing for probably 45 minutes, just under the disco ball, having a time. Jeff was post race, basically in a fetal position, not nonverbal, not moving. And I was like, well, you don't need me. Fully resorted to the baby stage, before babies can crawl.
Yeah.
Where we're should we worry about him? He's well, he's not mobile, so he's not going anywhere.
He can hold a golden ticket, it's fine.
Yeah. Let's go dance. I still so in awe of Jubilee and what she's able to put on and the energy she brings. I think I've seen 12 different outfits today.
Mm-hmm.
It's fun. It's good first experience.
Yeah. When are you going to come back and race it?
You know what? This might be a fun one for me to continue coming back and crewing and pacing. I don't know if I want 5 loops.
No.
But
I'm of the same opinion myself. It's a race I think I would do well at, but I think I would hate existence with the 5 loops.
Yeah. The allure of running a fast 100 is certainly there. I don't really want to run Tunnel Hill or do a 100 on a track.
Yeah.
So for me, this would be that fast 100. Running 100 sub 13 would be, I think, just really cool to see test yourself in that way. So there's some allure. I also think from a crewing pacing perspective, I feel I could show up here with a very, still want a dialed crew, but a crew that maybe couldn't do the entire logistics of Western States.
Yeah. It's a cool way to engage your family, get them involved.
Yeah, bring other friends and family, and it's this is a very fun event to be at.
Yeah.
And that's not always the case with ultras as a spectator or crew.
All right, so I gotta ask some very Javelina related questions. 1, what was the best costume you saw? And 2, you come back next year in a crew pacer role. Now you know you got to come with a costume. What's your vibe? What's your MO? Do you have like a go-to costume? Or you like where's your muse right now?
Gosh, there were a couple folks who really committed to the costume. The guy who was dressed like in the full
blue,
head to toe blue with like, I don't know what he was, but that was commitment
it's
in
like
like
a flash,
very real way.
Yeah. Did they take it down at all?
No. Passed
Every
him
time?
after sundown, like saw with a headlamp, still wearing it. So
With a tight one-piece suit over his head.
yeah,
From
all day.
ankle to the
that
top
was
of the
super
head.
impressive. I think maybe she's the team manager for John G. Dressed up as David Roche and nailed that outfit pretty good. Scott Traer was awesome sauce and rocked that outfit.
Too soon.
Pretty good. I purposefully, like, knowing that I had the same head-to-toe matching kit as Jeff McGavro, was like,
Well, given the fact that so many people thought you were Jeff.
I feel like
You did good.
that costume turned out better than I expected. I could not run in it though. That wig was incredibly hot.
And how do
yeah.
you think Jeff feels in the race now?
I know. This is a good race if you wanna show some skin. Couple guys out there in speedos,
Yeah.
doing their thing. I would not choose a super warm costume. You can be salacious with your choices here.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll have to think on it, Skylar.
It's all right. You got 52 weeks,
Yeah.
so no pressure.
Okay. Jamil would be a good one, but that'd just be repurposing this wig.
Yeah.
Just trying to be cost effective here.
Hey, that's Halloween as an adult. It's just like, how many different ways can I use the same costume over and over and just like save money?
Yeah. In the last few minutes, Daniel Zamora just finished 40th overall, M27.
Yeah.
5 minutes ago. And then I think soon enough we're going to expect F14 and F15 coming through. Anna Curtis and April Campbell.
It's wild how fast these times still are. I know. We're still sub 20 hours.
Mm-hmm.
40 people under 19. But then again, Western States is starting to get pretty damn close to something like that as well.
Yeah.
The field is getting faster, the field is getting wiser, the field is getting more scientific, the field is getting dialed. But can we keep up? You can, you've got a couple of years behind me.
Young buck. Yeah, we still have, looking at sort of like further down the list, 40 folks in through the 100-mile, but another 500 are through Jackass on their third loop. And that's on pace to still meet the 6 a.m. cutoff, 6:30 a.m. cutoff to hit that 30 hours. So still a lot of action to go. Like, you're gonna have a lot of fun calling this through the wee hours of the morning. You're not gonna be bored. People are gonna be coming through, streaming on you.
Yeah, I've got the 1 to 3 shift. Not sure who's after, but it should be good. You say the cutoff's 30 hours or is it 6 a.m.?
So 6 a.m. is the cutoff to start your last loop.
Okay.
If you started in wave 1,
Yeah.
and then it's
6:30
for wave
Got
2.
it.
And then they have 6 hours from there. So noon and 12:30 p.m. respectively.
Got it.
Yeah, you should have some Ryan Van Duzer, famous YouTube.
Corrector. Yep.
We should be due through in the next hour or so. Anthony Fagundes has had some solid running times. Is due in the next hour or so as well. When does AJW do? We only saw AJW go out, I guess, half an hour ago, so depends how good this second lap is, or this fifth lap is. Yeah, so we had a prediction. Skylar predicted that it was going to be, because usually there's around a 60% finish rate. because of the heat, he logically guessed it was going to be like 51%. However,
making me look real bad right now.
Yeah, people are doing a lot better than we expected.
Resilience. They're staying strong.
Exactly.
Everybody's more dialed in. My bad. I was unfamiliar with your game. I apologize, world. Yeah, a lot of great things have occurred thus far, and we have another 11 and a half hours of wildness coming at you on the 2024 Javelina Jundred live stream presented by Hoka and The Feed. Make sure you stay tapped in to that Mountain Outposts YouTube channel. As I smell smoke in the distance, I'm just like, what's happening here? Somebody lit a match. I hope it's for not fart reasons. Yeah, make sure you stay subscribed. Hit that button. Also hit that thumbs up. Show some love. Helps other people find the stream so they can get inspired. Because not only we have phenomenal friends and families finishing here, but that golden hour is going to be special, and it is. So let's just promote it as much as possible and get people stoked. Also, find Patty O'Leary's LinkedIn and give him a job. We're out here hustling, everybody.
Hustling.
Yeah. Anything you want to promote before you're back here and it looks self-grandizing?
Vote with the planet in mind, folks. I'll stay out of politics beyond that on the live stream.
I have a funny story for you when we break this stream in similar news. But also got to shout out the rest of our sponsors, obviously, Hoka and The Feed, helping bring the live stream to life. But our on-course help from CTS, Goo, Squirrel's Nut Butter. I'm definitely forgetting some. Halos in the mix. I was going to say John. That's not Tonry. The sunscreen will be back in play at 6:45 when the sunrise comes back. Mm-hmm. And just a whole host of volunteers, both on the live stream side and the race op side, helping all of these 1,100 plus runners try to have a successful 30 hours or less here in the desert. Shout out to everyone. You can get involved next year. Head over to javelinajundred.com or airviperrunning.com. Find out what you can do on the volunteer side, on the racing side. Come out here and get weird with us.
My first role participating in Javelina in some form was as the tequila sponsor in 2018.
Oh my!
The tequila brand I represented, Suerte Tequila, was keen, and I was supposed to come down, but I couldn't make it, so I ended up just shipping 4 cases of tequila to Jubilee for Jackass Junction. And in talking to Chris earlier, he was the late night aid station captain at Jackass that year, and he was like, that was an incredibly sloppy year.
Oh my God!
So if you're a tequila brand, you could get involved.
Yeah, Jackass Junction is a special place, fueled by a lot of tequila. Special would take a very new meaning. Yeah. Also, I feel like Jamil had a singlet at one point that was from the brand. So it's had a lasting impact. Put it that way. Hopefully not too poorly on runners' livers. Yeah, we out here. We're having a good time. Patty, we're gonna be getting out of here relatively soon. We're not gonna leave Jeff to his own. He's supposed to have a co-host that's floating around. But I will. Yeah, Pete's Meats. That's who it's supposed to be. So Mortimer will also be joining in studio relatively soon. And I'll also look to make sure we don't need to do a stream switch or something relatively soon. All right, we're going to do it at the same time. So as we are winding down our time here, Patty, first time at Javelina, what are your lasting impressions? And what sort of newfound joy are you going to take with you back home as you prepare for your next race and then whatever 2025 holds for you?
Another thing that just pops to mind immediately is Jag quarters here. The tents, all of the aids, all of people in their little crew tents. I was just taking I came here at 9 a.m. I was planning to go for a long run myself. Took me 2 hours to get out on the trail because you see so many people every tent you walk to. You see, oh, there's another friend, there's another person from this state, from this part of the trail running community, catching up with them, whether they're crew, whether they're pacer, whether they're a spectator. The energy and community here is spectacular, and I'm delighted to finally witness it. And it is the main thing that's going to draw me back to come to this race, whether that be as a commentator, whether that be as a pacer, a crew, a volunteer, or as a racer. As we saw with David Roach out there, you build off these vibes, these community vibes.
Yeah.
So keep doing what you're doing here at Javelina. And if you hadn't had, we have 2 of the 3 of us here are here in our first year, and we realised this is one that we should have been coming to for several years, and we're going to be excited to keep coming back to it. So all of you listening in, come experience it.
Yeah, Phoenix Sky Harbor, a very accessible international airport. So come on in.
And Halloween, a holiday, it's like kind of like New Year's. You're like, what? Do I really have good plans for Halloween?
Yeah.
Come down here. This is a great plan for Halloween.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, there's enough debauchery happening in greater Maricopa County that, like, this might actually be the safest place to have Halloween right now. This morning I was on my run and past Scottsdale Run Club. They were, like, just lined up on the canal, and then just, like, 100 deep just started running down in costume. And I was like, it's like 8 a.m. I can't mess with this right now. So this is actually the place to be, right here in headquarters and out here around the loop. 19 and a half miles of fun. So make sure you head over to javelina100.com, sign up for volunteer slots for the race next year. Come out and join us and get weird. And if you're like, I don't know if I'm ready for 100 or 100K, Aravaipa has a ton of races throughout the year. All the reason to come down, either down here to Phoenix, the races up in Colorado, the races in Utah. You got the
New Hampshire.
New Hampshire, I was going to say, White Mountain races out there. You're not hurting for options. So come out and run with a good race organization doing good work. That being said, I think we're ready for a switch, maybe some ad breaks. I'm Skylar Skizzle Fresh. That's Patty O'Leary. Jeff and Pete's Meats are going to take you from here. Stay classy.
Stay classy.
Enjoy yourselves, guys.
Love y'all.